Welcome to Romance Haven. This is an original Regency romance novel, The Duke's Reluctant Bride, created and owned by this channel. All content in this audiobook is exclusive to Romance Haven. If you enjoy immersive historical romance, passionate slow-burn love stories, and unforgettable characters, you're in the perfect place. Please like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to support the channel and stay updated on our latest releases. Your engagement helps us continue bringing you more original audiobooks and romantic adventures. Now, settle in and let yourself be swept away to Regency, England, as we begin The Duke's Reluctant Bride. Romance Haven Audiobooks. Your escape into romance awaits. The Duke's Reluctant Bride. Chapter 1. No one who had ever seen Lady Whistledown's ballroom at 8:30 on a Thursday would have supposed the scene anything less than perfection. Every inch glimmered, from the great chandeliers, ablaze with the twin flames of 100 beeswax candles, to the sinuous ripples of silver and gold chasing each other across the gilded walls. Beneath, a sea of silks and superfine tailcoats eddied, the colours a living reflection of the crowded Mayfair night outside, only with far less moderation. Tonight the ballroom hosted an assembly worthy of the gossip's notice. The air, already warm with the exhalations of the tun, grew thick with expectation. One could almost hear the shuffling of invisible betting slips as reputations were placed on the line and fortunes wagered, as always, on the failings of others. Lady Elowyn Harrington entered just as the second quadrille concluded, pausing on the threshold as if to survey the field before joining battle. She wore an emerald silk that defied both the sombre hues of the season and her mother's express command. The gown's neckline, modest by Elowyn's reckoning, but the source of much whispering in her mother's, caught the light each time she moved, which was often and rarely in the expected direction. Auburn curls, only partially subdued by pins, bobbed with each of her quick, light steps as she navigated the press. She had a smile for each acquaintance, a barbed comment for each rival, and, by the time she reached the main floor, a small collection of flustered admirers trailing in her wake. She did not notice the Duke of Ashwood at first. Lord Anselm Montgomery was not a man easily overlooked, but he stood deliberately apart, half-shadowed near a marble column, posture so rigidly correct it seemed almost a rebuke to the room. His dark hair, cut shorter than current fashion dictated, made his blue eyes colder by contrast. He watched the crowd as a chessmaster might survey the board, searching for threats, calculating the minimum number of moves required to checkmate them. A lesser lady might have found his gaze intimidating. Elowyn found it a challenge, one she intended to meet, if only for the pleasure of seeing him blink. But first, there was the matter of the punch. The great gilt table, centerpiece of the evening, sagged beneath the burden of cut crystal bowls, their contents glowing in ruby and gold. The queue for refreshment was perilous. There were sharp elbows, ambitious dowagers, and at least one viscount lurking behind the centerpiece with a suspiciously empty glass. Elowyn, never one for patience, found an opening just as the footman replenished the orange ratafia. She darted forward, only to catch the embroidered hem of her sleeve on the lip of the table. In a single, mortifying instant, her hand jerked, a silver ladle slipped, and a rich arc of cardinal-hued punch soared through the air, striking Lord Anselm Montgomery, Duke of Ashwood, full across the chest. Time, for the assembled ton, stopped. The silence that followed had its own texture, brittle and sweet. All eyes, as if choreographed by an unseen hand, turned toward the pair. Elowyn's first impulse was to laugh, which she barely stifled with a swallow so sudden her throat ached. The punch beaded and dripped from the Duke's lapels, seeping into the fine wool of his evening coat. A single droplet clung, heroically, to his cravat before surrendering to gravity and splattering onto the parquet. His expression did not change. Only the faintest tensing of his jaw betrayed any reaction. She set down her own glass and reached for a napkin, though she could not quite decide whether she meant to mop the stain or, more sensibly, flee behind the nearest potted palm. "My sincerest apologies, Your Grace," she said, unable to keep the edge of amusement from her voice. "The punch appears to have a will of its own this evening." He regarded her, expression carved in ice. "It seems so, Lady Harrington." He plucked the napkin from her extended hand, his gloved fingers briefly brushing hers, then dabbed at the crimson blot as if removing a speck of dust rather than a potential social disaster. Their hands lingered a fraction too long, a fact not lost on the assembly, nor on Lady Whistledown herself, who had materialized with the silent, predatory glide of a hawk. "My dear Miss Harrington," purred Lady Whistledown, her hazel eyes sparkling with wicked delight, "how fortuitous that your aim is so precise. I dare say the colour suits his grace." Murmurs, suppressed laughter. Elawen inclined her head, letting a half-smile play over her lips. "If so, I shall take care to recommend the shade to my modiste. It appears to have the power to arrest conversation." Lady Whistledown tilted her head, measuring the younger woman. "I suspect you require little aid in that department." She turned to Lord Anselm. "And you, Your Grace? Shall we send for your valet?" He surveyed his ruined lapels with a studied detachment. "No need, Lady Whistledown. It is, as Miss Harrington observed, merely punch." The statement held an undercurrent of disdain, or perhaps amusement. It was difficult to tell with the Duke. "Perhaps a touch less sweet than I prefer." Elowen's laugh escaped then, light and clear. "I had always heard you were immune to all things cloying, Your Grace." A ripple of amusement swept through the onlookers. Anselm's gaze lingered on her, the blue of his eyes less arctic, more assessing. "If you will excuse me," he said, inclining his head to both ladies, "I find myself in need of air." He stepped away, the crowd parting as if by command. The only trace of the incident was the line of red blossoming across his coat, and perhaps the faintest hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Elowen, left in the spotlight, straightened her shoulders and turned to Lady Whistledown, who seemed on the verge of laughter herself. "I trust that is the most excitement we shall endure this evening," Elowen said, brushing a stray curl behind her ear. Lady Whistledown leaned in, voice pitched for Elowen alone. "The night is young, my dear, and the tun is so very, very old." She glided away, gathering fresh tidbits of scandal as deftly as a bowerbird collects blue ribbon. The rest of the assembly, their appetite for disaster temporarily sated, returned to their previous pursuits. But the air was different now. The story, already retold in a dozen variants, would be tomorrow's principal amusement. The punch-stained Duke, the reckless Miss Harrington, and the wickedly delighted Lady Whistledown, each immortalized in rumour before the candles burned halfway down. Elowen lingered at the table, uncertain whether to refill her glass or pour the remainder over her head and flee into the night. The former seemed the less dramatic option, and so she took it, surveying the room with renewed caution. She had not expected to see the Duke again so soon, but a man of his standing could not simply vanish at a public function. He reappeared near the French doors, deep in conversation with Lady Arabella Montgomery, his sister, if rumour spoke true, and the only woman in the room whose tongue was said to be sharper than her needlework. Arabella's glance flicked to Elowyn with the speed of a thrown dagger, but her smile when she turned back to her brother was all sweetness. Elowyn considered retreat, but the more she thought on it, the more she resented the idea of being driven from the field by a cup of fruit juice. She squared her shoulders and wove her way toward a cluster of familiar faces. Lady Victoria Harrington, her mother, in animated discussion with Mrs. Featherstone. Lord Benedict Worthington, already surrounded by admirers and looking faintly bored by the attention. And Frederick Blake, whose habit of lingering near the refreshments betrayed his own plebeian origins more than he cared to admit. "You have made an enemy of Lady Whistledown, my dear," her mother said in a low voice, barely pausing her account of a neighbour's scandal, or at the very least, a subject of interest. "It was an accident," Elowyn replied, reaching for a candied orange. "Even Lady Whistledown cannot build an empire on spilled punch." "You underestimate her, child." Mrs. Featherstone arched an eyebrow. "That woman could raise the dead with half a rumour. She certainly revives reputations or buries them as she sees fit." "I doubt my social demise can be accomplished with so slight a weapon," Elowyn said, lifting her chin. "Though if I am to be assassinated, I'd prefer it be with some style." "She does have style," Benedict Worthington cut in, his tone playful. "And you, Harrington, have the right of it. No one remembers the truly dull scandals. By tomorrow, you and the Duke will be a legend, or at the very least, a cautionary tale." Elowyn rolled her eyes. "Then I hope they choose a decent portraitist. I refuse to be immortalized with this hair." She smoothed a curl into place, feigning vanity. Benedict grinned, revealing even white teeth. "If you require a more heroic likeness, you must give the gossips something to work with. Perhaps a daring escape through the kitchens?" "Or," Frederick Blake interjected, "a dramatic apology delivered from the musician's dais. That seems to be the latest trend." "I shall bear it in mind," Elowyn said, warmth returning to her smile. She turned, then, and found her gaze locking once more with that of the Duke. He stood alone again, cravat now slightly loosened, as if the incident had freed him from some private constraint. He inclined his head, and this time Elowyn thought she detected the faintest crinkle at the corners of his eyes. She raised her glass in silent salute. He did not look away. The dance resumed, the floor filling with couples as the orchestra launched into a stately waltz. Elowyn made no move to join them, content for the moment to let her heart slow and her cheeks cool. But as she watched the whirling pairs, she could not shake the feeling that the true dance had only just begun. As she stepped back from the table, careful this time to avoid all embroidery and glassware, she heard Lady Whistledown's voice float above the crowd. "I suppose the lesson is clear. Never underestimate a Harrington or a punch bowl." The room erupted in laughter, and Elowyn, caught in its wake, found herself smiling. Not the polite, practiced smile of the ball, but something deeper, sharper, and altogether more dangerous. Whatever came next, she would not be the first to blink. Chapter 2. By the first stroke of 9, Lady Whistledown's latest offering had reached every drawing room, coffee house, and haberdashery of note from Grosvenor Square to the slums of St. Giles. There was no escaping it. The city woke, as ever, to the scent of scandal. And this morning's bouquet was of the rarest, most intoxicating vintage. In the Harrington townhouse, the day began with an eruption. The post had barely been sorted when Lady Victoria swept into the breakfast room, eyes ablaze above a violently starched ruffle. She clutched the single-page missive as if it might at any moment wriggle free and sprout venom. Elowyn sat at the table, spine perfectly erect, a wedge of toast untouched before her. Her own copy of the broadsheet, unread, rested by her plate, its edges uncreased. She watched her mother's progress as one might observe a distant thunderhead, with wariness, but also, it must be said, a flicker of scientific interest. Sir Edmund Harrington, already half submerged in the financial register, looked up only long enough to mutter, "Is it always this early?" before burrowing back behind his paper. Lady Victoria did not dignify the question with an answer. She thrust the pamphlet forward, shaking it so violently a fleck of ink detached and landed in her tea. "Read," she ordered, aloud. Elowen obligingly took the sheet and, after a moment's consideration, adopted her best elocutionary tones. No one can doubt the spirit of Lady Elowen Harrington, who last evening at Lady Whistledown's assembly electrified the ton, not only with her dazzling choice of toilette, a shade best suited to emeralds and Irishmen, but also with her astonishing aim. The Duke of Ashwood, her reputed target, was seen to receive a baptism of punch directly to his person. Whether this was accident or stratagem remains a matter for debate, but what followed shocked even the seasoned observers of London society. The pair were observed in a compromising proximity behind Lady Whistledown's famed hothouse palms, the Duke's lapels in a lamentable state, and Miss Harrington's gloves similarly stained. She looked up, meeting her mother's glare with practiced serenity. "Go on," said Lady Victoria, voice thin as a paper cut. Elowen turned back to the sheet. Sources intimate that the encounter was not, as some have charitably suggested, a bid for privacy to remedy the Duke's attire, but rather a scene of mutual intensity, one which left both parties flushed, if not yet betrothed. If this be the opening gambit of a match, it is surely the boldest in recent memory. If not, the parties involved may soon wish it had been. She set the sheet down with care. "The prose is improved over last season," she said, as if in honest critique. Lady Victoria rounded the table in 3 swift strides. "Do not trifle, child. I warned you, did I not? I cautioned you repeatedly. One may amuse, but never at the expense of reputation." Elowen folded her hands in her lap, fingers tracing the faint red bloom that still marred her glove. The colour matched the stain on the Duke's cravat precisely, a coincidence that, had she a taste for symbolism, would have caused her some alarm. "It was an accident, mother? The Duke stepped into my path? And you could not have stepped aside?" Lady Victoria's lips thinned further, a feat Elowen had not thought possible. "Not without overturning Lady Whistledown's entire punch service, and likely a viscount or 2 besides. I chose the lesser disaster." Sir Edmund grunted from behind his barricade. "Economy of effort. Sensible." "Do not encourage her," Lady Victoria snapped. "You have no notion what this will cost us. There are whispers already. Mrs. Featherstone sent word not an hour ago. They are saying you did it on purpose, that you have designs on the Duke." Elowen's cheeks coloured, the first sign that any of this had penetrated her armour. "If I had designs on any Duke, surely I would have chosen one less—" "Less what?" her mother pressed, fanning herself in agitation, though the room was cool as a cellar. Elowen considered her options. Less invested in the aesthetics of a cravat, less inclined to glare. A beat. Sir Edmund's paper rustled, betraying a stifled laugh. Lady Victoria whirled on her husband. "This is no time for humour. We are one rung above disaster. If you will not speak to her, Edmund, I shall summon Mrs. Featherstone at once, and let her recount every ruination she has witnessed. Perhaps then you will comprehend the gravity." Sir Edmund, recognising a lost cause, retreated behind the exchange reports. Lady Victoria paced. Her footsteps, precise as a metronome, measured out her fury in quarter notes. "You must make amends, Elowen. You will call upon Lady Whistledown today. You will beg her. Beg her, do you hear me? To print a retraction, or at least a clarification." Elowen eyed the pamphlet. "I doubt Lady Whistledown traffics in clarifications, mother." "You will try, and you will wear the blue, the one with the high collar. You will look as contrite as possible, and under no circumstances will you bring up the punch." Elowen's glance flicked to the clock, then to her father. "If I am to be pilloried in the streets, may I at least have breakfast first?" "2 bites," said her mother, "and not a crumb more. We must outrun the gossips." Elowen speared a piece of toast, wondering if all condemned prisoners felt this hunger. "Will it be so very bad?" she asked quietly of her father. Sir Edmund set down his paper. "It will pass," he said, voice gentler than she expected. "They all do, though perhaps stay clear of garden parties for a fortnight." Lady Victoria drew a ragged breath, mastering herself. "You must understand, Elowen. Your choices are not only your own. The world watches us always, waiting, hungry. You cannot afford a misstep, not now. Not with so much at stake." For a moment, the room was silent, but for the ticking clock. Elowen rose. She smoothed the front of her dress, squared her shoulders, and picked up the scandal sheet. The ink was still damp, smearing faintly on her palm. "I will do as you say, mother," she said, the old defiance lurking just beneath her civility. "But I will not apologize for being seen." Lady Victoria closed her eyes, as if bracing for a blow. "No, I suppose you never could?" Elowen lingered in the doorway, casting a final glance back at the breakfast tableau, her mother rigid as a statue, her father pretending to read, the remains of her own breakfast cold and untouched. She stepped into the corridor, pamphlet in hand. Beyond the great windows, London glimmered with possibility and peril. She walked toward her fate with steady tread, the scandal sheet fluttering at her side like a battle standard. Lord Anselm Montgomery, Duke of Ashwood, had always found the Montgomery family library conducive to self-discipline. It was a room constructed not for comfort, but for the imposition of order. All straight lines and sombre walnut, the volumes arranged with a geometric precision that bordered on the obsessive. Even the armchairs, ancient and upholstered in scratchy horsehair, discouraged slouching. Yet this morning, the library felt less sanctuary and more tribunal. Sunlight slashed through the tall windows, laying out bands of gold across the carpet and highlighting every floating mote of dust. The ancestral portraits that lined the walls, generations of Montgomerys, all sharp-featured and uncompromising, regarded him from their gilded frames with varying degrees of censure. He stood at parade rest before the desk, hands clasped behind his back, as Lady Arabella Montgomery gave her performance. She read the broadsheet aloud in tones of rising incredulity, each phrase delivered as if the English language itself had committed a personal affront. She reached the passage about the baptism of Punch and faltered, shooting her brother a look of mingled disgust and reluctant amusement. "This is precisely why I warned you, Anselm," she said, dropping the pamphlet onto the desk with a snap. "You have spent your entire life cultivating an image of remote infallibility, and now a single ill-placed glass of punch undoes it all." He did not respond. Instead, his gaze fixed on the offending paragraph, as though sheer force of will could erase the words. The muscles along his jaw pulsed in silent counterpoint to the grandfather clock's steady tick. Arabella pressed on, circling the desk. "You have been in London scarcely a fortnight, and already the ton is baying for your blood. I am told even the prince made mention of it at breakfast. A spectacle most entertaining, but a waste of excellent cravat. Anselm's eyes flicked up, ice blue and unamused. If the prince is so well informed, perhaps he should set up his own gossip rag. Not necessary, Arabella replied. Lady Whistledown's quill is swifter and more surgical. He reached up, almost unconsciously, to touch the lapel of his coat. The garment was new, a replacement for the one irreparably stained. Still, he fancied he could feel the ghost of the sticky crimson arc where it had landed. His fingers drifted to his cravat, where, despite the best efforts of the laundry, a faint mark lingered like a wound. He exhaled, slow and controlled. It was an accident. Lady Harrington is not a predator. She is something, Arabella retorted, and not to be underestimated. You are the Duke of Ashwood, Anselm. Your missteps are not private matters. If you give them a single scrap, they will strip you to the bone. She leaned in, lowering her voice. If you wish to remain master of your own fate, you must act. Today. Before he could respond, a polite knock sounded at the door. Arabella composed herself, smoothing her honey-blonde hair with a flick of the wrist. Mrs. Henrietta Featherstone entered, bearing herself with the kind of dignified gravity reserved for those who have weathered their own share of disasters and come out with the upper hand. She wore a dress of sober burgundy, her grey-streaked hair impeccably arranged, and her expression as unreadable as a bank vault. "Forgive my intrusion," she said, inclining her head, "but there are developments I felt warranted immediate attention." Arabella gestured to a chair. "Please, Henrietta, we were just discussing the morning's entertainment." Mrs. Featherstone settled herself with practiced grace. "I see you have read the sheet." "Good. Then you understand the urgency. I have it on excellent authority that the story has already spread to every major house in London, and beyond." Anselm braced himself, refusing to betray the irritation prickling beneath his skin. "Let them talk. I do not answer to Whistledown, or her coterie of harpies." Mrs. Featherstone fixed him with a level gaze. "You may not answer to them, Your Grace, but society does. And society is very interested in what you intend to do about the matter." Arabella drummed her nails lightly on the desk. "In their eyes, you are as good as betrothed. Unless you mean to challenge Lady Harrington to pistols at dawn, I suggest you prepare for a formal interview with her family." The Duke considered this in silence. He had spent years navigating the politics of landed estate and peerage, but the rules of London's marriage market were infinitely more treacherous. "Lady Harrington is unorthodox," he said finally. "I doubt she wishes a union any more than I do." "Then you are fortunate," Mrs. Featherstone replied. "But wishes are nothing to the ton. If you do not act, someone else will. There are already whispers that you intend to offer for her hand. Some say it is a great match, others, a great joke." She allowed the words to settle. "Your reputation, and hers, hang in the balance." He glanced at the pamphlet. The line that rankled most was not the one about the punch, nor the hothouse palms. It was the suggestion that, for once, he was not in control, that a single misstep had left him exposed. He turned to the bell pull and summoned the butler, voice as cold and precise as ever. "Arrange a meeting with Sir Edmund Harrington this afternoon. I will see the family myself." Arabella looked momentarily satisfied, but then her lips twisted in sympathy. "You could have chosen a duller scandal, Anselm." He gave a small, humourless smile. "If one must be the subject of rumour, better it be for something memorable." Mrs. Featherstone rose, smoothing her skirts. "I will see to it the right people know you are taking charge. It may lessen the bloodletting." Anselm inclined his head. "Thank you, Mrs. Featherstone. As always, your discretion is appreciated." When they were alone again, Arabella stepped close, laying a hand on his sleeve. "You will see her through this, won't you?" The question surprised him. He met his sister's eyes, reading the genuine concern beneath her mask. "If I can," he said quietly. She nodded, squeezing his arm before sweeping from the room. Anselm remained, staring at the sunlight that now caught the dust motes like drifting embers. The library had done its work. He felt disciplined, resolved, ready for battle. But as he picked up the scandal sheet and read its damning lines again, he wondered if there was any arrangement, any negotiation that could restore things to their former, flawless order. He doubted it, but he would try. The carriage bearing the Duke of Ashwood arrived at the Harrington townhouse precisely at 3 minutes past the hour, a detail not lost on the household, which had spent the better part of the afternoon rehearsing for this exact moment. A footman in impeccable livery hurried to open the door. Lord Anselm Montgomery emerged, tall and composed, his every movement measured as if he feared even a misaligned cuff might compound the morning's disaster. He accepted the staff's bows with a perfunctory nod, then followed the butler through a gauntlet of marble statuary and over-polished parquet, his boots leaving no more sound than a whispered reproach. In the formal drawing-room, Elowen sat waiting, her posture textbook perfect, hands folded atop a needlepoint cushion that bore the family crest. The room was an exercise in oppression. Pale blue silk wallpaper, gold-gilded trim, and furniture so fragile that to sit upon it seemed an act of vandalism. Above the hearth hung a portrait of her late mother, the lady's expression one of such ironclad rectitude that even in oil and canvas she appeared capable of issuing censure. Lady Victoria stood near the windows, half-shadowed by the velvet drapes. She smoothed her skirt as Anselm entered, summoning a smile that never quite reached her eyes. "Your Grace," she said, curtsying with a grace born of daily practice. "What an unexpected pleasure." He returned the bow, eyes flicking to Elowen. "Lady Harrington. Lady Elowen." Elowen looked up, the green of her eyes startling in the late afternoon light. "Your Grace," she replied, tone even, as if they discussed nothing more consequential than the weather. There was a brief, brittle silence, broken only by the tick of the ormolu clock. "I am aware," Anselm said, "that our families have been thrust into—" He searched for the appropriate phrase, settling on unwelcome notoriety. Lady Victoria laughed, a note too high, then immediately regretted it. "You are gracious to call it such, Your Grace. Lady Whistledown is not known for her kindness." "No," he agreed, "but she is known for her accuracy." He let the words hang, watching Elowen for a reaction. She met his gaze without flinching. "Do you mean to accuse me of calculated scandal, Your Grace?" Her voice was soft, but beneath it ran a steel cable. He considered her for a moment, then shook his head. "I do not. Accidents happen, though rarely on so grand a scale." Lady Victoria's fan snapped open and shut with nervous velocity. "Perhaps, if we all act with decorum, this will pass quickly. The ton is ever in search of the next diversion." Anselm inclined his head. "You are correct, Lady Harrington, but there are some matters which cannot be left to the mercies of public opinion." He turned fully to Elowen, making a show of ignoring the chaperone stationed by the tea cart. a great-aunt whose hearing was unreliable and whose presence was largely ornamental. "I believe you understand why I've come, Lady Elowyn." She lifted her chin, shoulders squared. "To propose a solution to our mutual predicament, I presume?" Anselm blinked, momentarily caught off guard by the frankness. "Indeed." Lady Victoria, sensing her cue, retreated to the window. "If you will excuse me, I must see to the tea," she lied, though the tea was not scheduled for another hour. As the door closed, the silence grew heavy. Elowyn broke it first, her voice very nearly playful. "You needn't appear so grim, Your Grace. I'm not in the habit of devouring gentlemen whole. Half, perhaps." Anselm almost smiled, but contained it. He took a deliberate stance by the fireplace, positioning himself so the light fell over one shoulder. "If it were only my reputation at stake, I might let the matter drop. But my family's name, and yours, are not so easily mended." She watched him, one eyebrow arched in perfect skepticism. "And what remedy does the Duke of Ashwood recommend?" He drew a breath. "A formal engagement, swift and public. We present a united front, and in so doing, extinguish the rumours before they become permanent stain." Her lips pursed, considering. "You make it sound so mechanical." He looked away, briefly. "Perhaps it is. But if you prefer, we may await the endless parade of invitations from every drawing-room in London. You will be the subject of speculation for months, years, perhaps." She laughed, a single surprised peal. "You truly believe the Tun's memory is so long?" "I believe it is as long as Lady Whistledown chooses to make it." For a time, neither spoke. The aunt by the tea-cart snored delicately, head drooping toward the sugar bowl. Elowyn examined her hands, the knuckles white where she gripped the handkerchief. "I do not wish to marry for the sake of appearances." "Nor do I," he said. "But I would prefer to marry for appearances than to be remembered for a fruit punch debacle." She grinned, unable to help herself. "You know, Your Grace, you are not at all as terrifying as they say." He tilted his head, intrigued. "And what do they say?" "That you are a man of ice and iron, that you have never once been caught out, that you would sooner die than endure public humiliation." He considered, then shrugged. 2 out of 3, perhaps. She leaned back, folding her arms. "And if I say no?" "Then I will respect your wishes, and do what I can to shield you from the worst of it." He paused. "But I think you are too clever to relish martyrdom." She fell silent, and he let the pause draw out. The sun slanted across the room, gilding the blue wallpaper and casting their long shadows together on the floor. At length, she said, "If I agree, what sort of marriage do you envision? Not the sort with roses and poetry, I hope." He shook his head. "No roses. No poetry. I offer respect, honesty, and whatever degree of freedom you require. I do not expect you to fulfill all the traditional duties of a wife." His voice faltered, the line rehearsed, but never before spoken. Her eyes widened, then narrowed. "How very generous of you, Your Grace." He inclined his head. "I have always admired your candour, Lady Elowyn. I would not wish to make you unhappy." She looked at him, really looked, and something in her expression softened. "It is possible," she said, "that I might surprise you." He nodded, the faintest smile touching his lips. "I hope so." The aunt emitted a low, rumbling snore, then jerked awake. "Eh? Is it settled then?" Elowen gave her a fond look. "Not quite, Auntie, but I suspect it will be." She rose from her seat, smoothing her dress. "Then I accept, Your Grace, on one condition." "Name it," he said. She stepped forward, voice low. "When the next scandal arrives, as it surely will, you must promise not to blame the punch." He bowed, low and formal. "You have my word." The clock on the mantel chimed the hour, and in that moment the agreement was made. Neither smiled, but the air between them crackled with something far more dangerous than romance: mutual recognition. They stood in the fading light, shadows entwined on the Aubusson carpet, and awaited whatever madness society would send next. Chapter 3. Lady Elowen had always believed herself impervious to drawing rooms. She'd grown up among them, plush, gilded, faintly stifling, with the air always slightly scented by lavender water and secrets. Yet today, as she awaited the Duke of Ashwood's arrival, she found her own family's salon curiously oppressive, as if the very plasterwork strained to contain her. The room was a masterclass in Regency taste, or at least her mother's interpretation thereof. Elegant Grecian urns perched on marble-topped consoles. The settees wore pale blue silk, piped in ivory. The Aubusson carpet below was an unending scroll of mythological figures and costly neglect. Over the mantel, the family's ancestral patriarch surveyed the proceedings with an expression that could only be described as personally affronted. Below him, 3 vases of late Narcissus attempted to mask the room's anxiety, but only succeeded in cloying the air. Elowen herself was an irritant within this composition, as always. She paced, ignoring the cold stares of furniture and portrait alike. Her emerald skirts whispered over the carpet, and each turn was punctuated by the crisp snap of her impatience. Her hair, at her mother's insistence, had been subdued into a coiffure severe enough to withstand a cannonade, though 6 rebellious curls already framed her face in defiance. Lady Victoria, her mother, architect of both the salon and Elowen's present mortification, hovered at the perimeter, hands clenched over a lace handkerchief. She eyed Elowen's orbit as one might a dangerously charged storm system, determined to intervene before property damage could occur. "Sit," her mother hissed, the command delivered through a smile so brittle it could have sliced lemon. Elowen obeyed, mostly to deprive her mother of the satisfaction of a second command. She perched on the edge of the divan, feet planted, hands folded with a grip that turned her knuckles white. "Uncross your ankles," Lady Victoria said. Elowen did so. "And your expression, if you please. You look as if you're about to bite someone." "An unfortunate side effect of being devoured by nerves," Elowen murmured. Her mother pursed her lips, and then set about smoothing invisible wrinkles from Elowen's sleeve. "If you had conducted yourself with the least degree of caution—" "Mother, we have covered this," at length. Across the room, Sir Edmund Harrington stood by the window, shoulders square against the encroaching scandal. He did not speak, but his thumb beat a rapid, silent tattoo on the mahogany frame. For all his supposed indifference, he had not so much as opened the Times since breakfast. "Is it possible," Lady Victoria said, smoothing the same patch of silk for the 3rd time, "that you might, just for this meeting, refrain from any—" She paused, searching for the word. "Flights of rhetoric." "Perfectly possible," Elowen replied, "provided I am not provoked." Her mother's nostrils flared, but before she could respond, the butler appeared in the doorway, face a mask of professional anesthesia. His Grace, the Duke of Ashwood. Time compressed to a pinpoint. Elowen felt her breath go shallow, her pulse suddenly loud in her ears. The Duke entered with military precision, every inch of him an exercise in immaculate control. His coat, deep navy, fit as if stitched onto his frame. His cravat was a marvel of geometric restraint. His dark hair, cut to a severity that verged on martial, only accentuated the ice-chip blue of his gaze. He bowed, not deeply enough for humility, but just enough to register that he had read the room. "Lady Harrington, Sir Edmund, Lady Elowen." The order of address was deliberate, a reminder that she was last in the chain of command. He accepted the proffered seat with a grace that could only have been practiced in front of a hostile audience. Silence fell, broken only by the ticking of the ormolu clock and the faint creak of Elowen's stays as she inhaled. She considered, for one mad moment, upending the entire charade with a laugh or an ill-timed question. Instead, she folded her hands tighter and waited. The Duke cleared his throat, the sound soft but carrying. "I trust your morning has been less eventful than last evening." If he intended humour, it had been lost in translation. "My daughter is most contrite," Lady Victoria said, her tone a study in maternal suffering. "As are we all?" He nodded once, then turned to Elowen. "I appreciate candour, Lady Elowen. If you have any to spare, I should be glad of it." Her mother's gasp was barely audible, but Elowen felt it keenly, like a thread yanked taut. "My only candour at present is embarrassment," Elowen said, voice steady, "and a wish that the punch bowl had been aimed elsewhere." The Duke's lips twitched, but the smile did not materialize. He fixed her with a look that would have wilted most debutantes. "Regrettable though it was, the incident cannot now be undone. Nor, it seems, can Lady Whistledown's account of it." Lady Victoria, sensing the approach of business, interjected. "We are at your mercy, Your Grace. Whatever solution you deem fit." "I propose," he interrupted, "a marriage. Swiftly arranged, publicly announced, and as unremarkable in its particulars as possible." The sentence landed like a gavel. Elowen's jaw tightened. For a moment, she could not speak. Lady Victoria made an approving sound, as if a chronic illness had just been miraculously cured. Sir Edmund exhaled, all at once, and the tension in his posture slackened. Elowen was less mollified. "Am I to understand," she said carefully, "that this is an offer?" The Duke's gaze did not waver. "It is a necessity, Lady Elowen, not a proposal." She felt her cheeks heat, and was grateful for the artful blush her mother had insisted upon. "What a relief," she said. "I was worried you might try to seduce me." He did not flinch. "I am ill-suited to seduction. Efficiency, on the other hand, is my forte." "Then allow me to be efficient in return," she replied. "I have no wish to marry you, but I see no alternative." Lady Victoria shot her a look of pure panic, but Elowen ignored it. She stared straight at the Duke, daring him to react. He did not. "Good," he said. And in that moment, Elowen understood something crucial about him. He was a man who took solace in problems that could be solved, and people who did not require more from him than this: a solution. Her parents wasted no time. Sir Edmund summoned the butler with a flick of the wrist, and Lady Victoria began reciting a list of suitable dates and locations for the announcement. Elowen let the words wash over her, retreating into the familiar mental space she reserved for needlework and tedious sermons. She saw, with a clarity that startled her, the outlines of her future. Parades of social functions, the slow shrinking of her own opinions, the gradual ossification of all the bright, silly hopes she had allowed herself to entertain. When the Duke rose to take his leave, she rose as well, and for the first time met him eye to eye. He was taller, but not so much that she had to look up. There was a flicker in his gaze of something like regret, or perhaps only recognition. "Thank you, Your Grace," she said, the words tasting strange and foreign. He inclined his head. "Lady Elowen." And just like that, he was gone. The only proof of his visit, the indentation left on the settee, and the thin, sharp chill he had brought with him. As the door closed behind him, Elowen let herself exhale, finally, fully. Her mother was already in motion, summoning tea, alerting the staff, making plans to summon every relation within a 50-mile radius. Sir Edmund retreated to his study, the crisis managed. Elowen remained where she stood, hands limp at her sides. The room seemed to pulse with expectation, or perhaps it was only her own heart, beating out its stubborn, reckless rhythm. She glanced at the ancestral portrait over the hearth, and for the first time thought she recognized the expression there. Not judgment, but commiseration. She would not cry. Not yet, and not here. She turned away from her mother's chatter, her father's relief, and let her steps carry her to the only spot in the drawing room where the sun still shone, unobstructed, onto the cold marble floor. There, she let herself feel the weight of it all. And there, she resolved, whatever the marriage, whatever the gossip, whatever the Duke of Ashwood expected, she would not allow herself to be efficiently erased. The Duke of Ashwood's study was everything a study ought to be, a cathedral of order, built for the worship of control. The walls rose in ranks of leather-bound volumes, some so ancient their spines bore the scars of generations' failed arguments. A pair of antlered skulls watched from opposite ends of the room, trophies of some long-ago contest between man and beast, or perhaps only between men. The fire burned low in the grate, the scent of smoke just detectable beneath the polish and paper. Elowen stood in the doorway, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. The invitation to discuss details had been couched in the most formal of terms, but the butler's face had betrayed a glimmer of private sympathy. She had, for once, followed her mother's advice and left her opinions behind in favour of an unobjectionable gown and a calm, unyielding silence. The Duke sat behind a mahogany desk, his posture a geometry lesson in rigidity. The only movement was the steady tap of his pen against a crystal inkwell, as if the instrument were a metronome for his thoughts. He did not look up when she entered. "Sit, please." She did, settling into a chair upholstered in dark green velvet, the colour oddly funereal. He finished a line, blotted it with precision, then capped the pen and folded his hands atop the document. "Thank you for coming. I realize these circumstances are unusual." Elowen waited, refusing to break the silence first. He regarded her with a new severity. "I would not have you under any illusions about our arrangement." "I possess none," she said, "but I am always open to enlightenment." A faint line appeared between his brows. "Very well. I do not expect a conventional marriage. I have little use for sentiment or the performance of domestic harmony." She blinked. "You intend to keep a separate household, then?" He allowed himself a single, mirthless chuckle. "No, I expect you to preside over my household, as the title demands. But our lives will be parallel, not entwined." Elowen studied him. The blue of his eyes was less glacial here, more akin to the hard polish of steel. "What precisely do you require of me, Your Grace?" He leaned back, crossing his arms. Your attendance at public events, your discretion in private matters, and of course, the production of an heir at the appropriate time. The words hung in the air, each syllable dissected and neatly pinned. Elowen's fingers curled, nails biting into her palm. And your presence at these events, will you be similarly present, or do you plan to send your regrets by courier? He smiled, just barely. If you recall, Lady Elowen, my reputation for attendance is unimpeachable. Yes, but so is your reputation for ice, she said. You do not find the prospect of sharing a life, any life, with a stranger, at best, and an adversary at worst, to be somewhat bleak? He seemed to consider this. Life is not required to be pleasant, only tolerable. She watched him, searching for any trace of humour or warmth. Then why not simply let the scandal fester and spare us both? He reached for the decanter at the edge of his desk, pouring 2 fingers of sherry into a glass and sliding it across the desk. Because, Lady Elowen, I am not in the habit of losing. She did not take the glass. And I am not in the habit of being won. For a moment, something flickered between them, an electric charge, sharp and dangerous. He cleared his throat. I believe, if we are frank with one another, we may achieve a modus vivendi. Elowen weighed the words, finding them both generous and galling. I see. He gestured to the sherry, and when she shook her head, he sipped it himself. You will find your life at Ashwood House well supported. You may have your own rooms, your own interests. I will not interfere, provided you do not interfere with mine. What are your interests, precisely? She asked, not out of curiosity, but calculation. He set the glass down, contemplating the pale amber. Estate management mostly, travel. I fence when the opportunity presents. I have no vices worth cataloguing, unless you count an aversion to crowds. She nearly laughed. We are to be the most efficient married couple in London, then. All business, no pretense. He nodded. That would suit me. A pause. Elowen leaned forward, elbows on her knees, and fixed him with her fiercest look. I have a condition. He arched an eyebrow, as if this were a negotiation for horseflesh rather than lives. Name it. My independence, she said. I will not be watched, nor curtailed, nor paraded as a symbol of your conquest. I will do as duty requires, but I reserve the right to be myself, even, especially, if it displeases you. The corner of his mouth twitched again. That is acceptable, provided yourself does not draw further scandal. Elowen inclined her head. And if it does? Then we will manage it together, as befits our new partnership. The way he said the word made her bristle, but also, in some irrational way, reassured her. There would be no fawning, no smothering, no expectation of romantic gestures. Only the unbending line of duty, which was at least something she understood. He poured himself more sherry. Is there anything else? Yes, she said. I want the terms in writing. He laughed, a genuine sound this time, sharp as flint. Very well, Lady Elowen. I will have my solicitor draw up the particulars. She stood, feeling the power of her own legs for the first time since entering. Thank you, Your Grace. I believe we are in accord. He rose as well, the movement precise and martial. So it would seem. They regarded one another in silence, neither yielding. The trophies on the wall looked on, mute witnesses to this particular kind of bloodsport. Elowen broke the standoff with a shallow curtsy, then strode to the door. As she reached the threshold, he called after her, "Lady Elowen?" She turned, one hand on the dark wood panel. "I look forward to seeing how you will surprise me." She nodded, neither smiling nor scowling. "You will not have long to wait, Your Grace." With that, she left him to his fire, his order, and his amber consolation, feeling, strangely, as if she had won the first round after all. Montgomery House did not believe in subtlety. The grand drawing room, where the engagement was to be made public, irrevocable, and legal, was a marvel of excess. Ceiling frescoed with Olympians in a perpetual argument, chandeliers that spat sunlight in every direction and on each available surface, a regiment of urns and candelabra standing guard over centuries of accumulated dignity. The effect was less inviting than intimidating, as if the house itself meant to swallow any visitor whole. Elowen arrived with her mother in tow, the latter dressed for battle in the darkest silk she owned. The butler led them past footmen lined up like chess pieces, up a sweep of marble steps, and into a room so imposing even Lady Victoria paused before entering. Inside, the air was heavy with anticipation and the faint aroma of polished silver. Anselm awaited them, standing by the hearth. To his right was Lady Arabella, her blue eyes sharp and her gown sharper. To his left, the family solicitor unrolled a sheaf of parchment, the splay of wax seals along its margin, a threat in miniature. The Harringtons took their seats, Elowen between her parents on a sofa so hard it discouraged even the smallest slouch. Servants materialized with trays, sherry, ratafia, delicate cakes, all arranged with military efficiency. No one touched them. Lady Arabella smiled in a way that bared teeth. "Welcome, Lady Harrington, Lady Elowen. Such a pleasure to have you as family. At last." Lady Victoria attempted a gracious reply, but it emerged as a strangled cough. The silence that followed was only broken when Mrs. Henrietta Featherstone arrived, trailing a scent of violets and pragmatism. She greeted both sets of parents, then swept Elowen into a brief, gentle embrace. "My dear," she whispered, "if you survive today, you can survive anything." Elowen felt absurdly grateful. She squeezed Mrs. Featherstone's hand before being nudged toward the table where the solicitor, with the air of a priest about to perform a sacrifice, cleared his throat. "The parties to this settlement," he intoned, "being His Grace, Lord Anselm Montgomery, and Lady Elowen Harrington, agree as follows." He recited the terms, the dowry, the properties, the entailment, the expectations of progeny. It was like listening to one's own life reduced to a balance sheet, every hope and mistake itemized and codified. Elowen watched Anselm as he listened. His face was unreadable, though she detected a tick at the corner of his mouth each time the solicitor pronounced "in perpetuity." Lady Arabella sipped her sherry, gaze never leaving Elowen. Mrs. Featherstone sat with her hands folded, her calm a silent rebuke to the spectacle. Finally, the solicitor slid the contract toward the Duke. He signed without flourish, his name an angled, deliberate wound on the parchment. Then it was Elowen's turn. She took the quill, surprised at how light it felt. Her hand hovered, poised, over the page. "This is not how I imagined it would be," she murmured, the words escaping before she could stop them. Anselm heard, of course. He leaned in, his voice so low only she could hear. "Nor I, but we will make the best of it." She glanced up, startled by the momentary warmth, or maybe only the honesty, before he turned away, his features snapping back to their usual reserve. Lady Victoria reached for her daughter's hand, but Elowyn signed alone, her signature looping and defiant. The solicitor blotted the ink, then affixed the final seal. "Congratulations, my lord, my lady. It is done." There was a perfunctory exchange of toasts, the glasses clinking with all the joy of a funeral procession. Elowyn sipped her ratafia, wondering if it were possible to drown on the inside. Lady Arabella drew close, her smile more genuine now that victory was assured. "You will find Montgomery House well run," she said, "but do be careful. The walls have ears." Elowyn matched her smile. "How fortunate, then, that I never say anything I do not mean to be overheard." Arabella regarded her for a moment, then laughed, the sound both delighted and dangerous. "Oh, I do believe we shall get on splendidly." The families mingled, alliances cemented with platitudes and promises of future visits. Lady Victoria, suddenly tearful, clasped Elowyn to her with such force it wrinkled both their gowns. Sir Edmund shook Anselm's hand with grim approval, as if congratulating a son-in-law on a successful campaign. Eventually, the room emptied. Elowyn stood near the mantel, tracing the gilt on a porcelain shepherdess, when Anselm approached. He said nothing for a long time, content to let the silence stretch between them like a rope. Finally, "Are you content with the terms?" She considered. "I would be a fool to say yes, but I am not ungrateful. You kept your word." He inclined his head. "You kept yours." They stood together, not quite friends, not yet enemies, the vast house echoing around them. "Will we be happy?" she asked, not because she believed it, but because she needed to hear it asked. He thought for a moment. "We will be interesting." She smiled, the first real one of the day. "I suppose that is all anyone can ask." He returned her smile, faint but unmistakable. "Indeed." When she left, she did not look back. She walked through the halls of Montgomery House, past the ancient urns and judging portraits, and into the pale, uncertain light of late afternoon. At the carriage, Mrs. Featherstone waited. She offered her arm, and Elowyn took it, feeling, for the first time since this began, a current of possibility. "You did well, my dear," Mrs. Featherstone said, "better than most would have in your place." Elowyn glanced up at the sky, the colour of fresh linen, and found herself laughing. "That is not saying much, Henrietta." "No," the older woman agreed, "but it is enough." Inside the carriage, as they rattled away from the house and into the city, Elowyn pressed her fingers together, remembering the feel of the quill, the way Anselm's hand had hovered over hers as they signed the contract. They had not touched, but perhaps one day they would. Chapter 4. There had been a time, not so very long ago, when Lady Elowyn Harrington would have counted herself immune to the pageantry of weddings. Years of society's endless nuptials had left her with a healthy scepticism for the institution, and a conviction that no vow, however public, could match the stubbornness of a human heart. Yet as she entered the modest stone chapel off Cavendish Square, trailing the length of her own expectation like an ill-fitted train, she found the place wholly transformed by her presence within it. The hour was early, the city still muffled in spring haze, and the pews, what few there were, harboured only the most essential witnesses. Candles flickered in competition, with the wan light filtering through the windows, their flames reflected in the small, anxious congregation. Her father, her mother, Mrs. Featherstone, a handful of silent staff, and, seated at a diplomatic remove, Lady Arabella Montgomery in a deep sapphire silk that managed to both mourn and celebrate at once. Eowyn's own attire had been the subject of a minor siege. Her mother had, for the past 3 days, maintained that it was possible to convey both humility and taste. And so the dress was white muslin, with only a whisper of lace at the cuffs and hem, a compromise between the demands of decency and the limits of the Harrington budget. No train, no veil beyond a modest length of tulle, and in lieu of a grand bouquet, a posy of violets and sweet alyssum, which she gripped as if it might otherwise float away. Sir Edmund Harrington, his arm as stiff as the starch in his collar, escorted her up the narrow aisle with the same air of grim resolve he reserved for bear markets and family funerals. Lady Victoria drifted in their wake, her lips pressed so tightly they had lost all colour. Every 3 steps she emitted a low, sibilant remark to the air. Shamefully simple. Couldn't they have managed a choir? What will the guests think, seeing so few? If the gods of matrimony heard her, they gave no sign. At the front, the vicar, an old schoolmate of Sir Edmund's, recalled from the obscurity of clerical life for just this purpose, stood waiting in a vestment that looked as though it might at any moment molt entirely. Next to him, conspicuously alone, stood Anselm, Duke of Ashwood, in a dark mourning coat tailored to the edge of severity. The cut was impeccable. The man within it, if anything, more so. For a moment, as she took her place at his side, Eowyn wondered if she had dreamed the events of the last week. It was possible, she thought, to mistake the sensation of falling for that of flying if one did not pay close enough attention to the ground. The ceremony began not with music, but with a cough from the vicar, who cleared his throat and intoned the familiar rites with a speed that implied either anxiety or indigestion. The words came and went in a blur, the forsaking all others colliding with for better, for worse, before either had time to settle. Eowyn caught herself watching her own hands, noting with perverse pride that they did not shake, though her thumb tapped a staccato on the handle of the posy. Beside her, Anselm stood so still he seemed part of the marble altar, but his gaze was fixed not on the vicar, nor the heavens, but straight ahead, as if awaiting a signal only he could perceive. Mrs. Featherstone, who had insisted on standing just behind the bride, reached out now and adjusted the set of Eowyn's veil with a touch so light it was more suggestion than correction. The older woman murmured, "Head high, darling." "Give them a show," then retreated to her post, satisfaction evident in the set of her jaw. In the 3rd row, Lady Victoria fanned herself with increasing speed, the movement so violent it threatened to generate its own weather. Eowyn risked a glance and saw her mother's lips forming a continuous, silent litany. No flowers, no orchestra, no one but the help. She looked away before the weight of that disappointment could settle on her. The exchange of vows arrived with little warning. The vicar's voice, flat as a dropped coin, prompted first the groom and then the bride. Anselm's reply was immediate. "I do," delivered in the same tone he might use to accept the terms of a wager. When it was her turn, Eowyn found her mouth had gone dry. She forced the words out, crisp and clear, then surprised herself by not flinching as the Duke took her gloved hand in his. The ring was a family heirloom, a narrow band of gold set with a single sapphire. He slid it onto her finger with a precision that bordered on surgical, holding her hand a beat longer than required before releasing it. The vicar's pronouncement was equally brisk. "By the power vested in me, and in accordance with the laws of God and the Crown, I pronounce you man and wife. You may—" He hesitated, eyes darting from Anselm to Eowyn and back. Sensing the momentary confusion, Anselm offered a fractional bow and, with an almost imperceptible squeeze of her hand, turned to face the congregation. The applause, such as it was, came mostly from the staff. Lady Victoria dabbed at her eyes with the hem of her handkerchief, either genuine emotion or an effort to erase any memory of the morning altogether. Sir Edmund nodded once, approval or relief impossible to distinguish. As the witnesses clustered for the signing of the register, Elowyn found herself momentarily adrift, the room's faces swimming in the haze of candle smoke and nerves. Mrs. Featherstone guided her to the vestry table, smoothing her hair with a pride that did not need to be spoken. The register itself was an ancient book, its pages foxed and musty. The vicar pointed to the blank line, and Elowyn's hand hovered over the quill before she signed in a neat, slanting script, her maiden name for the last time, she supposed, though the ink barely had time to dry before the Duke signed his own. All straight lines and uncompromising angles. It was done. Anselm lingered, looking down at the page as if searching for a cipher. Elowyn, emboldened by the absurdity of it all, leaned close enough for only him to hear. From scandal to matrimony in less than a fortnight. Quite efficient, Your Grace. He did not smile, not exactly, but his eyes warmed a fraction. Efficiency is my only virtue. She considered this, then shook her head. I suspect you have others. Time will tell if they are any more tolerable. His gaze flickered to her hand, then back to her face. You surprise me, Lady Elowyn. I plan to make a habit of it, she replied, allowing herself the smallest of grins. The vicar coughed again, more pointedly this time, and the pair were shepherded back into the nave for the final benediction. As the candles guttered and the last of the spring sun spilled through the stained glass, Lady Elowyn Montgomery stood at the threshold of her new life, her old one already dissolving behind her like sugar in tea. She squared her shoulders, tightened her grip on the posy, and prepared to face the oncoming tide. The so-called wedding breakfast had been consigned to a cramped chamber off the chapel's main vestibule, where 2 card tables and a sagging buffet bore the full weight of the occasion. The chairs, scavenged from various offices and closets, clashed in both style and colour, and the silverware was so mismatched that Elowyn half expected it to begin arguing amongst itself. Yet the effect was almost comical in its poverty of ceremony, especially when set against Lady Victoria's ceaseless campaign to restore even the appearance of grandeur. No sooner had Elowyn entered the room than her mother seized upon the nearest servant. This tablecloth, it is wrinkled, do you see? And the glasses, not a single one is proper crystal. They had better not have watered the ratafia, not after all I've endured. Sir Edmund, immune to such matters, took his seat with a sigh of relief and began fortifying himself with the first offering of sherry. Perfectly adequate, this, he pronounced, raising his glass in the general direction of his daughter and new son-in-law. To a practical union, then. Anselm, who had not yet shed the rigor mortis of the ceremony, replied in kind. Indeed. He tilted his glass, but did not drink, instead scanning the room as if hoping it might quietly disappear. The guests, such as they were, found their places. Mrs. Featherstone settled beside Elowyn, her expression one of practiced encouragement. Lady Arabella, meanwhile, positioned herself at the head of the table and proceeded to orchestrate the flow of conversation with the finesse of a surgeon separating twins. She inquired after Lady Victoria's health. You must be exhausted, arranging all this with so little warning. Praised Sir Edmund's choice of wine, and even found time to compliment the weather. It was an odd, lopsided affair. The bride and groom seated at opposite poles of the table, with a no-man's land of cold meats and limp watercress between them. Elowen found herself adrift, smiling at the appropriate intervals, her thoughts as pale and untethered as the cheese sandwiches being passed around. Each time she looked up, she met Anselm's gaze, and each time he seemed on the brink of saying something before thinking better of it. Lady Victoria, never one to be outdone by her own misfortune, kept up a steady stream of critique. If only there had been time for a proper cake. The flowers are almost funereal, aren't they? I heard the Montgomerys once hosted a wedding for 300, with peacocks in the garden. Mrs. Featherstone squeezed Elowen's hand beneath the table, a silent admonition not to rise to the bait. Arabella, catching the exchange, leaned over with a smile that was both dazzling and faintly dangerous. "My dear Lady Elowen, you are radiant, even without the usual trappings of a grand event. My brother, you know, has always preferred simplicity." There was no time to pass whether it was meant as a compliment or a warning. Arabella turned her gaze on the groom, who appeared at that moment to be wrestling the urge to flee. "I hope," she continued, "that you will find Ashwood to your liking. The library is said to be the best outside Oxford, though of course I am partial to the conservatory." Elowen caught the glint of rivalry beneath the surface, but answered with equal polish. "I look forward to exploring every corner, Lady Arabella. I have a fondness for the hidden and neglected." Arabella's mouth quirked. "You will find plenty of both, I assure you." Lady Victoria, not to be sidelined, reached across the table and clutched her daughter's wrist. "If you require anything, you must write at once. I am told the Ashwood household keeps a staff to rival Buckingham, but one never knows. And do remember what I told you, Elowen, about the importance of a good morning call. Nothing cements a reputation like punctuality." Elowen nodded, the gesture automatic, but the warmth of Mrs. Featherstone's hand on her other wrist reminded her that she needn't accept all of her mother's dicta as gospel. The breakfast staggered along, interrupted only by the periodic crash of crockery or the shuffling of the minister's feet as he paced the corridor outside, already rehearsing next Sunday's sermon. Eventually, when it became clear that nothing further could be made of cold ham and limp toast, Anselm pushed back his chair and stood. "If there is nothing further, I believe we should make ready to depart." It was more a declaration than a suggestion, and for a moment no one moved. Then, in a flurry of chairs and half-finished toasts, the assembly rose. Elowen found herself swept into a corner by Lady Victoria, who, having been denied her triumph on every other front, seemed determined to extract a last ounce of maternal authority. "Listen to me," her mother hissed, pinning Elowen with the force of a general. "You are a duchess now. There will be expectations. You must be accommodating, but not insipid, assertive, but never unladylike. Your conduct will reflect on all of us. Do you understand?" Elowen heard the desperation behind the admonition, and for a fleeting second felt a pang of sympathy for the woman who had spent her life mortaring reputation over feeling. "I understand, Mother." Lady Victoria stepped back, surveyed her handiwork, and offered a final, trembling smile. "You are very brave," she whispered, "braver than I was." Before Elowen could respond, Mrs. Featherstone appeared at her elbow, guiding her gently toward the doorway. "Ignore her, dear. She means well, but she's never been married to a duke. I have a feeling you'll outdo her yet." Elowen squeezed the older woman's hand in gratitude. At the threshold, Sir Edmund waited, hands folded behind his back. He nodded to his daughter, then to Anselm. "Congratulations. I expect to see you both at dinner next week. No excuses?" Anselm inclined his head. "Of course, Sir Edmund." Arabella, last in line, enveloped Elowen in an embrace so swift it barely registered before the older woman was halfway out the door. "Welcome to the family," she murmured, and then it was over. Elowen stood at the top of the chapel steps, the wind catching at her skirts, and watched as Anselm summoned the waiting carriage. He turned to her, offering his arm, and for a moment she hesitated, thinking, perhaps, of all that had not been said, all that might never be said between them. But then she set her shoulders, accepted his arm, and stepped forward into the street, feeling the press of expectation like a crown and a manacle all at once. The city, indifferent and eternal, watched them go. The carriage waited, glossy black and liveried, a mute reminder of the family's new standing in the world. Anselm offered Elowen his hand at the foot of the chapel steps, and she took it, more out of protocol than affection, though the grip was steady and unexpectedly warm. Behind them, the wedding party lingered in a ragged line of leave-taking. Lady Victoria produced a monogrammed handkerchief, and with a final gasp, pressed it to her eyes. Sir Edmund merely inclined his head, the gesture conveying more paternal pride than his entire previous existence. Arabella watched from the shade of the portico, her farewell a precise, two-fingered salute that somehow managed to be both ironic and affectionate. Once inside the carriage, Elowen found herself deposited on the far side of the upholstered seat. Anselm took his place opposite, folding his hands atop a leather-bound folio and staring out the window as if counting each passing lamp-post. For several minutes, the city was all there was. The clatter of wheels over cobbles, the dull echo of distant bells, the fleeting glimpses of other people's lives refracted through the glass. Elowen studied her new husband's profile, the sharpness of his features softened only by the morning's fatigue. The silence, a living thing, grew until it could not be borne. "Well," she ventured, "that was precisely as festive as a funeral." Anselm's eyes flicked to hers, a glimmer of amusement breaking the composure. "I believe funerals typically have more flowers." She laughed, surprising herself, and watched his lips quirk in response. For a moment, the air in the carriage changed, if not lighter, then at least less suffocating. They rode in companionable discomfort, each lost to private inventory. Elowen traced the pattern of the passing streets, mapping the topography of her new world. There went the bookshop, where she had once imagined a future of her own design. There, the pastry seller's stall, now a cautionary tale for over-eager debutantes. At every turn, another relic of her vanished life. She wondered what landmarks Anselm counted as the carriage rolled on, what he measured as loss, and what he considered gain. At last, they turned onto the wide avenue fronting Montgomery House. The building rose above the street, severe and symmetrical, its windows reflecting a sky as pale as skimmed milk. 2 footmen stood sentinel at the doors, their faces as blank as playing cards. Anselm exited first, then turned to hand her down. She paused a heartbeat, gathering herself, and placed her gloved fingers in his. "Welcome to Montgomery House, Duchess," he said, the title falling between them with an audible thud. She nodded, accepting the weight of it. They ascended the steps together, neither leading nor following, and passed through the open doors into a vestibule of stone and shadow. The air inside was cool and faintly redolent of beeswax and old wood. The staff lined the corridor in silent greeting. Mrs. Featherstone stood at the end, her hands clasped and eyes shining with a pride that made Elowen's throat catch. For a brief moment, time seemed to slow. The house, the city, The world outside faded, and there was only the quiet rhythm of two sets of footsteps echoing in tandem across the marble floor. Elowen straightened her spine, squared her shoulders, and met the gaze of every onlooker as she passed. Whatever else the day had taken from her, she would not surrender the right to her own story. Not yet. Not ever. As the great doors swung shut behind them, sealing away the remnants of the morning and the tattered expectations of both families, she glanced at Anselm. He was watching her, one eyebrow raised in polite inquiry. "Ready?" he asked, so softly she was not certain she had heard it. She smiled, small but indomitable. "As I'll ever be, Your Grace." And together, they disappeared into the heart of the house, leaving the city and its endless, hungry speculation far behind. Chapter 5. The journey from Montgomery House to the Ashwood summer lodge unfolded in silence so dense it had a gravity all its own. Elowen felt it pressing down, rooting her to the carriage seat in a way even the best millinery could not offset. The Duke of Ashwood sat opposite her, every inch the perfect silhouette of a husband for hire. Gloved hands neatly folded, gaze fixed on the blurred, spring-bright countryside as it unspooled beyond the glass. If not for the occasional twitch of his jaw, she might have believed him cut from the same stone as the family estate. She occupied herself tracing the embroidery on her travelling dress, the pad of her thumb worrying at a single unruly thread. The small carriage, though built for comfort, offered no distractions. Even the windows felt tight-lipped. The world beyond them slipped from the prim, hedged order of London's outer rings to the untidy exuberance of open fields. Clouds of blackthorn bloomed along the verge. Somewhere in the distance, a lark unspooled its song, but the glass kept its notes at bay. Every so often, Elowen glanced up, searching for some sign of her companion's inner weather. She found only that stoic profile, the sharp line of his cheek catching the morning light. Once, when the carriage jolted over a rut, their knees touched. His gaze flickered to her, an electric blue, then returned to the landscape as if she were an afterthought. When the silence finally cracked, it was with the abruptness of shattering ice. "We shall arrive in 30 minutes, Anselm said, consulting the watch pinned to his lapel. "You may wish to rest before dinner. The lodge is not large, but it can be fatiguing to those unaccustomed." He spoke as if warning her of altitude sickness. Elowen considered replying with a jest. Something about perilous guest beds or wild badgers in the walls, but the impulse withered before it reached her tongue. Instead, she nodded, tucking her hands beneath her knees. "I thank you for the warning, Your Grace," she said, keeping her voice even. "Is there to be anyone else in attendance?" "No," he said, too quickly. "Only us. And the staff, of course. There are certain matters I prefer to conduct in privacy." This, at least, was honest, and she gave him credit for it. She turned her attention back to the window, watching as the last hedgerows yielded to rough meadow and copse. The road narrowed, then vanished altogether in favour of a rutted track through a spinney of birch. Sunlight flashed through the branches in dizzying, strobe-lit pulses. Elowen closed her eyes, letting the carriage sway her until all sense of time and distance was lost. It was the sudden stillness that roused her. The carriage had stopped, and with it, the world seemed to hold its breath. "Lady Elowen," Anselm said, already halfway out the door, "may I assist you?" She gathered her skirts, noting the steadiness of her own hand as she took his. His touch was businesslike, but she detected a trace of warmth, or perhaps it was only the difference in blood and air temperature. She stepped down onto packed gravel and took in the view. The Ashwood summer lodge was nothing like its name suggested. There was no gingerbread, no ornamental flourishes, none of the architectural frippery that characterized the retreats of the idle rich. Instead, it squatted at the edge of the woods. A 2-story stone cottage, its windows squared and severe, the front door painted a dark, uncompromising blue. The grounds were equally unadorned, a sweep of wild grass, the beginnings of a kitchen garden, and a rickety fence that failed to keep out either rabbits or the idea of disorder. A pair of servants, one female, one male, both with the unflappable air of the long time employed, waited at the threshold. The footman bowed. The housekeeper, a tall, thin woman with a mouth like a buttonhole, dropped the barest of curtsies. "Welcome to Ashwood Lodge, your graces," the housekeeper intoned. "I am Mrs. Cray. We have prepared the principal rooms and hope you will find them satisfactory." Anselm nodded, then turned to Elowyn as if passing a parcel. "If you will accompany me, I shall show you to your chambers." They entered together, the air inside cool and faintly scented with beeswax and something else. Juniper, maybe? Or the ghost of a winter fire. The entrance hall was narrow, its walls lined with hooks for riding crops and mud-spattered greatcoats. Beyond, a short corridor led to the main rooms. Elowyn's first impression was of unexpected elegance. The sitting room to the left boasted a battered settee upholstered in faded damask, its cushions plumped beyond reason, and an ancient piano that bore the scars of long and enthusiastic use. Bookshelves lined the far wall, real books, not just the dusty relics one found in formal libraries, but a motley of recent volumes, pamphlets, and dog-eared papers. She glimpsed a small clockwork automaton perched on the mantel, half dismantled, its innards glinting in the weak light. "Your bedchamber is here," Anselm said, gesturing up the tight, curving staircase. "The east room. You may arrange it as you like. I have taken the west." She followed him up, her hand grazing the banister. At the landing, he paused and opened a door onto a room both inviting and absurdly neat. A single bed, crisply made, a writing desk, a window that overlooked the tangle of orchard and field below. The wallpaper was a faded pattern of bluebells, charming rather than ostentatious. On the mantel, someone had set a small vase of the same flowers, as if to remind the room what it ought to aspire to. "If you require anything," Anselm said, lingering in the doorway, "Mrs. Cray is at your disposal. Meals are taken at 7 and 1. There is a morning tray for tea, should you prefer it in your rooms. I generally work in the study, but you will not disturb me." He was already turning to go, but she stopped him. "Your Grace?" He looked back, eyes unreadable. "Yes?" She hesitated, choosing her words with care. "Thank you. I know this is not ideal for either of us." For a moment, she thought he might offer something in return, an acknowledgement, a commiseration, even a quip. But the pause stretched, then snapped. "I have no expectations," he said, and left her alone. The rest of the afternoon passed in a kind of suspended animation. Elowyn unpacked her trunk, arranging her few possessions in ways that suggested intention. A volume of poetry on the bedside table, a silver brush set on the vanity, a pressed flower between the pages of her journal. She found the wardrobe already hung with her day dresses, each perfectly arranged, and suspected Mrs. Cray had been warned of her preferences. She was touched, though not surprised. There was an efficiency to everything here, as if even sentiment must be sorted and stored by category. In the late afternoon, she ventured downstairs, drawn by the faint clatter of cutlery and the scent of something roasting in the kitchen. The study, just off the main hall, stood with its door ajar. She lingered in the corridor, peering in. Anselm was there, bent over a sheaf of papers. The room was a map lover's fantasy. Charts of every imaginable kind adorned the walls, some recent and crisp, others browned at the edges. A globe, ancient and patched with careful repairs, occupied one corner. On a side table, a small collection of coins and medals gleamed beneath a glass dome. Elowyn caught her breath as she noticed, amidst the meticulous order, a single item out of place. A tiny wooden ship, the paint chipped and the mast mended with string. She recognized the handiwork immediately. It was the sort of object a boy might have built, kept for no better reason than nostalgia. She did not linger, but the sight stuck with her as she made her way to the dining room. Dinner was served precisely at 7. The table, set for 2, looked over a neglected terrace in which the first shoots of snowdrop and crocus struggled against the cold. Mrs. Cray poured the wine herself, then disappeared with a tact born of generations. For the first several courses, Elowyn and Anselm exchanged only the most necessary of words. "Do you find the accommodations satisfactory?" he asked, after a silence so long it seemed to belong to another age. "They are lovely, thank you," she replied. "The view from my window is unexpected." He arched an eyebrow, as if awaiting a punchline. "How so?" She sipped her wine, considering. "I had imagined something grand. Ashwood House has a reputation. This is—" She gestured around her, almost human. He gave a short, humorless laugh. "If you desire grandeur, you will be disappointed. I prefer practicalities." "That is fortunate," she replied. "I have always found grandeur exhausting." Another silence, this one slightly softer around the edges. They continued eating, the clink of silverware and the tick of the wall clock their only conversation. The food was excellent: roast beef, crisp potatoes, a pudding flecked with currants. But Elowyn barely tasted it. Instead, she watched her husband, noting the way he dissected each bite with surgical precision. He drank little, though he refilled her glass without asking. After dessert, he set down his fork and leaned back, folding his arms. "I expect you have questions," he said, not quite inviting them. She considered, then shook her head. "I find that questions are best left until after the first week. It allows one to refine them." He nodded, perhaps pleased, or perhaps only relieved. "We will remain here for a fortnight. After that, we return to London for the season. In the interim, I have arranged for Mrs. Cray to instruct you in certain matters. There are protocols you must learn." "Such as?" "The management of staff, the obligations of hospitality, the routines of the house. Ashwood is complicated. I would prefer you be prepared." He did not say, "Prepared for what?" but the implication hung in the air. Elowyn smiled, this time not out of politeness. "You intend to train me, then?" "I intend for you not to be surprised," he said. "If you dislike the arrangement, say so. I will make other plans." She set her napkin aside. "I am not surprised," she said. "Only curious." This seemed to unsettle him more than any show of resistance. "If you prefer solitude," he offered. "The grounds are extensive. There is a garden of sorts, and a library." "Thank you," she said. "I have always preferred libraries." He pushed his chair back and stood. "I will leave you to it, then. Good night, Lady Elowyn." "Good night, Your Grace." She lingered after he left, tracing the rim of her glass, and wondered whether their entire marriage would consist of such negative space. two people orbiting the same rooms, never touching, but always aware of the other's gravity. When she returned to her bedchamber, she found the vase of bluebells refreshed, the petals just beginning to open. She slept with the window cracked, listening to the wind in the grass, and dreamed of ships mended with string. Elowen rose before the bell, the cool wash of dawn painting the ceiling with pale gold. She dressed herself, favouring a plain walking dress of heather blue and an old pair of gloves, and left her room without waiting for the household to stir. The corridor was cold on her stockinged feet, the hush so deep it felt almost sacred. She slipped outside, letting the heavy oak door ease shut behind her. The world beyond the lodge was a different country than she had known in London. Air sharp and clean, earth springy beneath her shoes, a silence broken only by the creak of trees and the far-off jangle of a cowbell. The grounds, left to their own devices over winter, were just beginning to hint at green, the first valiant tufts pushing up through frost-browned stubble. At the edge of the property she found the garden, a patchwork of rectangles and circles, hemmed with stones and half choked by last year's stems. But there, among the detritus, crocus and snowdrop gleamed, their petals trembling as if shy of the cold. She knelt to examine them, fingers brushing dirt, and found herself grinning for the first time in days. She straightened at the sound of hooves on gravel. From the path beyond the stables, Anselm appeared, a dark shape against the morning. He rode without a coat, his hair unhelmeted, the usual order of his attire abandoned in favour of something more raw. The horse, grey, strong-shouldered, with a mane like wild silk, tossed its head as they approached. Anselm saw her and slowed, dismounting with a practised motion. He led the horse by its bridle, the animal calm under his touch. "Good morning," he said, voice rasped by wind and exertion. "Good morning, Your Grace," she replied, still crouched among the snowdrops. He looked at her, really looked this time, and then set about unsaddling the horse. For a while, she watched him work, noting the fluid efficiency of his movements, the absence of any need for display. "Does the garden meet with your approval?" he asked, slinging the saddle over one arm. "It does," she said, rising. "It is honest. I like that." He nodded, as if pleased, then led the horse past her. At the fence he paused. "If you intend to walk, avoid the east pasture," he said. "The ground is unstable near the stream." "Thank you," she replied, brushing dirt from her gloves. "I had not planned to be gone long." He regarded her for a moment, then shrugged. "As you wish. If you require company, Mrs. Cray can be spared for the purpose. Or perhaps the sewing room. She is an excellent teacher, I am told." Elowen looked at him, unblinking. "Do you wish me to embroider, Your Grace?" He hesitated, thrown by her tone. "I only meant to suggest that I occupy myself with something safe, something befitting a duchess." The faintest flush crept up his neck. "If you prefer walking, that is your right." She smiled, not kindly. "I prefer honesty. I dislike being managed, even by experts." For a moment, they stood at an impasse, the horse snorting in the stillness. Anselm's jaw worked, the muscle clenching and releasing as he measured his reply. "Very well," he said, voice clipped. "Do as you like." "I intend to," she said, more lightly than she felt. He turned away, leading the horse toward the stables. Elowen watched him go, something like triumph mixing with guilt in her chest. She had wanted a reaction, and she had received one, but it tasted less sweet than she imagined. She lingered in the garden a while longer, then began a slow circuit of the property. The air was bracing. She let it scour the last of her temper. By the time she returned to the lodge, her cheeks stung and her lungs felt twice their usual size. Inside, the household had come alive. The scent of coffee and fresh bread drifted from the kitchen. She found Mrs. Cray in the corridor, bearing a tray of correspondence and the morning's paper. "His Grace asked that you be given your letters with breakfast, ma'am," the housekeeper said. "And there is one for you, from London." Elowen took the envelope. The handwriting was unmistakable, a brisk, looping scrawl, the sort that had graced her notes since school days. Lady Whistledown's society report. She laughed, despite herself, and broke the seal. The news was as expected. Their marriage had not gone unnoticed. In fact, it occupied the better part of 2 columns, sandwiched between a minor embassy scandal and the announcement of a new opera. The account was less cruel than it might have been, but the barbs were there, carefully planted. It seems the coldest of the season's alliances has at last thawed sufficiently to produce a Montgomery heir. One wonders what warmth, if any, exists behind the doors of Ashwood Lodge. Elowen set the sheet aside, unsure whether to be wounded or amused. She took her breakfast in the sitting room, sunlight pouring in through the east-facing windows. The lodge, so forbidding at night, was transformed by day. The battered settee looked inviting. The piano's scars became badges of memory. And even the clockwork automaton on the mantel seemed to wink conspiratorially at her. She had just begun to pour herself a second cup when Anselm entered, his hair still damp from a hurried wash. He wore a fresh cravat, but his eyes were bloodshot at the corners, and his hands bore faint traces of saddle soap. "Good morning, Lady Elowen," he said, polite but not warm. "Good morning, Your Grace," she replied. "Coffee?" He nodded, and she poured for him, watching as he wrapped both hands around the cup. "There is news," she said, nudging the society report toward him. He picked it up, scanned the relevant lines, and set it down with care. Only then did she see his fingers, white-knuckled, crushing the handle of the cup. "I had hoped," he said, voice flat, "that being out of London might delay this." She shrugged. "Lady Whistledown is very resourceful." A silence grew between them, one that felt less like a void and more like a contested territory. At last, he spoke. "If you wish to return to London sooner, say so. I would not keep you here against your will." Elowen considered this, then shook her head. "I would rather face the jackals with a strategy in place, not as some half-baked legend." He seemed to relax, just a fraction. "That is sensible." She sipped her coffee, letting the silence settle again, but this time it was softer, like a blanket laid over a wound. Anselm looked down at the paper, smoothing the creases with his thumb. "We are not what they say," he said, almost to himself. Elowen met his eyes. "No, but we could be better, if we tried." He did not answer, but the corners of his mouth ticked upward, very slightly. She finished her breakfast, then stood. "I think I'll walk again, if you do not object." "Not at all," he said. "Just mind the east pasture." She smiled, this time kindly. "I will." As she left, she heard him unfold the society report again, the sound like the turning of a page. She wondered what he saw there, himself reflected through the funhouse mirror of London's opinion, or something else entirely. Outside, the snowdrops had opened fully, petals bright against the mud. Elowen knelt, ungloved this time, and pressed a finger to one perfect bloom. It bent, but did not break. She straightened, smoothed her skirt, and walked on, toward the horizon, or at least toward whatever would come next. Dinner that night had the texture of penance. Elowen entered the dining room at precisely 7, her hair smoothed and her lips pressed into a determined line. Anselm was already seated, hands clasped on the table, as if in anticipation of trial. The meal was exquisite, some effort of Mrs. Cray's that involved 3 separate sauces and an architecture of pastry, but it went untouched by either party beyond the ritual minimum. They exchanged the required pleasantries: weather, household matters, a report on the progress of the kitchen garden. Each topic began with a flicker of interest and died, unwatered, before it could sprout into conversation. The only moment of animation came when Elowen, in a fit of rebellion, asked whether she might one day be permitted to ride the grey horse she had seen that morning. "I do not ride," she said, "but I am not opposed to learning, provided the horse has more patience than the average man." Anselm's mouth quirked, a shadow of surprise passing over his features. "Artemis is reliable, but he does not suffer fools. I can ask the groom to prepare him, if you like." She nodded, suppressing a smile. It was, she thought, the first honest exchange they had managed since leaving London. The rest of the meal passed without incident. When the pudding was cleared, Anselm stood. "If you would join me in the study," he said, not quite a request. Elowen followed, her pulse quickening. The house was different by night, the corridors deep with shadow, the rooms reduced to small islands of lamplight. Rain lashed at the windows, and the wind drove it against the stone with a sound like distant artillery. Anselm ushered her into the study, gesturing toward the fireplace. The flames threw restless gold across the hearthrug, and the air was thick with the scent of peat and old paper. He went to the sideboard, poured a measure of brandy, then turned to her. "Would you like one?" She shook her head. "I prefer to keep my wits about me." He nodded, almost approvingly, and took a sip before setting the glass aside. For a long moment, neither spoke. Elowen busied herself with the shelves, trailing a fingertip over the spines of books and charts, but she felt the weight of his gaze. At last, he spoke. "I believe we should discuss the terms of our arrangement more clearly." She turned to face him, chin lifted. "You mean the boundaries of our marriage of convenience?" He hesitated, then nodded. "If you wish to call it that." She crossed to the hearth, the fire catching in her eyes. "You made it quite clear on our wedding day that you have no interest in sentiment. What, then, do you expect of me? Beyond managing the staff and appearing at your side when the occasion requires?" He opened his mouth, closed it. When he spoke, his voice was quiet, but unyielding. "I do not expect you to fulfill certain duties, not unless you wish to." The air between them snapped like a drawn wire. "And if I did wish to?" Elowen asked, too quickly. Anselm looked away, colour rising in his face. "I would not refuse you, but I will not demand what you are unwilling to give." The admission, so plainly stated, shocked her into silence. For a moment, all she heard was the hiss of rain and the spit of the fire. She pressed forward. "You speak as though this is entirely my choice, but you have made choices too, have you not? You could have left the scandal to fester. You could have taken any number of easier roads." He looked at her then, really looked, and the blue of his eyes seemed stripped of all artifice. "I did not want to be the cause of your unhappiness," he said. It seemed to me a lesser cruelty to marry you than to let you be ruined by the ton. That is all. She studied him, the lines of strain at his mouth, the way his hands trembled just slightly as he gripped the mantle. There was a vulnerability there, so at odds with his usual composure that she felt a sudden, irrational urge to comfort him. "Do you think I am so fragile?" she said softly. "No." His reply was immediate, fierce. "But you deserved better than this. Than me." She laughed, not unkindly. "Perhaps. But I have you, and you have me. We may as well attempt to make something tolerable of it." He looked down at the fire, shoulders tight. "I do not wish to trap you in a loveless marriage." "Nor do I," she said. "But perhaps we could attempt friendship." He considered this, the silence stretching out. Then, slowly, he extended his hand toward her, not as the lord of the house, but as someone offering a lifeline. She hesitated only a moment, then took it. His hand was warm, the grip tentative but real. They stood like that for a while, the storm raging beyond the window, the fire guttering low. It was not love, not yet. But it was something. And for the first time since the wedding, Elowen felt the faintest flicker of hope. He released her hand, abruptly, as if embarrassed by his own humanity. "We should retire," he said, voice returning to its usual register. "Tomorrow will be better, I think." She inclined her head. "If you say so, Your Grace." He smiled, an awkward, fleeting thing, but a smile all the same. "Good night, Elowen." She left him there, staring into the flames, and made her way back through the sleeping house to her own room. The rain had eased. From her window she watched the clouds part, the moon glimmering through the wet branches. She lay down, the memory of his hand still tingling in her palm, and let herself imagine a future where they were not only allies, but something more. Sleep came, light and undemanding, as if the night itself were granting them both a reprieve. Chapter 6. It was not yet 8, and already the morning room at Ashwood Lodge was bright enough to wound the eyes. Sunlight lanced through the tall mullioned windows, igniting the blue and gold of the carpet and setting little flares in the silver teapot at the centre of the table. The breakfast service was an exercise in restraint. 2 plates, 2 cups, 1 small arrangement of white hellebore and myrtle in a squat glass vase. If a person squinted, they could almost believe themselves alone in the world, a fantasy that lasted exactly until the door opened. Elowen entered, the hem of her day dress just skimming the Turkish runner, hair twisted up in a more practical knot than fashion required. She paused on the threshold, squinting into the light, and saw the Duke of Ashwood already seated at the table. He wore a morning coat of deep green, the cut more suited to a general's tent than a country breakfast, and he held a single sheet of correspondence at arm's length, as if allergic to both its contents and the prospect of company. She crossed to her seat, only the briefest nod acknowledging his presence. "Good morning, Your Grace," she said, pouring her own tea before he could offer. He set aside the letter, folding it with the precision of a surgeon. "Lady Elowen, I trust you slept well." "I did," she said. "The mattress here is less aggressively lumpy than in London." "High praise," he replied, dry. A silence opened up, delicate and unwelcome. Elowen surveyed the offerings: toast, coddled eggs, 2 halves of a rather shy orange, and reached for the butter. She had always believed that food was best tackled with a plan, and so she sliced the toast into uniform thirds before beginning on the eggs. Across the table, Anselm watched with a focus bordering on forensic. I have never seen anyone prepare breakfast so methodically, he said. She shrugged, pinning a curl behind her ear. In my experience, method prevents chaos, or at least contains it. Does it work? He asked, as if genuinely curious. About as well as anything, she said. You must have a system. Running an estate like Ashwood can't be managed by whim and weather. He gave a short nod, as if this confirmed some private hypothesis. My father believed systems existed only to fail, that the best plan was always to improvise. And do you agree? She met his gaze, chin tilted in challenge. He considered. I think plans are a comfort, if not a solution. I keep them, the way one keeps an umbrella. She liked that. And if it never rains? Then at least you have not lost the umbrella, he replied. The smallest smile tugged at her lips, unbidden. You're funnier than they say, Your Grace. He looked up sharply, as if she'd accused him of murder. Is that so? Elowen, she corrected, quietly, not quite meeting his eyes. We're the only two people here, unless you count Mrs. Cray's talent for materializing at the worst possible moment. You may call me Elowen. He set down his cup with deliberate care. Very well. Elowen. The word hovered between them, intimate and strange. She wondered if she should have withheld the invitation, if it would give him too much ground. But it pleased her, perversely, to see him unsettled. They returned to their food, the silence less brittle now, though not quite comfortable. Outside, a blackbird landed on the sill and began its morning aria, the notes crisp and insistent. Elowen watched its glossy wings for a moment, then said, May I ask you a question? He inclined his head. You dislike London, that much is obvious, but you lived there for years, Eton, Oxford, Parliament, even the season. Why persist, if you hate it? He looked away, fingers drumming on the linen napkin. I do not hate London. I hate what I become in London. She waited. In town, he went on, every movement is an advertisement, every word, a signal. You can never tell which is true and which is for effect. Here. He gestured at the windows, the pale green world beyond. The only eyes that watch you belong to birds, and perhaps the occasional gardener. You do not trust people, she said, not accusing but simply observing. His laugh was soft, without mirth. Would you, in my position? I think, she said, I would have liked to try. He regarded her a moment longer, as if passing her for false notes, then seemed to come to some decision. Would you care to see the library after breakfast? He asked, the words so sudden she almost missed them. It was the first time he had volunteered anything beyond the minimum. Elowen brightened, and did not bother to hide it. Very much. He finished his coffee and stood, the chair scraping back just so. I will meet you in the corridor at the quarter hour. Take your time. She did not require the time, but used it anyway, dabbed her mouth, re-knotted a stubborn button on her cuff, and took a moment at the window to steel herself. The blackbird was gone, but she felt, inexplicably, that she'd won a point in a game she did not fully understand. She found Anselm waiting for her in the corridor, hands clasped behind his back, shoulders squared in military readiness. He gestured down the hall. After you, he said, tone formal, but not unkind. The passage was cool, the walls lined with oil portraits of Montgomery's past. She could feel his gaze as she walked ahead, not appraising, exactly, but taking her measure all the same. The library occupied an entire wing, though from the outside, The house gave no sign of such extravagance. Anselm opened the door, and the scent of old paper and walnut hit her in a rush. The light here was softer, filtered through gold velvet curtains, and dust motes hung like a secret mist. She paused just inside, taking it in. The shelves rose from floor to ceiling, interrupted only by the occasional bust or globe. A ladder ran on brass rails, and several volumes lay open on the long central table, their spines supple from use. "Is this all yours?" she asked, moving closer. "Some of it is mine. Most belonged to my grandfather. He was a collector. Obsessed, really. It said he ruined his eyesight by candlelight, reading law and Latin poetry until dawn." She touched the edge of a leather-bound folio, careful not to smudge the gold. "You read Latin?" He shrugged, a trace of pride colouring his voice. "Enough to curse and bless, which are the only important verbs." She grinned. "And Greek?" He tipped his head. "I can insult, but not charm in Greek. It makes for limited conversation." She let her hand drift along the shelf, reading the titles. The variety astonished her. Philosophy, botany, anatomy, even volumes of early engineering. She saw, here and there, delicate marginalia in a spiky, hurried script. Anselm's, she guessed, or perhaps the grandfather's. She paused at a slim, blue-backed book. "Is this—" she began, surprised. "You have Cowper's complete poems?" Anselm joined her, standing just close enough to share her shadow. "He was my mother's favourite. I found it comforting after she died." There was no tremor in his voice, but the words came slower now. "I used to steal my father's brandy and read the task aloud in the garden," he said, gaze fixed on a distant point in memory. "I thought it would make me less alone." She turned to him, wanting, absurdly, dangerously, to touch his arm, or at least to say something that would unspool the tension in his shoulders. "May I?" she asked, gesturing at the book. "Of course," he said, and took it down for her, hands deft and careful. She opened to a random page, and there, in faded brown ink, was a penciled line. "God made the country, and man made the town." She read it aloud, softly, and saw Anselm's lips move in silent accompaniment. For a moment, the room was a capsule, just the two of them, and the soft, resinous air. "I never met anyone else who liked Cowper," she confessed. He looked at her, a new light behind his eyes. "You are full of surprises, Elowen." She blushed, annoyed at herself. "I'm only slightly less predictable than Mrs. Cray's bread pudding." He laughed, genuinely this time, and she realized she wanted to hear that sound again. Anselm replaced the book on the shelf. "If you wish, you may take any volume you like. The house is yours now." She considered, then shook her head. "No, I like them best here, where they're properly admired. Some things ought to be left undisturbed." He nodded, but his hand lingered on the book, thumb tracing the edge as if reluctant to let it go. She studied him, struck by the change. In this room, he was not the glacial, implacable Duke of Ashwood, but simply a man who loved words and carried his own wounds like bookmarks. A clock somewhere chimed the half-hour, and the spell broke. Anselm cleared his throat, stepping back into the role of host. "Would you care to see the grounds?" he asked. "I find a walk helps digest the morning's news." She agreed, and together they left the library, the door swinging shut with a quiet, deliberate click. As they walked back through the corridors, Elowen risked a sidelong glance at her husband. His posture was subtly changed, less rigid, more open, as if the library's atmosphere lingered on his skin. She wondered what else she might discover, given time, and whether she was prepared for any of it. They stepped into the garden, the world outside even brighter than before, and for the first time since her arrival, Elowyn felt almost at home. The garden at Ashwood Lodge bore only the faintest resemblance to its city cousin. Here, order yielded grudgingly to nature. The boxwood hedges were lopsided and hungry, the kitchen beds smothered with an enthusiasm only spring can muster. Dead stalks stood in soldierly ranks between eruptions of blue speedwell and the sharp yellow of dandelion. A few resolute tulips punched up through the leaf litter, their petals improbably clean. Anselm gestured to the main path, which wound in indecisive curves between a row of espaliered pears and what must once have been an herb parterre. "The previous gardener retired at Michaelmas," he said. "I am told he left in a fit of principle, or possibly drink." Elowyn snorted. The best departures always combine the two. He cast her a sidelong look, clearly unused to such irreverence, but did not rebuke her. Instead, he pointed to a lattice overrun by the last year's vines. "That arbour was meant to support roses. Now it mostly supports the aspirations of local sparrows." She squinted up at the tangle. "They seem a determined species. Have you considered putting them to work on the thistles?" He allowed himself a small smile. "I have not, but I'll put it to the next gardener, if one can be tempted to return." They walked on, past a cluster of currant bushes bristling with tiny buds. "You know more about plants than I'd have guessed," she said. "Did they teach that at Eton, or is it the result of self-defense?" He shrugged. "The land is my responsibility. I prefer to know what's dying under my watch." The path narrowed near the back of the house, forcing them into an awkward proximity. Elowyn tucked her arms behind her, careful not to brush against his sleeve. They walked single file for a dozen paces, before the path widened again. He stopped beside a tree so gnarled it looked carved. "Medlar," he said, tapping the trunk. "My grandfather tried to graft pear onto it without success. Now it's a monument to his stubbornness." She bent for a closer look at the ground beneath the branches. Was he the one who started the orchard? Anselm nodded. "Most of these trees are his doing. There was a fashion for exotic fruits once. We have an apricot that's survived 3 decades of English weather by sheer spite." "I should like to meet it," she said. "It sounds like a kindred spirit." He led her along a gravel spur, and there, leaning at a heroic angle, stood the apricot. Its branches held the promise of blossoms, though it seemed to put more energy into leaning than flowering. Elowyn regarded it fondly. "I had an aunt like this, fiercely productive, but never in the way anyone hoped." He barked a laugh, then caught himself, a faint line of embarrassment tightening his mouth. "You remind me of her, I think." She took that as the compliment it was. The orchard sloped down toward a half-collapsed stone wall. Beyond lay the kitchen gardens proper, a patchwork of raised beds, some weeded, most not, and a few empty frames that looked as if they mourned their lost glass. "This is where I spend most mornings," Anselm said, when not engaged in the noble pursuit of paperwork. "Do you manage the accounts yourself?" she asked. He nodded. "I trust my steward, but I prefer to see the numbers with my own eyes. Ashwood's fortunes depend on the harvest." She crouched beside a bed overrun by wild chervil, picking a stem and rolling it between her fingers. "You should try rotating the crops," she said. "There's a method to it. Keeps the soil from wearing out, or so I read." Anselm cocked his head, intrigued. You have a theory on husbandry? Only the kind that grows turnips, she said. I once convinced our gardener in London to swap the peas for carrots, just to see if it improved our odds. It did. The peas were happier for the rest. He looked at her as if seeing her for the first time. I confess I did not expect a duchess to concern herself with root vegetables. She straightened, brushing dirt from her skirts. There is no point in being a duchess if one cannot subvert the expectations. His smile was more open now, genuine. You will have to teach me that trick. She shrugged, feigning nonchalance. It's mostly a matter of pretending not to care, while secretly caring more than anyone else. They strolled back toward the house, the conversation now flowing as easily as the thawed brook running along the property's edge. She learned that he hated chess, admired Byron, but only the early work, and could recite half of the Poor Law by memory. He learned that she had once read the entirety of the Fairy Queen in a single week, that she had a horror of wasps, and that her greatest vice was an affection for absurd French novels. Near the kitchen entrance, a wind gusted up, tossing a handful of petals at their feet. Elowen bent to retrieve one, and in the same moment Anselm did, their hands nearly colliding. She froze, startled by the sudden proximity, and so did he. He straightened, dusting off his palm. You're quick, he said. Old habit, she replied, her cheeks prickling. He checked his pocket watch, a gesture she recognized as both genuine and a means to recenter himself. I'm due to review the ledgers before luncheon. Would you? He hesitated, the words catching. Yes, she prompted. Would you care to see the study? I believe you might find the organization impressive. She smiled, sensing the invitation beneath the formality. I would like that, very much. He nodded, almost relieved, and together they went in through the service door, the warmth of the house closing around them. As they walked the short distance to the study, Elowen glanced at his profile and saw something new there. Not the rigid control she'd come to expect, but a glint of anticipation. She wondered if, behind the walls of account books and correspondence, there existed other things he'd be willing to share. The study door stood half open. Anselm paused, resting his hand on the knob. I must warn you, he said. The books are less romantic here. She grinned. Numbers can be romantic in their own way. He regarded her for a moment, then led her inside. The Duke's study was not, as Elowen had expected, a monument to masculine disorder. The room was perfectly square, the rug meticulously centered, the books and ledgers aligned with all the ferocity of a parade ground. A huge desk dominated the far wall, flanked by high windows that let in the cool, uncertain light of March. The air was tinged with the smell of lemon oil, new paper, and the faint, persistent undertone of cigar smoke. She circled the room, fingers trailing over the back of a worn leather armchair. The desk itself was a marvel of control. No stray blotter, no heap of letters, not even a loose pen. Instead, each item had its place. Account books in ranked columns, a crystal inkwell polished to a faultless shine, and a small, brass-cased automaton perched atop a stack of receipts. The automaton, a mechanical bird with inlaid mother-of-pearl wings, winked at her, its beak open in a silent cry. You're very quiet, said Anselm, taking his seat behind the desk. He had already shed the green morning coat, revealing a simple shirt and waistcoat that made him look younger, almost unfinished. I am deciding what kind of person keeps an automaton in his study, she replied, inspecting the device more closely. He snorted. The sort who prefers the company of machines to men, I suspect. She picked up the bird, careful not to disturb the stack beneath it. May I? He nodded, and she turned the tiny key at its base. The bird shivered to life, wings flapping in a slow clockwork rhythm. It trilled a metallic melody, oddly plaintive, before subsiding into stillness. She set it back in place, reluctant to break the spell. It's beautiful, she said, genuinely. Did you make it? It was a gift, he replied, the words clipped. From my mother, before she died. There was a pause, dense but not uncomfortable. I've never been in a room so precise, she said, shifting the topic. Is it always like this? He shrugged, clearly unsure if this was a criticism or a compliment. Order is easier than disorder, especially here. A rap at the door interrupted. Anselm frowned, then called, Enter. Mrs. Cray poked her head in. The steward says it's urgent, Your Grace. There's a matter of the gamekeeper's contract. Anselm's brow furrowed, irritation flickering across his features. I'll be just a moment, he said to Elowyn, then to the housekeeper. Tell him I'll be in the front hall in 5 minutes. He stood and smoothed his waistcoat, already halfway out the door. Elowyn waited until his footsteps faded before drifting toward the desk. Her intentions were ambiguous, even to herself. She simply wanted to understand what made a man like Anselm Montgomery tick, whether the legend matched the life. She circled the desk, peering at the neat rows of numbers, the ledgers stacked by decade. A letter lay half-concealed beneath the pile, the edge just visible near the automaton's clawed feet. She hesitated, then gently eased it out. The paper was cream, heavier than the rest, and the handwriting, a crisp, slanted copperplate, immediately caught her attention. It was addressed not to Anselm, but to his father, and the date on the top was nearly 2 decades old. She scanned the first lines, breath held. Your Grace, I beg you again to consider the consequences should the matter become public. The evidence is in my hands, and while I remain loyal to your house, I cannot promise others will do the same. Below this, a single line in a different hand. For God's sake, settle it. A dot. Elowyn's mouth went dry. She replaced the letter exactly as she found it, hands trembling only slightly. She stepped back, smoothing her skirt, and tried to make sense of the implications. Blackmail? A buried scandal? She remembered, then, the faintly desperate edge to Lady Arabella's voice in town, the family's almost obsessive fixation on reputation. The magnitude of the secret was clear. What it was, precisely, was less so. Anselm's footsteps sounded in the hall. She glided to the window, feigning interest in the view. He entered, lips set in a thin line. Apologies. The staff seem to believe that every inconvenience will end in disaster. She turned, and for the first time saw something brittle in the way he composed himself. Shoulders pulled tight. The lines at his mouth deeper than she'd noticed before. It must be tiring, she said, having to rescue everyone all the time. He stared at her, surprised. What makes you think I rescue anyone? She shrugged, letting the silence hang a moment. You're very good at acting as if nothing ever touches you. But I've never met anyone who manages that unless they're constantly at war with the world. He sat, heavily. You are very direct, Lady Elowyn. I find it saves time, she said. Yours, mostly. He almost smiled. You are not at all what I expected. She took a seat opposite, feeling the warmth of the desk lamp on her hands. Nor are you, she said. but perhaps that's not a bad thing. They sat for a time, neither speaking. The mechanical bird stared at them, mute judge of all that passed between. At length, Anselm cleared his throat. "Do you like puzzles?" he asked, gesturing at the automaton. She tilted her head, feigning skepticism. What sort of puzzle? He reached for the bird, pressing a small lever hidden beneath the left wing. The automaton's base popped open, revealing a compartment lined in blue velvet. Inside was a tiny silver key and a slip of paper. She took the paper, reading aloud. "Not every cage is visible." She looked up, puzzled. Anselm's smile was small, but real. "My mother enjoyed irony?" Elowyn replaced the paper, thoughtful. "Did she enjoy being a duchess?" He considered. "I'm not sure. She enjoyed the idea of order, of putting the universe to rights." "Did you love her?" Elowyn asked. He blinked, caught off guard by the bluntness. "Yes," he said, voice unsteady. "I did." She nodded, accepting this. "Then you are luckier than most." The air in the room was changed now, the tension replaced by something like respect. He offered her the silver key. "For you, if you ever wish to wind the bird." She accepted, palm cradling the delicate metal. "Thank you," she said. "I will try not to lose it." As they left the study together, Elowyn felt the pulse of adrenaline in her veins, the thrill of power in knowing something she was not meant to know. Dinner that evening was a more elaborate affair. The dining room's candlelight softened the edges of the porcelain and cast gold over the silver. Anselm sat at the head, Elowyn at his right, the formality of the arrangement oddly comforting. The meal began with soup, leek and potato, simple but expertly done. Elowyn spooned it carefully, the heat doing little to calm her nerves. Across the table, Anselm looked more at ease than she'd seen him all day. Conversation, for a while, stayed in safe waters. The weather, the upcoming planting, the relative merits of Devon lamb versus Northumberland mutton. Mrs. Cray, overseeing the meal, floated in and out, attentive but invisible. It was not until the fish course that Elowyn decided to test her leverage. "Have you always been so disciplined, Your Grace?" she asked, her tone light. He dabbed his mouth, considering. "In my experience, discipline is the only defense against disaster. Ashwood has survived because someone always keeps their head." She smiled. "Some might call it dull, but I suppose it is better than the alternative. My uncle once lost our entire Christmas to a single poor wager. Cards, if I recall." Anselm stiffened. "Gambling is a weakness I have never indulged." "Never?" she pressed, eyes bright. He set his fork down. "Not even at school. I preferred to keep my coin and my secrets." Their eyes met across the table, and in that instant, she saw the flicker of alarm, the calculation behind his measured expression. She smiled, gentle as a cat. "You surprise me, Your Grace. Most men find it difficult to resist a little risk, now and then." He held her gaze, the blue of his eyes hardening. "I am not most men." She sipped her wine, allowing the silence to settle. "I suppose that's true." For the rest of the meal, the conversation meandered, but the earlier comfort was gone, replaced by a current of mutual awareness that neither could pretend to ignore. When the final course was cleared, Anselm stood, bowing slightly. "If you will excuse me, I have correspondence to finish." She inclined her head, matching his formality. "Of course." He paused at the door, glancing back. Thank you for your company, Elowen. She let her smile bloom, sweet and opaque. It was a pleasure, Your Grace. He left, and she sat alone in the gold-lit silence, savouring her victory, small and sharp. She glanced down at the tiny silver key, hidden now in her fist. Not every cage is visible, she thought, and wondered who, precisely, was the keeper and who the bird. Chapter 7. It was said that the best-lit ballrooms of London could shame the noon sun, but even in the thick of March, Montgomery House had outdone itself. From the street, the golden wash of candlelight spilled through every pane, rendering the old stone facade almost feverish. Within, the main hall glittered like the inside of a jewellery case, all cut crystal and polished marble, and the hundredfold refraction of glass in every direction. Lady Elowen Montgomery, née Harrington, stood in the entry antechamber and attempted to steady her breathing. At her side, the Duke exuded an icy calm. His uniform, if it could be called that, was tailored to the limits of military restraint, dark blue trimmed in a sober silver. The only concession to extravagance was the family signet, rendered in jet and onyx, at his throat. He looked, she thought, as if he had been built for this place. His presence seemed to flatten the uncertainties of the world into a solvable equation. But for Elowen, the world was anything but flat. It swooped, it blazed, it pressed in on every side. Beyond the double doors lay the city's most elite congregation, the Whistledown set, arrayed in all their predatory finery. She had been braced for a trial, but as the orchestra struck up the first bars of a quadrille, she realized she had underestimated the spectacle of it. The hum of conversation was already ascending, punctuated by the delicate clash of glassware and the sharp, bright notes of laughter that did not belong to her. The butler swung the doors open at precisely the appointed time, and their names were announced in the old, booming fashion. His Grace, the Duke of Ashwood, and Her Grace the Duchess. A pause, barely perceptible, just long enough to remind every eardrum in range of its novelty. Of Ashwood. All eyes turned, as if on a single stem. Anselm's hand, resting on her forearm, was steady as ever. She was acutely aware of the contrast. Her own pulse raced, fingers damp beneath the pressure of silk gloves, the whole of her body trembling with a chemical clarity she hadn't felt since childhood illnesses. But she managed, somehow, to place one foot before the other and to keep her smile. Modest, remote, and above all else, not trembling, on her lips. The crowd parted for them, not so much in welcome as in collective fascination. Whispers chased their progress across the marble, a burble of commentary that tickled the edge of hearing. So young. Did you see the lace? He hasn't brought her out in public before now. Rumour says she has no dowry at all, only a library of unreadable verse. But look at the embroidery, so provincial. And the hair, my God, I would not have believed it. It was the hair, of course, that set her apart. No amount of pomatum or pins could completely subdue the auburn, and it caught the light in a way that was almost flagrant. Her gown, chosen after an hour of debate and a half-dozen failed experiments, was emerald shot with a darker, more serious green, cut to suggest, but not reveal. Its lines were simple, the bodice demure. But the embroidery, hand-worked narcissus and bluebells, proclaimed an origin somewhere north of Covent Garden. No one could mistake it for Paris. They made their way to the foot of the staircase, where a coterie of matriarchs lay in wait like sharks in a reef. Lady Pembroke led the charge. Her feathers trembled with suppressed excitement, and her bosom swelled like a declaration of war. "My dear Duchess," she trilled, advancing with both hands extended, bracelets jangling. How elegant you look. Positively radiant despite the exigencies of the season. I cannot recall when last the ton was so utterly enchanted by a debut. Thank you, Lady Pembroke, Elowen replied, the etiquette flowing from her tongue like an old nursery rhyme. Your own ensemble is exquisite. I envy the colour, if not the architecture. The laughter was genuine, or at least well faked, and Lady Pembroke squeezed her fingers with alarming strength. You are clever, too. Oh, she is clever, isn't she, Lady Sutherland? The Countess of Sutherland stepped forward, her gown a confection of pearl and mauve, her smile shaped by years of careful indifference. Indeed, the talk of London, and such a whirlwind courtship. We were all positively agog to see how you would comport yourself. Elowen dipped her chin, letting the moment lengthen just enough to suggest deliberation. I find the company most instructive. There is so much to be learned in a single evening. Quite, murmured the Countess, and in that one syllable conveyed a dissertation's worth of scepticism. The circle tightened, a new wave of matrons joining the fray. Elowen saw at once that this was not merely conversation. It was the old dance, the siege and defence of social status. The compliments were arrows wrapped in velvet, everyone carrying a payload of expectation. Your accent is so refreshing, cooed one lady, whose name escaped Elowen, but whose teeth gleamed like a threat. One does grow weary of the same old drawl. So rare to see natural charm prevail over, another began, but caught herself, over more conventional attributes. I hope you will permit me to call upon you. We must gather all the newlyweds for tea. It is almost a tradition. Elowen parried each with a smile, feeling the blood rise in her cheeks. She remembered, then, the trick her father had taught her. Count the seconds of silence after every volley, and if you reach 3 before anyone speaks, the last remark has drawn blood. She was counting now, and the tally was alarming. Her hands would not stop shaking. She kept them locked at her waist, crushing the little silver reticule until she feared she would leave imprints on the mesh. She tried to steady herself with a breath, but the air was thick with perfume, civet and amber, rose and something spiced, and the heat of so many bodies pressed together left her dizzy. The orchestra played on, undisturbed. The dance floor was a shimmer of jewels and white gloves, every movement choreographed to suggest effortlessness, but there was nothing effortless in this room. Each pairing, each step, was a calculation, and each glance a reckoning. "Do you dance, Lady Ashwood?" asked one of the younger set, her smile sugar-sweet and lethal. "I do," Elowen replied. "When the music recommends itself." "Oh, but this orchestra is the finest in London," the girl shot back, lips pursed. "His Grace never settles for anything less." A second ripple of laughter, this one sharper. Elowen sensed the trap, but stepped into it anyway. Even the best musicians require an appreciative audience. Perhaps tonight they will find one. The girl's eyes narrowed, but she held her tongue. At her side, Anselm remained unmoved. He accepted greetings and bows with the minimum necessary effort, responding to every overture with a neutral, almost judicial courtesy. He was no shield for her, but neither did he leave her to the wolves. His presence alone dissuaded the worst of the predators, and the others seemed content to circle, hoping she might bleed of her own accord. And then, midway through the evening, it happened. The moment she had both feared and expected, though never dared script in such vicious detail. The Countess of Stanhope, a legend even among legends, her fortunes and malice equally bottomless, approached. She wore imperial violet and a choker of jet, her hair a coiffed citadel. She paused not 2 paces from Elowen and surveyed her with a gaze that could have filed diamonds. "So," the Countess intoned, "this is the new Duchess. I confess I have never seen such a rapid transition. One hopes the arrangement will prove durable, for all our sakes." The silence that followed was so total it seemed to vibrate. Elowen saw Lady Pembroke's eyes widen, and Lady Sutherland's fan drooped a full inch. Even the orchestra, by some shared instinct, softened to a whisper. Elowen drew herself up, fingers biting into the silk at her sides. She heard the blood in her ears, the raw animal panic of humiliation. But she would not, could not, let it be seen. She opened her mouth, searching for a reply. But before she could speak, the Countess executed the coup de grâce. With a turn as elegant as it was merciless, she pivoted on her heel, presented Elowen with the flawless architecture of her back, and bowed to Lady Arabella Montgomery, who stood not 3 paces away. It was the most deliberate snub Elowen had ever witnessed. The air left her lungs in a rush. She saw, without meaning to, the faces of a dozen onlookers, some shocked, some hungry for the next turn, most simply pleased to have been present at the kill. Her cheeks flamed. The Countess glided on, her work complete, and the crowd reabsorbed her, leaving Elowen to stand, blinking, in the centre of a vacuum. The conversation resumed at once, but it flowed around her now, a river parting for a stone. Anselm leaned in, his voice low. "You need not remain," he said, almost kindly, "if you wish to retire." "No," she said, the word sharper than she intended. She could not, would not, retreat. She summoned every bit of poise she had ever pretended to possess and forced her chin up. "I believe I should like a glass of punch." His lips twitched, but he did not contradict her. She made her way to the refreshment table, the journey long and fraught. Each step was a dare. She poured herself a glass, aware that her hand trembled so violently the liquid nearly slopped over the rim. She steadied it against her chest, willing the shaking to subside. "Lady Ashwood," a voice said behind her. Lady Arabella, eyes full of a private, predatory amusement. "How radiant you look this evening. I dare say you have made quite the impression." "Only with the right people, I hope," Elowen replied, the words brittle as sugar glass. Arabella's smile broadened. "You will find that the right people are often the wrong ones in this house. But you handle yourself admirably. I look forward to watching you conquer London." Elowen had no answer to that. She drank the punch in one swallow, barely tasting it. The rest of the evening passed in a blur. She danced with Lord Pembroke, who was gracious but distant, and with the son of a northern baronet who barely hid his curiosity about her provincial upbringing. She endured a dozen more veiled barbs, some sly, some overt, and by the end of the 3rd set, she could hardly remember which foot to put forward. But she survived. She did not cry, not even when the heat and the humiliation threatened to spill over. She smiled, she nodded, she made the correct faces at the correct times. When at last the carriages were called and the ballroom emptied, Elowen slipped into the cold, blessed darkness outside. She stood beneath the portico, gulping the night air, the taste of candle wax and censure still sharp on her tongue. She waited, letting her pulse slow before following the footman to the carriage. Only as she settled into the seat, the door closing with a soft click, did she permit herself to loosen her grip on the reticule, to flex her aching fingers, and to press the trembling flesh of her palm to her eyes. In the darkness, there was no one to see her. But she knew, with a certainty as bitter as salt, that the world would remember everything. The night, which had seemed interminable, was in truth little more than halfway gone. The ballroom still throbbed with music and the friction of too many egos, but Lady Elowyn Montgomery had no further part to play there. She escaped by increments, first to the periphery, then to the passage behind the main hall, and finally to the shadowed vestibule that overlooked the east terrace. It was a peculiar space, seldom used, hemmed in by Corinthian columns and hung with velvet drapes that never quite shook the dust of past seasons. It was neither a proper corridor nor a proper room, just an architectural afterthought, dark and cool and ignored by all but the most determined tryst-seekers. Elowyn found it almost soothing in its neglect. She pressed herself against the chill of the stone. One gloved hand clutched to her throat as if to staunch an invisible wound. Her cheeks burned. Her chest rose and fell in fits. The air tasted faintly of mildew and the ghost of tobacco smoke, a reprieve from the saccharine violence of the ballroom. She could hear, distantly, the reedy strains of the orchestra and the flutter of fans. But here, in this pocket of cold, she was briefly, beautifully alone. It could not last. Nothing in her life ever did. She heard the footsteps before she saw him, brisk, measured, unswerving. Anselm stepped into the archway, his face a study in shadow and restraint. For a moment, he simply looked at her, his expression unreadable. Elowyn. The name was a statement, not a summons. She did not answer, afraid her voice would betray her. He moved closer, the precision of his stride at odds with the raggedness she felt inside. You left too soon? They will talk. They always talk, she managed, hating the tremor in her voice. He studied her, and she wondered if he saw the hot, humiliating tracks of her tears. He didn't comment on them. Instead, he said, "You held your ground." "It didn't matter," she said, pressing her head back against the marble, feeling the ache in her scalp. "They were ready. Nothing I could have done, nothing, would have changed their opinion." His silence was a comfort. For once she was grateful for the absence of platitude. "They're vultures," he said quietly. "They pick at the first trace of blood. If it hadn't been you, it would have been the next new wife, or the next unfashionable guest. You were simply the most interesting thing in the room." She laughed, though it hurt. "How lucky for me." He took another step, and now he was so close that she could see the fine lines at the corners of his eyes, the way the candlelight from the hall cast crescents under his cheekbones. "You are not to blame for the countess's cruelty," he said. Elowyn let the words settle, their sincerity unexpected. She unclenched her fist and let her hand drop to her side. "I wish I were stronger," she said. "I wish I could behave as if it were nothing. But it isn't. It's everything. Every time I enter a room, I hear the laughter before it begins." He reached for her hand, his movements gentle, careful. Their fingers twined, his grip warm and steady. "You endured more tonight than most of them could in a year." She swallowed, hard. "But it wasn't enough. I embarrassed you, "Stop," he said, and she did. She couldn't have spoken over the force of his gaze if she tried. "You did not embarrass me. You did not embarrass yourself. You were brave, even when you should not have had to be." His thumb moved, slow and deliberate, across the back of her hand. She found herself trembling again, but for a different reason. "It's not only tonight," she admitted. "I don't belong here. I never will. They all know it, and they'll never forget the way I blushed, or the way my voice shook, or the way I had to run from the room like a child. He shook his head. They will forget. Their memory is a sieve. They only remember what is reinforced by repetition. Survive the next few weeks, and there will be a new scandal, a new target. You have my word. She looked at him, searching for mockery, but found only the blunt, practical kindness of a man who understood the economy of pain. I don't want to be a liability, she said softly. Not for you. You are not, he said. And if anyone suggests otherwise, they will answer to me. There was a silence then, thick but not unpleasant. She became aware of the heat radiating from his palm, the steadiness of his breathing, the closeness of his body. She was not accustomed to being comforted, least of all by him. Anselm leaned forward, enough that their foreheads nearly touched, the bridge of his nose a hair's breadth from hers. He smelled of pepper and old books and the faintest edge of brandy. I hate these gatherings, he confessed, voice barely above a whisper. I hate the way every conversation is a test. I hate the way no one speaks plainly. I hate that I have to be part of it, when all I want is to be left in peace. She smiled, just a little. You sound like a hermit, or a revolutionary. Maybe both, he said, and for the first time she saw the curve of a smile on his lips, brief but entirely genuine. They stood like that for a long moment, suspended in the hush of the empty corridor. Elowen felt the worst of her panic drain away, replaced by a slow-burning gratitude. She wondered what anyone would say if they saw them now, if the gossips knew that the Duke of Ashwood was more human than any of them suspected. "Will you come back with me?" he asked, voice almost gentle. She hesitated, then nodded. Yes. He squeezed her hand once, a tacit pledge, and together they straightened their spines and stepped from the shadows. The corridor felt different now, less like a trap and more like a threshold. As they returned to the main hall, the music swelled, and the crowd turned as one to watch their approach. This time, Elowen met the scrutiny with level eyes and an unbroken step, Anselm's hand steady at her elbow. The whispers resumed, but she no longer heard them as knives. They were only the static of an old machine, grinding away at itself, soon to move on to the next victim. As they passed through the arch and onto the ballroom floor, Elowen felt the last of her humiliation recede. She was not invulnerable, never would be, but she was something else. She was, despite every intention and accident, the Duchess of Ashwood, and the world would simply have to adjust. Beside her, the Duke glanced down, the ghost of a smile still playing at the edge of his mouth. For the first time, she thought she might be able to do this, not perfectly, not without error, but on her own terms. She stood a little taller, and in that moment, she was more herself than she had ever been. The morning after the Montgomery ball arrived with indecent clarity. Sunlight angled through the east windows of Ashwood Lodge's breakfast room, transfiguring the thin spring mist into bands of gold. Elowen found herself already awake, pacing the length of the faded Aubusson carpet, her hands still restless from the night before. If she closed her eyes, she could almost imagine that the events of the ball, the scrutiny, the snub, the corridor encounter, were symptoms of a fever dream. But when she touched her cheek, the memory of humiliation was still there, hot as a brand. She refused to let it show, even to herself. Instead, she arranged her hair, donned a day dress in the least conspicuous shade she owned, and prepared to meet the world. The table had been set in the blue parlour, a room her mother-in-law had once claimed was fit for a czarina if czarinas kept rabbits. With a modest array of breakfast things, coffee, toast, boiled eggs, and a pyramid of oranges in a glass bowl. On the mantel, a cut glass vase overflowed with forced hyacinths, their scent so strong it hovered on the edge of headache. Elowen sat, hands folded, and tried to breathe in only as much as would not suffocate her. Mrs. Cray appeared, unobtrusive as always, and presented a silver salver stacked with cards. "The morning's post, Your Grace." Elowen took the stack, noting the unfamiliar title, and examined it with a critical eye. There, embossed in scarlet and gold, were the calling cards of nearly every important house in Devon, and several from further afield. At the top was a thick, creamy envelope edged in blue, the crest unmistakable, the Pembrokes. Inside, an invitation, doubly underlined in a spidery hand, for dinner the following week, in the company of selected friends, to welcome the new Duchess and re-establish acquaintance. The next was a missive from the Sutherlands, styled more as a note than a summons. "Lady Elowen," it read, "we look forward to renewing an old tradition. Friday tea, accompanied by a walk through the rose gardens, if weather permits." It was signed by both the Earl and Countess, a rarity, and the postscript, in the Countess's own hand, expressed admiration for your composure amid so formidable a gathering. At the bottom of the pile, thin, nearly colourless, with an acid bite to the ink, was a card from the Countess of Stanhope. Elowen turned it over, expecting little. Instead, she found a line in the tightest script. "Your resilience was noted." The word "noted" was underlined, and beneath, an address for the Stanhope townhouse, along with the hours she was to be received. It was, Elowen thought, as close to a truce as one could expect from a predator. She was still turning the card between her fingers when Anselm entered. He was less formal this morning, his hair still damp from a hasty wash, the cut of his clothes softer than usual. He poured himself a cup of coffee and sat at the opposite end of the table, as if to observe her from a safe distance. "Any casualties among the invitations?" he asked, voice dry. She slid the Pembroke envelope across to him. They wasted no time. He read it, then smiled, an almost imperceptible lift of the lips. "Lady Pembroke is nothing if not strategic. You will find her useful." "And the Sutherlands?" He took the card, scanned it. "They hold sway over half the county. If you wish to cement your standing, cultivate them. The Earl is a bore, but the Countess is sharper than she lets on." Elowen jotted notes in a little leather-bound planner, a gift from Mrs. Featherstone. She made columns: household, inclination, risk. "Will they come?" she asked. "Or is this a formality?" He considered, then nodded. "They will come. They have no choice now. Stanhope's move last night set the stage. She only snubs those she respects." "Or fears," Elowen finished, and was rewarded with another glint of amusement from her husband. She regarded the Stanhope card, then set it down, careful not to crumple the edge. "Why would she bother inviting me at all, after that performance?" He shrugged. "Because it is the next move. She signalled your place. Now she tests your ability to hold it. If you decline, you are finished. If you accept—" "I enter the lion's den willingly," Elowen said, and this time she did not flinch at the prospect. He watched her, eyes narrowed. "You do not have to play by their rules." She closed the planner with a snap. "I don't know any other rules." "You are learning quickly," he said, and though he spoke as if observing weather, she felt the compliment settle somewhere deeper. She poured herself more coffee, hand steady at last. "What else should I know?" He leaned back, the early sunlight catching the sharp planes of his face. Pembroke and Sutherland are allies. If you win one, you have both. But tread lightly. Pembroke despises pretense, while Sutherland is all artifice. They will both expect you to stumble. I won't give them the satisfaction. A moment of silence, then. Stanhope will never be your friend. But if she is your enemy, she will not rest until you are ruined. She admires only resilience. Elowyn looked at the stack of cards, at the neat columns in her planner. And what do you admire? He met her gaze, unexpectedly candid. The same. She felt herself flush, but did not look away. I'm not certain I can survive a season of this. I am, he replied, and for the first time there was an edge of warmth in his tone. Mrs. Cray entered again, this time with a tray of fresh scones and a dish of honey. Elowyn took one, broke it in half, and spread the honey with the back of her spoon. She watched the slow drip, thought of the way every word and gesture at last night's ball had been calculated to ensnare or expose. She would not let it happen again. Will you attend the Pembrokes with me? She asked, unsure if that was the protocol. Of course, he said, as if surprised she'd had to ask. You are never expected to go alone, unless you wish to. She shook her head. I'd rather have you at my side, even if it means enduring another of Lady Pembroke's after-dinner debates. He smiled, more openly this time. I believe we are well matched, Lady Elowyn. The words hung between them, brighter than the sunlight. She found she rather liked the sound of it. They finished their breakfast in companionable silence, Elowyn occasionally scribbling in her planner, Anselm reading over the edge of the newspaper, their knees occasionally bumping beneath the table. When the clock chimed the hour, he stood and offered her his arm. She took it, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Together, they stepped out into the new day, the cards and the memory of the ballroom left behind, at least for now. And though she knew there would be fresh battles, new humiliations, and endless games ahead, Elowyn felt, for the first time, a sharp and eager pleasure in the fight. She was the Duchess of Ashwood, after all, and she was ready. Chapter 8. The library at Ashwood House was rarely silent after sunset. Its high, coffered ceiling amplified the hush of turning pages and the faintly competitive tick of the long case clock. Lady Elowyn entered, slippered and silent, pausing just inside the threshold, as if to take the measure of the night's audience. She was dressed for comfort rather than conquest. A dressing gown of deep violet, a shawl the colour of fresh snow, her hair in a twist that had by now lost all discipline. Her eyes took a moment to adjust to the warmth. Every sconce lit, the chandelier's beeswax candles melting honey down their sides. And, at the far side of the room, Anselm seated at his desk, as immobile as a chess king left standing at the end of a losing game. He did not look up at once, but Elowyn saw his hand hover over the ledger, as if a new variable had entered the equation. She made no effort at stealth, crossing to the shelves with the insouciant tread of a woman who knew herself both outnumbered and unafraid. The scent in the room was one of aged leather, warmed by the fire and underscored by the faint citrus of lemon oil. She let her fingertips drift over the spines, some brittle, some so supple they seemed to breathe under her hand. If you are looking for diversion, Anselm said, voice pitched not to startle, the second shelf has a rather infamous French translation, hidden behind Blackstone's commentaries. Elowyn turned, surprised. Is it quite as wicked as advertised? He regarded her with a faint, appraising lift of the brow. More tedious, in my experience. The French have an infinite capacity for outrage, but a finite one for narrative structure. She smiled, letting the conversation thread out. I prefer my scandals brief, then, like a good epigram, or a duel. He closed the ledger with a precise motion, blotting the ink before setting the pen aside. If you are in need of an adversary, Lady Elowyn, you have only to ask. She allowed herself a short laugh and continued her survey, extracting a volume at random, a blue-bound folio, its edges gold-tipped and only slightly foxed. If you had not already made a project of me, Your Grace, I might believe that. She returned the book and slid another from the shelf, weighing its heft before speaking again. What is it you read tonight? Crops and Cattle, or the latest account of my mortification in the London sheets? His mouth twitched. Both, as it happens, though only one can be remedied by a second planting. She slid the blue folio back into its slot and approached, her attention fixed not on him, but on the papers arrayed before him like fallen leaves. Will the Ashwood tenants survive the spring? Better than most, he replied. There is rot in one of the cider orchards, but the new rootstock is promising. The men grumble, as they always do, but the rents are holding. I cannot complain. She reached his side, not quite standing over him, but with a presence that filled the space between lamp and desk. And what of the other matter? He gathered the ledgers into a single stack, squared them, and set them aside. It is what it is. I cannot invent a past for you that will suit them, nor one for myself. She folded her arms, fingers tucking into the crook of each elbow. Is it really so dire? To be known for a lack of shame? He met her gaze now, blue eyes catching the candlelight like a pair of polished stones. It is not shame I fear, he said, but weakness. The air in the library thickened. The only sounds were the settling of coals and the nervous tick of the clock. Elowyn broke the tension by perching herself on the edge of a low table just beyond his reach. I was told, once, that marriages among our class are merely arrangements, contracts. I confess I had not expected the terms to be so. She searched for the word, found it specific. Would you prefer ambiguity? He asked, tone unreadable. She considered. No, but I might wish for civility, at least when the hour grows late and the house is cold. He leaned back, folding his hands before him. You have never lacked for civility, Lady Elowyn. Only for patience. Patience is wasted on the immovable, she said. He tipped his head, as if conceding the point. And yet, you are here. She looked at him, really looked, as she had done the day of their signing. You fascinate me, she said. I should hate you for it, but I do not. He said nothing, but his eyes did not leave her. After a silence that felt like a game of chicken, she stood and crossed to the fire. The blue folio was still in her hand. She opened it and riffled the pages, reading nothing. The invitations have begun, she said at last. Lady Pembroke wishes to see us at dinner. The Sutherlands have offered tea. And the Stanhopes. She smiled. They wish to make a public display of my humiliation, no doubt. He watched her, silent. She set the book aside and turned, arms crossed. I have never understood the appeal of being seen, when all they do is look for cracks. Then you misunderstand your role, he said, rising with the movement of a man trained to command from behind the barricade. You are not meant to be seen. You are meant to be envied. Elowyn's laughter was sharp. That is a comfort. He regarded her for a moment. then crossed to the sideboard and poured himself a finger of brandy. "You may, if you wish, refuse the invitations. I will not force you." She shook her head. "I will not be cowed. But I see no reason to make it easy for them." He sipped the brandy, the glass catching the firelight. "What do you propose?" "Unpredictability," she said, the word crisp. "If they expect a retiring wife, I shall be a lion. If they expect auteur, I shall be witless. I refuse to be a specimen in their cabinet." He studied her, then set the glass aside. "You have thought this through." "I have nothing but time," she replied. He paced to the window, hands behind his back. "This is your home now, Eloin. Do as you wish." She tilted her chin, voice low. "Is it truly so simple? I find it hard to believe you do anything without a plan." He did not answer, but the line of his shoulders stiffened. She crossed to him, close enough that their reflections mingled in the leaded glass. "I think," she said, "that you are afraid of being disappointed. By me or by yourself? Perhaps by both." He flinched, just perceptibly. "You are very perceptive, Lady Eloin." "I am," she said, "and I am also tired of being handled." She reached for the folio again, opened it at random, and read aloud. "The world is a comedy to those that think, a tragedy to those that feel." He finished the line, voice softer than she had heard it yet. "I choose to think." She closed the book and set it reverently on the sill. "And I," she replied, "choose to feel." There is no harm in difference, so long as we remember which is which. He looked at her then, really looked, the cold blue of his gaze no longer a shield, but a window. They stood like that for a time, the library shrinking to the confines of candlelight and silent challenge. At last, he turned away, the moment shattering like a spun sugar ornament. "We should rest," he said, voice flat. "Tomorrow will be long." She watched him go, her pulse a drumbeat in the hollow of her throat. As the library door closed, Eloin slid the folio into her hands and pressed her nose to the vellum. The scent was old ink and dust and something unnameable, a sweetness that lingered long after the page was turned. If this was to be her cage, she would make of it an aviary. She did not sleep well. Her dreams were of labyrinths and clocks, of corridors lined with faces that all wore the same thin smile. When she woke, the window was pale with dawn, and the library felt impossibly far away. She dressed quickly, refusing the assistance of the housemaid, and descended to breakfast with the air of someone expecting a verdict. He was already there, reading the Post. He looked up as she entered, but did not rise. She took her seat, poured her coffee, and waited. After a minute, he set aside the paper and spoke. "Will you attend the Pembrokes with me tonight?" "I will," she said. "They are not our friends," he said. "You will be tested." She lifted her chin. "I would expect nothing less." He watched her, eyes narrowed. "You do not need to prove yourself, Eloin." Her lips curled. "That is the first lie you have told me." He exhaled, a long, slow breath. "Perhaps." She buttered her toast with unnecessary care. "Perhaps you will let me manage myself, Your Grace?" He did not smile, but there was a new respect in his voice. "Perhaps I will." They ate in silence, but the air between them was changed, charged, not with hostility, but with the possibility of something neither yet understood. She wondered if all marriages were like this, two creatures circling, each searching for the seam in the other's armour. After breakfast, she watched from the window as he mounted his horse and rode out across the pasture, the wind catching his coat, turning him into a blue shadow against the new grass. She traced his progress with her finger, then let her hand drop, the glass cool beneath her palm. There was a world outside this house, and inside it too, if she cared to claim it. She intended to do just that. The day of the Pembroke dinner arrived in the manner of all significant occasions, with a sequence of inconveniences unremarkable until amassed. The weather oscillated between wind and drizzle, complicating travel. The cook developed a crisis of confidence and under-seasoned the soup. One of the horses lost a shoe. Elowen met each disruption with a shrug or a brisk command. But by the time she was called to the front hall, she was acutely aware of her own nerves. She found Anselm in the vestibule, deep in conversation with the steward over some minor household drama. He dismissed the man with a clipped, "See to it," then turned to her, eyes sweeping from the hem of her new gown to the stubborn set of her jaw. "You're early," he said, not quite a compliment. She smoothed a non-existent wrinkle from her skirt. "I dislike being rushed." "Shall we?" he asked, offering his arm. She accepted, ignoring the prickle of awareness that ran up her sleeve where their fabric met. The carriage ride was brief, but the silence inside it was cavernous. Elowen stared out the window, tracking the rain as it stippled the glass. Beside her, Anselm reviewed a sheaf of correspondence, the rustle of paper as regular as a heartbeat. As they turned up the Pembroke Drive, he folded the letters and said, "You know what to expect." "Yes," she replied, "but I refuse to enjoy it." He did not smile. They entered the house to a riot of scent, clove and tallow and a surfeit of hothouse lilies, layered over the shrill of conversation from the drawing-room. Lady Pembroke, resplendent in a peacock blue silk, swooped to receive them. "Duke, Duchess, how splendid you look. Positively radiant." The compliment was delivered with such force it bordered on aggression. "Everyone is simply dying to speak with you, Lady Elowen. Come, come." Elowen was drawn into the current of the evening. Conversation eddied around her, quick and bright as the gaslight overhead. She endured the usual probes, her opinions of London, her impressions of Devon, the precise shade of her hair, with a politeness that left no purchase for gossip. The Pembroke son, a well-groomed cipher, escorted her to dinner. Anselm took his seat at the head, unassailable. The meal was a study in performance. Elowen spoke with grace, listened with care, and matched each subtle insult with an even subtler riposte. She could feel Anselm's gaze on her at intervals, the flicker of his attention as persistent as a tick in the clock. It was during the game course, as she complimented the cook on the richness of the sauce, that Lady Sutherland turned the conversation toward the subject of marriage. "My dear," said the Countess, fingers light on the stem of her glass, "I understand you are quite the independent spirit. How does the Duke manage you? Or does he simply let you run wild?" The table laughed, too hard. Elowen smiled, resting her fork with deliberate precision. "We have an understanding. I am to behave as I like, provided I don't embarrass him more than once per fortnight." General laughter, but Anselm's hand tightened on his glass. "And does the arrangement suit?" asked the Countess, voice syrupy. Elowen met the older woman's eyes. "It suits me, but I cannot answer for the Duke." The question volleyed to Anselm, who, after a heartbeat's pause, replied, "I find that efficiency recommends itself in all things, including matrimony." The guests tittered, but a chill passed under the words. The remainder of the dinner passed without incident, but by the time dessert arrived, the air between Elowen and Anselm was strung taut. As the ladies retired to the parlour, Lady Pembroke detained her with a beringed hand on her wrist. "My dear, I do hope you are not finding Devon too dull. You must come for tea, just us ladies. There are 1,000 things I wish to ask, out of earshot of the men." She squeezed Elowen's hand, leaving the distinct impression of claws beneath the velvet. "I would like that," Elowen said, truthfully. When they returned to Ashwood, the house was dark and quiet, the lamps extinguished, the staff invisible. They entered the library by mutual, unspoken agreement. The fire had burned to embers, casting the room in a light that was more shadow than glow. Anselm crossed to the drinks cabinet, poured himself a brandy, and did not offer her one. Elowen moved to the window, watching the sky. For a long time, neither spoke. At last, she said, "You disapprove?" He set the glass down with care. "Of what?" She turned. "Of me, or perhaps just of my performance this evening." He regarded her, posture rigid. "You did as you said you would. You made an impression." She stepped closer, voice taut. "You didn't expect me to succeed." He took a long breath, the line of his jaw hard in the half-light. "I didn't expect you to care." She laughed, sharp and low. "Why shouldn't I care? It's my life, too." He looked at her, something dark flickering in his eyes. "You don't make it easy." She closed the distance between them, her chin lifted. "Would you prefer easy?" He didn't answer. She searched his face, then said, "I didn't realize I needed your permission to speak with other gentlemen at dinner parties." He straightened, every muscle in his body wound tight. "You misunderstand the nature of our arrangement," he said, voice low and level. She did not flinch. "Then explain it." He crossed to her in 2 strides, the air between them electric. "You are my wife. That means something." "To you, perhaps," she said. "But to me, it means I am your property, a trophy to be paraded, displayed, and then put away." He gripped the back of the nearest chair, knuckles white. "You think I want a trophy? I have had enough of trophies." She stepped closer still, so close she could see the faint pulse at his temple. "Then what do you want?" The question hung, the silence roaring. In the corridor beyond, footsteps passed, the hush of servants preparing for night. Neither moved. Neither spoke. At last, he said, voice so quiet she had to strain to hear, "I want peace, and I thought you might want it too." She met his eyes, unblinking. "I want a life." He released the chair and turned away, hands at his sides. "You could have it if you wanted," he said. She said nothing. He poured another brandy, but did not drink it. "If you wish to see the Pembrokes, or the Sutherlands, or anyone else, you will do so," he said, back still turned. "But do not mistake me for a fool." She crossed her arms, mirroring him in posture if not intent. "And what if I do?" He looked over his shoulder, eyes narrowed to blue slits. "Then I will not be responsible for what follows." She smiled, though her throat was tight. Threats are the last resort of men who cannot persuade. He turned fully, and in 3 steps was standing before her, close enough that she could see the stubble along his jaw, the unevenness of his breath. "I do not threaten," he said, voice raw. "I promise." Their standoff was interrupted only by the distant clang of the clock, marking the half-hour. Elowen drew herself up, the defiance in her bones holding her upright. "I will not be a prisoner in my own home," she said. He studied her, gaze searching, then stepped back. "Nor will I," he said, and left her there, the taste of smoke and oranges lingering in the air. She did not sleep that night, replaying the conversation in her mind until every line was worn thin as lace. If this was to be her cage, she thought again, then let it be of her own making. The next day dawned sullen, sky the colour of old tin, and Ashwood House moved through its morning rituals as if nothing were amiss. Elowen passed the hours in the small parlour, pretending to embroider. She pricked her finger twice, neither time drawing enough blood to satisfy. When the library door creaked open just past midday, she expected Anselm, but it was the housekeeper, her eyes politely averted, her posture as neutral as a servant's could be. "His Grace requests your presence in the study," she said. "Whenever you are at leisure." The study was darker than before, heavy curtains drawn against the weak sunlight. Anselm stood at the desk, reviewing correspondence. He did not look up as she entered. "Lady Elowen," he said, not cold, but not familiar. She shut the door behind her, the click louder than necessary. "You sent for me?" Her voice was steady, her face unreadable. He laid down the pen, every movement measured. "We need to speak about last night." She crossed her arms. "Do we?" He turned, eyes narrowed. "You persist in misunderstanding me." She stepped closer, chin high. "Perhaps you persist in not being clear." He circled the desk, closing the distance between them. "What is it you want, Elowen?" She hesitated, the question, so direct, so dangerous, catching her off guard. "I want," she said, "to live a life that is more than display. I want not to dread every room I enter. I want to know that if I speak, I will be heard." He searched her face. "You are heard. More than you know." She matched his intensity. "Then why does it feel as if every word is a test I must pass?" He stepped closer, his presence swallowing the space. "Because you test me." She didn't back down. "And do you resent it?" He didn't answer. Instead, he reached past her, retrieving a volume from the shelf. Their bodies were close enough that she could feel the shift of air as he moved. He turned, trapping her between the bookshelf and his arms, one palm braced to the wood at either side of her head. "You drive me mad," he said, voice barely more than a growl. She swallowed, pulse a visible flutter at her neck. "Then let me go." He shook his head, eyes bright with something halfway between anger and longing. "You don't want that." She glared up at him. "You're certain?" He leaned in, the heat of him crowding her senses. "If you wished to leave, you would have done so. You don't run from a challenge. You lean into it. That is who you are." His lips hovered just above hers, not touching. "You want more than peace. You want war, and you want to win." She stared him down, refusing to look away. "If I wanted war, you would already be on your knees." He laughed, bitter and breathless. "Is that what you truly want?" The question, so close, so rough, sent a shudder through her. She gripped the edge of the shelf behind her, knuckles white. He held her there, caged by his arms, their faces separated by only a trembling inch. For a moment, time fractured. She could hear her own heartbeat, the whisper of his breath. She saw, in the set of his mouth and the tremor at his temple, that he was as desperate for control as she was to seize it. Her defiance faltered. Her hands shook, but she did not flinch. At last, Anselm broke away, pushing himself off the shelf so abruptly the book in his hand tumbled to the carpet. He dragged a hand through his hair, turning from her. "This discussion isn't finished," he said, voice raw. She steadied herself, breath shallow but even. "No," she replied, "it isn't." He left, the echo of his footsteps colliding with the hush that followed. Elowen leaned against the bookshelf, her composure leaking away with each breath. The pressure in her chest was too large for her ribs. She pressed her palm to it, feeling the ragged race of her heart. She stayed there, pinned by memory, until the shadows in the room had shifted and the air grew cold. Later, she knelt to pick up the fallen book. It was Cowper, The Task, the blue-bound copy from the library shelf. She cradled it in her lap, running her thumb over the worn gold letters, and tried to summon the words that might make sense of what had passed. Her hands still trembled. She drew a deep breath, blinked away the blur at the corner of her eye, and stood. If this was war, so be it. She would not yield, not even to herself. Chapter 8. The library at Ashwood House was rarely silent after sunset. Its high, coffered ceiling amplified the hush of turning pages and the faintly competitive tick of the long-case clock. Lady Elowen entered, slippered and silent, pausing just inside the threshold, as if to take the measure of the night's audience. She was dressed for comfort rather than conquest. A dressing gown of deep violet, a shawl the colour of fresh snow, her hair in a twist that had, by now, lost all discipline. Her eyes took a moment to adjust to the warmth. Every sconce lit, the chandelier's beeswax candles melting honey down their sides, and, at the far side of the room, Anselm seated at his desk, as immobile as a chess king left standing at the end of a losing game. He did not look up at once, but Elowen saw his hand hover over the ledger, as if a new variable had entered the equation. She made no effort at stealth, crossing to the shelves with the insouciant tread of a woman who knew herself both outnumbered and unafraid. The scent in the room was one of aged leather, warmed by the fire and underscored by the faint citrus of lemon oil. She let her fingertips drift over the spines, some brittle, some so supple they seemed to breathe under her hand. "If you are looking for diversion," Anselm said, voice pitched not to startle, "the second shelf has a rather infamous French translation, hidden behind Blackstone's commentaries." Elowen turned, surprised. "Is it quite as wicked as advertised?" He regarded her with a faint, appraising lift of the brow. "More tedious, in my experience. The French have an infinite capacity for outrage, but a finite one for narrative structure." She smiled, letting the conversation thread out. "I prefer my scandals brief, then, like a good epigram, or a duel." He closed the ledger with a precise motion, blotting the ink before setting the pen aside. "If you are in need of an adversary, Lady Elowen, you have only to ask." She allowed herself a short laugh and continued her survey, extracting a volume at random, a blue-bound folio, its edges gold-tipped and only slightly foxed. "If you had not already made a project of me, Your Grace, I might believe that." She returned the book and slid another from the shelf, weighing its heft before speaking again. "What is it you read tonight? Crops and cattle, or the latest account of my mortification in the London sheets?" His mouth twitched. "Both, as it happens, though only one can be remedied by a second planting." She slid the blue folio back into its slot and approached, her attention fixed not on him, but on the papers arrayed before him like fallen leaves. Will the Ashwood tenants survive the spring? Better than most, he replied. There is rot in one of the cider orchards, but the new rootstock is promising. The men grumble, as they always do, but the rents are holding. I cannot complain. She reached his side, not quite standing over him, but with a presence that filled the space between lamp and desk. And what of the other matter? He gathered the ledgers into a single stack, squared them, and set them aside. It is what it is. I cannot invent a past for you that will suit them, nor one for myself. She folded her arms, fingers tucking into the crook of each elbow. Is it really so dire to be known for a lack of shame? He met her gaze now, blue eyes catching the candlelight like a pair of polished stones. It is not shame I fear, he said, but weakness. The air in the library thickened. The only sounds were the settling of coals and the nervous tick of the clock. Elowen broke the tension by perching herself on the edge of a low table just beyond his reach. I was told once that marriages among our class are merely arrangements, contracts. I confess I had not expected the terms to be so... She searched for the word, found it specific. Would you prefer ambiguity? He asked, tone unreadable. She considered. No, but I might wish for civility, at least when the hour grows late and the house is cold. He leaned back, folding his hands before him. You have never lacked for civility, Lady Elowen. Only for patience? Patience is wasted on the immovable, she said. He tipped his head, as if conceding the point. And yet, you are here. She looked at him, really looked, as she had done the day of their signing. You fascinate me, she said. I should hate you for it, but I do not. He said nothing, but his eyes did not leave her. After a silence that felt like a game of chicken, she stood and crossed to the fire. The blue folio was still in her hand. She opened it and riffled the pages, reading nothing. The invitations have begun, she said at last. Lady Pembroke wishes to see us at dinner. The Sutherlands have offered tea. And the Stanhopes? She smiled. They wish to make a public display of my humiliation, no doubt. He watched her, silent. She set the book aside and turned, arms crossed. I have never understood the appeal of being seen, when all they do is look for cracks. Then you misunderstand your role, he said, rising with the movement of a man trained to command from behind the barricade. You are not meant to be seen. You are meant to be envied. Elowen's laughter was sharp. That is a comfort. He regarded her for a moment, then crossed to the sideboard and poured himself a finger of brandy. You may, if you wish, refuse the invitations. I will not force you. She shook her head. I will not be cowed, but I see no reason to make it easy for them. He sipped the brandy, the glass catching the firelight. What do you propose? Unpredictability, she said, the word crisp. If they expect a retiring wife, I shall be a lion. If they expect hauteur, I shall be witless. I refuse to be a specimen in their cabinet. He studied her, then set the glass aside. You have thought this through. I have nothing but time, she replied. He paced to the window, hands behind his back. This is your home now, Elowen. Do as you wish. She tilted her chin, voice low. Is it truly so simple? I find it hard to believe you do anything without a plan. He did not answer, but the line of his shoulders stiffened. She crossed to him, close enough that their reflections mingled in the leaded glass. "I think," she said, "that you are afraid of being disappointed. By me or by yourself? Perhaps by both." He flinched, just perceptibly. "You are very perceptive, Lady Elowen." "I am," she said, "and I am also tired of being handled." She reached for the folio again, opened it at random, and read aloud. "The world is a comedy to those that think, a tragedy to those that feel." He finished the line, voice softer than she had heard it yet. "I choose to think." She closed the book and set it, reverently, on the sill. "And I," she replied, "choose to feel." There is no harm in difference, so long as we remember which is which. He looked at her then, really looked, the cold blue of his gaze no longer a shield, but a window. They stood like that for a time, the library shrinking to the confines of candlelight and silent challenge. At last he turned away, the moment shattering like a spun sugar ornament. "We should rest," he said, voice flat. "Tomorrow will be long." She watched him go, her pulse a drumbeat in the hollow of her throat. As the library door closed, Elowen slid the folio into her hands and pressed her nose to the vellum. The scent was old ink and dust and something unnameable, a sweetness that lingered long after the page was turned. If this was to be her cage, she would make of it an aviary. She did not sleep well. Her dreams were of labyrinths and clocks, of corridors lined with faces that all wore the same thin smile. When she woke, the window was pale with dawn, and the library felt impossibly far away. She dressed quickly, refusing the assistance of the housemaid, and descended to breakfast with the air of someone expecting a verdict. He was already there, reading the Post. He looked up as she entered, but did not rise. She took her seat, poured her coffee, and waited. After a minute, he set aside the paper and spoke. "Will you attend the Pembrokes with me tonight?" "I will," she said. "They are not our friends," he said. "You will be tested." She lifted her chin. "I would expect nothing less." He watched her, eyes narrowed. "You do not need to prove yourself, Elowen." Her lips curled. "That is the first lie you have told me." He exhaled, a long, slow breath. "Perhaps." She buttered her toast with unnecessary care. "Perhaps you will let me manage myself, Your Grace." He did not smile, but there was a new respect in his voice. "Perhaps I will." They ate in silence, but the air between them was changed, charged, not with hostility, but with the possibility of something neither yet understood. She wondered if all marriages were like this, two creatures circling, each searching for the seam in the other's armour. After breakfast, she watched from the window as he mounted his horse and rode out across the pasture, the wind catching his coat, turning him into a blue shadow against the new grass. She traced his progress with her finger, then let her hand drop, the glass cool beneath her palm. There was a world outside this house, and inside it too, if she cared to claim it. She intended to do just that. The day of the Pembroke dinner arrived in the manner of all significant occasions, with a sequence of inconveniences, unremarkable until amassed. The weather oscillated between wind and drizzle, complicating travel. The cook developed a crisis of confidence and underseasoned the soup. One of the horses lost a shoe. Elowen met each disruption with a shrug or a brisk command, but by the time she was called to the front hall, she was acutely aware of her own nerves. She found Anselm in the vestibule, deep in conversation with the steward over some minor household drama. He dismissed the man with a clipped, "See to it," then turned to her, eyes sweeping from the hem of her new gown to the stubborn set of her jaw. "You're early," he said, not quite a compliment. She smoothed a non-existent wrinkle from her skirt. "I dislike being rushed." "Shall we?" he asked, offering his arm. She accepted, ignoring the prickle of awareness that ran up her sleeve where their fabric met. The carriage ride was brief, but the silence inside it was cavernous. Elowen stared out the window, tracking the rain as it stippled the glass. Beside her, Anselm reviewed a sheaf of correspondence, the rustle of paper as regular as a heartbeat. As they turned up the Pembroke Drive, he folded the letters and said, "You know what to expect." "Yes," she replied, "but I refuse to enjoy it." He did not smile. They entered the house to a riot of scent, clove and tallow and a surfeit of hothouse lilies, layered over the shrill of conversation from the drawing room. Lady Pembroke, resplendent in a peacock blue silk, swooped to receive them. "Duke, Duchess, how splendid you look, positively radiant." The compliment was delivered with such force it bordered on aggression. "Everyone is simply dying to speak with you, Lady Elowen. Come, come." Elowen was drawn into the current of the evening. Conversation eddied around her, quick and bright as the gaslight overhead. She endured the usual probes, her opinions of London, her impressions of Devon, the precise shade of her hair, with a politeness that left no purchase for gossip. The Pembroke son, a well-groomed cipher, escorted her to dinner. Anselm took his seat at the head, unassailable. The meal was a study in performance. Elowen spoke with grace, listened with care, and matched each subtle insult with an even subtler riposte. She could feel Anselm's gaze on her at intervals, the flicker of his attention as persistent as a tick in the clock. It was during the game course, as she complimented the cook on the richness of the sauce, that Lady Sutherland turned the conversation toward the subject of marriage. "My dear," said the Countess, fingers light on the stem of her glass, "I understand you are quite the independent spirit. How does the Duke manage you? Or does he simply let you run wild?" The table laughed, too hard. Elowen smiled, resting her fork with deliberate precision. "We have an understanding. I am to behave as I like, provided I don't embarrass him more than once per fortnight." General laughter, but Anselm's hand tightened on his glass. "And does the arrangement suit?" asked the Countess, voice syrupy. Elowen met the older woman's eyes. "It suits me, but I cannot answer for the Duke." The question volleyed to Anselm, who, after a heartbeat's pause, replied, "I find that efficiency recommends itself in all things, including matrimony." The guests tittered, but a chill passed under the words. The remainder of the dinner passed without incident, but by the time dessert arrived, the air between Elowen and Anselm was strung taut. As the ladies retired to the parlour, Lady Pembroke detained her with a beringed hand on her wrist. "My dear, I do hope you are not finding Devon too dull. You must come for tea. Just us ladies. There are 1,000 things I wish to ask, out of earshot of the men." She squeezed Elowen's hand, leaving the distinct impression of claws beneath the velvet. "I would like that," Elowen said, truthfully. When they returned to Ashwood, the house was dark and quiet, the lamps extinguished, the staff invisible. They entered the library by mutual, unspoken agreement. The fire had burned to embers, casting the room in a light that was more shadow than glow. Anselm crossed to the drinks cabinet, poured himself a brandy, and did not offer her one. Elowen moved to the window, watching the sky. For a long time, neither spoke. At last, she said, "You disapprove." He set the glass down with care. "Of what?" She turned. "Of me. Or perhaps just of my performance this evening." He regarded her, posture rigid. "You did as you said you would. You made an impression." She stepped closer, voice taut. "You didn't expect me to succeed?" He took a long breath, the line of his jaw hard in the half-light. "I didn't expect you to care." She laughed, sharp and low. "Why shouldn't I care? It's my life too." He looked at her, something dark flickering in his eyes. "You don't make it easy." She closed the distance between them, her chin lifted. "Would you prefer easy?" He didn't answer. She searched his face, then said, "I didn't realize I needed your permission to speak with other gentlemen at dinner parties." He straightened, every muscle in his body wound tight. "You misunderstand the nature of our arrangement," he said, voice low and level. She did not flinch. "Then explain it." He crossed to her in 2 strides, the air between them electric. "You are my wife. That means something." "To you, perhaps," she said. "But to me, it means I am your property, a trophy to be paraded, displayed, and then put away." He gripped the back of the nearest chair, knuckles white. "You think I want a trophy? I have had enough of trophies." She stepped closer still, so close she could see the faint pulse at his temple. "Then what do you want?" The question hung, the silence roaring. In the corridor beyond, footsteps passed, the hush of servants preparing for night. Neither moved, neither spoke. At last, he said, voice so quiet she had to strain to hear, "I want peace. And I thought you might want it too." She met his eyes, unblinking. "I want a life." He released the chair and turned away, hands at his sides. "You could have it, if you wanted," he said. She said nothing. He poured another brandy, but did not drink it. "If you wish to see the Pembrokes, or the Sutherlands, or anyone else, you will do so," he said, back still turned. "But do not mistake me for a fool." She crossed her arms, mirroring him in posture if not intent. "And what if I do?" He looked over his shoulder, eyes narrowed to blue slits. "Then I will not be responsible for what follows." She smiled, though her throat was tight. Threats are the last resort of men who cannot persuade. He turned fully, and in 3 steps was standing before her, close enough that she could see the stubble along his jaw, the unevenness of his breath. "I do not threaten," he said, voice raw. "I promise." Their standoff was interrupted only by the distant clang of the clock, marking the half-hour. Elowen drew herself up, the defiance in her bones holding her upright. "I will not be a prisoner in my own home," she said. He studied her, gaze searching, then stepped back. "Nor will I," he said, and left her there, the taste of smoke and oranges lingering in the air. She did not sleep that night, replaying the conversation in her mind until every line was worn thin as lace. If this was to be her cage, she thought again, then let it be of her own making. The next day dawned sullen, sky the colour of old tin, and Ashwood House moved through its morning rituals as if nothing were amiss. Elowen passed the hours in the small parlour, pretending to embroider. She pricked her finger twice, neither time drawing enough blood to satisfy. When the library door creaked open just past midday, she expected Anselm, but it was the housekeeper, her eyes politely averted, her posture as neutral as a servant's could be. "His Grace requests your presence in the study," she said. "Whenever you are at leisure." The study was darker than before, heavy curtains drawn against the weak sunlight. Anselm stood at the desk, reviewing correspondence. He did not look up as she entered. "Lady Elowyn," he said, not cold, but not familiar. She shut the door behind her, the click louder than necessary. "You sent for me?" Her voice was steady, her face unreadable. He laid down the pen, every movement measured. "We need to speak about last night." She crossed her arms. "Do we?" He turned, eyes narrowed. "You persist in misunderstanding me." She stepped closer, chin high. "Perhaps you persist in not being clear." He circled the desk, closing the distance between them. "What is it you want, Elowyn?" She hesitated, the question, so direct, so dangerous, catching her off guard. "I want," she said, "to live a life that is more than display. I want not to dread every room I enter. I want to know that if I speak, I will be heard." He searched her face. "You are heard. More than you know." She matched his intensity. "Then why does it feel as if every word is a test I must pass?" He stepped closer, his presence swallowing the space. "Because you test me." She didn't back down. "And do you resent it?" He didn't answer. Instead, he reached past her, retrieving a volume from the shelf. Their bodies were close enough that she could feel the shift of air as he moved. He turned, trapping her between the bookshelf and his arms, one palm braced to the wood at either side of her head. "You drive me mad," he said, voice barely more than a growl. She swallowed, pulse a visible flutter at her neck. "Then let me go." He shook his head, eyes bright with something halfway between anger and longing. "You don't want that." She glared up at him. "You're certain?" He leaned in, the heat of him crowding her senses. "If you wished to leave, you would have done so. You don't run from a challenge, you lean into it. That is who you are." His lips hovered just above hers, not touching. "You want more than peace. You want war, and you want to win." She stared him down, refusing to look away. "If I wanted war, you would already be on your knees." He laughed, bitter and breathless. "Is that what you truly want?" The question, so close, so rough, sent a shudder through her. She gripped the edge of the shelf behind her, knuckles white. He held her there, caged by his arms, their faces separated by only a trembling inch. For a moment, time fractured. She could hear her own heartbeat, the whisper of his breath. She saw, in the set of his mouth and the tremor at his temple, that he was as desperate for control as she was to seize it. Her defiance faltered. Her hands shook. But she did not flinch. At last, Anselm broke away, pushing himself off the shelf so abruptly the book in his hand tumbled to the carpet. He dragged a hand through his hair, turning from her. "This discussion isn't finished," he said, voice raw. She steadied herself, breath shallow but even. "No," she replied, "it isn't." He left, the echo of his footsteps colliding with the hush that followed. Elowyn leaned against the bookshelf, her composure leaking away with each breath. The pressure in her chest was too large for her ribs. She pressed her palm to it, feeling the ragged race of her heart. She stayed there, pinned by memory, until the shadows in the room had shifted and the air grew cold. Later, she knelt to pick up the fallen book. It was Cowper, The Task, the blue-bound copy from the library shelf. She cradled it in her lap, running her thumb over the worn gold letters, and tried to summon the words that might make sense of what had passed. Her hands still trembled. She drew a deep breath, blinked away the blur at the corner of her eye, and stood. If this was war, so be it. She would not yield, not even to herself. Chapter 9. The sitting room had been dressed for company, though Lady Elowyn was given to understand that the true test of any drawing room was not in its appearance, but in how efficiently it could swallow the presence of strangers. In this, Ashwood House performed admirably. The rose damask curtains did not merely frame the windows, they excluded the outside world. The over-polished surfaces of the side tables reflected only what was immediately above them, as if to suggest that nothing existed but the present moment and its occupants. Today, those occupants consisted of precisely 4. Lady Sutherland, iron grey, unsparing, and armed with a fan like a weapon, had arrived first, with her protégée, a younger woman whose name Elowyn had already lost, but whose dress she envied. Anselm had appeared promptly at the appointed hour, as always, and then promptly disappeared into the library, as was his custom when social obligations threatened his equilibrium. That left Elowyn to orchestrate the small affair with the air of someone conducting a battle using only mirrors and good intentions. She was doing tolerably well, making polite inquiries about the Sutherland hounds, commiserating over the sad state of Devon's spring weather, when the butler entered, bearing a card on a silver tray. Elowyn accepted it, more out of instinct than need. The handwriting across the surface was instantly, almost violently familiar. "Lord Benedict Worthington," she read aloud, eyebrows rising. "How unexpected." Lady Sutherland's gaze sharpened. "Worthington? The Golden Devil himself, here in Devon?" "He is lately returned from the continent," her companion whispered, eyes round as if the name itself possessed supernatural power. "They say he broke the bank at Monte Carlo, and also a Russian countess." "Not in that order, I imagine," Lady Sutherland replied, lips thinning with disapproval. Elowyn ignored their volley and signalled the butler to admit their guest. She felt an almost mathematical certainty that Anselm would loathe every moment of this visit. She found herself perversely eager for the fireworks. Lord Benedict Worthington did not so much enter a room as claim it in his name. He wore his notoriety like a finely tailored coat, and today's attire, a coat of sapphire blue, waistcoat in peacock, and cravat of white so crisp it might have cut glass, served only to amplify the effect. His hair, gold as spun coin, had not faded in the years since Elowyn had seen him last. If anything, it had acquired a richer, almost reckless lustre, as if defying the very concept of aging. "My lady," Benedict declared, offering a bow so deep it verged on impertinence. "I hope you will forgive the intrusion. The weather in London was so insupportable, I resolved to seek the warmth of Devon, and its legendary hospitality." Elowyn smiled, genuinely. "You are always welcome, my lord. Lady Sutherland, you recall Lord Benedict from—" "From Oxford," the matron cut in, her eyes sharp enough to skin a hair. "He once replaced all the candles in the chapel with Roman tapers. They say the bishop wept." "And yet he lived," Benedict replied, settling himself on the settee. "What is the use of an alma mater, if not to furnish stories for dull afternoons?" The conversation expanded to accommodate him, as it always did. Benedict had a talent for appearing to listen while simultaneously dominating the entire flow. Within minutes, he had Lady Sutherland recounting her encounter with a Turkish ambassador, more moustache than man, I assure you, and the protégé describing her terror at being introduced to the Prince Regent. He said I looked like a pet spaniel. Is that a compliment? Throughout, Elowen noticed that Benedict's eyes did not often stray from her. If the others had not been present, she suspected he might have set the entire house on fire just to see what she would do. She could not decide if this was a compliment or a threat. It was not until the tea tray appeared and the company shuffled into the more intimate orbit of the table that Anselm re-entered. He carried himself with an air of one who has just finished wrestling a difficult passage of Latin and is now forced to suffer fools in the vernacular. "Benedict," Anselm said, the greeting precise as a dueling pistol. "I had not expected you in Devon this season." Benedict stood, grinning. "Duke of Ashwood, you look as if the years have agreed with you. Do they still weigh out the flour in your kitchens? Or have you permitted some latitude at last?" Anselm's smile was geometric, constructed to the inch. "Efficiency saves lives, as you well know." The two men shook hands, but it was a handshake more suited to a fencing match than a reunion. "You must join us," Elowen said, gesturing to an empty chair. "We were just discussing the proper method for introducing new blood into country society." "How bold," Benedict said, eyes glinting. "And how like you, Lady Ashwood, to manage even the most recalcitrant of us." Anselm accepted his cup of tea, but his posture had acquired a fractional rigidity. The line of his jaw was set, the knuckles white against the porcelain. They fell into the rhythms of polite society, but the true conversation, if one knew how to listen, was all subtext. Benedict let his remarks slither between topics: politics, travel, mutual acquaintances. Every few sentences, he injected a story from university days, always with a twist that landed on Anselm like a slap to the back of the neck. "Do you remember, Ashwood, the Michaelmas fete?" Benedict asked, voice buttery with nostalgia. "The year they caught that unfortunate Don in the still room with, well, perhaps it is better left to the imagination." "Some things are best left in the past," Anselm replied, tone so dry it could have dehydrated the entire tea service. Benedict only laughed. "Nonsense. The past is never as far away as one thinks." He leaned in, lowering his voice to a confidential register. "Is it not strange, Elowen, how the very stones of these houses remember everything? Every whispered indiscretion, every midnight tryst. It's enough to make a man believe in ghosts." Elowen met his gaze. "I find ghosts are generally better company than the living." "Touché," he murmured, a genuine smile flickering across his lips. When Lady Sutherland excused herself to visit the retiring room, escorted by her protégé, who appeared increasingly desperate for escape, Benedict seized the opportunity to shift the tone. "Forgive me," he said, turning to Elowen, "but it is so rare to see you in such splendid command. I do not recall you being so—" He paused, searching for the word. "Radiant. In London." "It is amazing what can be accomplished when one is left in peace," Elowen replied. "But are you?" Benedict asked, the question wrapped in velvet but containing a needle. Elowen opened her mouth to reply, but Anselm interjected. "We are very happy here," he said. "The country air is restorative." Benedict's eyes lingered on Elowen a heartbeat too long. "So, I see." He sipped his tea, then leaned closer to Anselm, voice dropping until Elowen could barely make out the words. "Have you told her?" he whispered. Anselm did not flinch, but his fingers tightened so suddenly around the cup that for a moment Elowen thought the porcelain would shatter. "Told me what?" Elowen asked, keeping her voice light. Anselm set down his cup with surgical precision. "That Benedict is incapable of a straightforward question? Yes, I am well aware." Benedict flashed a grin, but the humour had turned to ice. "Oh, I can be direct. Sometimes one must be, when the circumstances demand it." The pause that followed was enormous. "I confess I was surprised by your marriage, Lady Ashwood," Benedict said, turning his attention fully to her. "Not that the Duke is unworthy, but the speed of it. One hardly had time to wager on the outcome." "Perhaps that is the only way to outwit the bookmakers," she replied. "Perhaps," Benedict echoed. "But I suspect the odds are not always in one's favour." She felt the conversation folding in on itself, layering implication over implication until she could hardly breathe for the weight of it. "You must tell me, my lady," Benedict went on. "What convinced you to accept such a sudden proposal? Was it the title, the house, or—" His smile twisted. "Did you find yourself unable to resist the Duke's legendary charm?" Anselm's face did not move, but his eyes burned a cold, hard blue. Elowen met Benedict's stare, refusing to look away. "Why do you ask, my lord?" He shrugged, the movement too casual. "I have always been curious about what compels people to bind themselves to a fate, whether it's love or duty or something darker." "Darker?" Elowen asked. Benedict's gaze flickered to Anselm, then back to her. "Secrets have a gravity all their own, Lady Ashwood. They pull us in, and sometimes, if we are not careful, they crush us." The tension in the room was palpable. Elowen realized she was holding her breath. Benedict set down his cup and steepled his fingers. "Did you know, Elowen, that the Duke and I once vied for the same prize at Oxford? A contest of wits and will. It was said that the loser would leave, the winner would stay." He smiled, shark-like. "Of course, in the end, neither of us won. The true victor was a woman, Sophia Blackwood. Do you recall her, Ashwood?" Anselm stood so abruptly that the tea tray rattled. "Excuse me," he said, voice carved from iron. "I have business in the Westfield." He was gone before Elowen could rise to follow. Benedict watched him go, then turned back to her, his face a perfect mask of regret. "I did not mean to unsettle him. I forget, sometimes, that the past has such sharp edges." Elowen regarded him, searching for the line between performance and sincerity. "Is there something I should know?" she asked. Benedict's smile softened, genuinely sad for once. "Only that the Duke has made a habit of surviving. Not everyone is so fortunate." The conversation dissolved, then, as the other guests returned and the polite fictions resumed. But the air in the room had changed, charged with electricity and the threat of storm. Later, as she walked Benedict to the door, he paused on the threshold. "If you ever tire of these country intrigues, Lady Ashwood," he said, "London would welcome you with open arms." She looked him in the eye, unflinching. "I have no use for open arms, my lord, only honest ones." He laughed, low and genuine. "Then perhaps you are better suited to the country after all." He kissed her hand, lingering, but not improper, and stepped into the cool, grey afternoon, leaving the house and the present moment to its ghosts. Alone in the foyer, Elowen found herself trembling. She realized, with a clarity that was almost relief, that she had never been more awake. That night, the house felt hollow. Every clock ticked, as if the mechanism beneath were counting down not to midnight, but to detonation. Elwyn dined alone. Anselm had not reappeared since his abrupt withdrawal, and the servants, trained to an almost monastic discretion, did not so much as glance in her direction. The silence was not peace. It was a siege. When she could no longer bear the empty pretense of the dining room, Elwyn retreated to the library. She had not expected Anselm would be there. He was the sort to nurse his wounds in privacy, not in sight of the scene of battle. But she found herself drawn by the possibility nonetheless. The lamps burned low, lending the air an old gold tint. His desk, usually kept with a general's precision, showed the debris of an interrupted campaign. A stack of correspondence at odds with itself, one drawer pulled out further than the rest, as if someone had opened it in haste and then thought better of it. She hovered by the door, intending to call out. But the hush in the room was so deep, she found herself stepping instead on slippered feet to the desk, eyes drawn to the lone, out-of-place object. The drawer was not closed. Inside, a parcel of letters, bound with a ribbon that had once been red but now bled toward brown, sat waiting for discovery. The edges of the envelopes were frayed, and the topmost bore a hand that was at once precise and urgent. A woman's hand, she felt sure. In a moment of almost involuntary violation, Elwyn lifted it free and turned it over. The address leapt up. To the Most Honourable Lord Anselm Montgomery, Ashwood College, Oxford. She had not known him then. She had not known him at all. And yet the shape of the name, its density, its finality, sent a current through her fingers. The date was from a decade earlier, the year after Anselm's father had died. Elwyn told herself it would be a small thing, a harmless trespass, to read a single page. She was not so naive as to believe it, but the lie was comforting. She broke the seal. Anselm, I dreamed of you again last night. You stood at the lectern, rigid as always, and recited your proofs as if they were scripture. When you looked at me, I felt I might catch fire. Why do you persist in punishing yourself for sins you never committed? I wish you could see the man the rest of us see, brilliant, kind, incapable of cruelty. If you cannot believe it from me, then believe it from her. All my love, SBSB. The initials quivered in her mind. Blackwood, Sophia Blackwood, the same woman whose name had detonated the afternoon. Elwyn slid the letter back into its bundle, her hand shaking. She was about to withdraw, to reseal the evidence of her crime, when the door behind her clicked open. Curiosity is a dangerous thing, Lady Ashwood. The voice was not Anselm's. Benedict stepped into the lamplight, face shadowed and sharp, as if he'd spent the last hour grinding down every emotion to the barest edge. She gathered herself, smoothing her hair as if it were armour. I could say the same to you, Lord Worthington. He laughed, low. Touché. But you have always been braver than I. She let the silence build, hoping it would press him back into the corridor. It did not. How well do you know your husband? Benedict asked, voice light but carrying the threat of a scalpel. I mean, truly know him. Not the Duke, but the man inside the stone. She returned the letter to the drawer, careful to hide the trembling in her fingers. I know he has more patience than most, and less tolerance for deception. Benedict's smile twitched at the edge. He does have a certain dedication to truth. It is what made him so easy to bait, in the old days. Elwyn sat in the chair nearest the fire, crossing her arms. "Is that why you came to Devon, Lord Worthington? To see if you could still bait him after all these years?" His gaze flickered across the desk, lingering a moment on the exposed ribbon before he answered. "I came because there are debts which cannot be paid off with distance. Or time." She waited. He wandered to the sideboard, poured himself a finger of brandy without asking, and stared into the glass as if hoping to find a better answer there. "Did he ever tell you about Sophia?" Elowen shook her head, once. "No, and neither did you, until today." Benedict's lips thinned. She was extraordinary, clever, fearless. She could have made the world bend, if only it had given her half a chance. She loved him, you know. Anselm. Elowen felt the words like a stone dropped into a still pond. "I gathered as much from the letter." He smiled, almost gently. "She wrote hundreds, I imagine." He never replied to a single one. Not after what happened. "What did happen?" Elowen asked, surprised by the steel in her own voice. Benedict turned the glass in his hand, eyes fixed on the way the lamplight broke and ran along the rim. "There was a night, a party, nothing remarkable. We all drank too much. The usual games of wit and daring, except this time someone went too far. A wager, I think, or perhaps just pride. Sophia was the only woman in the room, Anselm's fiancée, but that never stopped him from treating her as an equal. Perhaps that was the trouble?" He set down the glass, untasted. "The next morning there was a scandal. Nothing you would blush at now, but in those days, well, it was enough to ruin her. Her family sent her to the continent. She wrote and wrote to Anselm, hoping he would rescue her. But he never did. He stayed, built his walls higher, and let her vanish." Elowen flinched. "And you blame him?" Benedict's expression softened, just a little. "No, I blame myself, more than anyone. But he was the one she loved, the only one who could have saved her, and he turned his back. For years, he has pretended it never happened. But it did, and she is gone because of it." Elowen wanted to protest, to defend her husband, but the words clotted in her throat. Instead, she asked, "Why are you telling me this?" He considered her, and for the first time she saw that the anger beneath his charm was not new, but ancient, an old injury, kept alive by the daily act of remembering. "Because you deserve to know the man you've married," Benedict said. "He is a fortress, yes, but sometimes the only thing left behind the walls is regret." She stared into the fire, watching the blue at its heart. "Do you think he will leave me, as he left her?" Benedict hesitated, then crossed to her side. He crouched so they were eye level, his face now stripped of all bravado. "No," he said, "but you should know. He will choose honor over happiness, every time, even if it means breaking his own heart. Or yours." The room was so quiet, Elowen could hear the crack of the embers. She looked away, gathering herself. "You are very cruel, Lord Worthington." He stood, shaking his head. "No. I am just tired of seeing good women destroyed by the men who think they must bear the world alone." He left then, the echo of his boots trailing into the corridor. Alone, Elowen stared at the closed door, then at the desk with its hidden cargo. She pulled the drawer shut. She wondered what, exactly, she had found. A truth, or merely another ghost. Upstairs, somewhere in the house, she heard a door open and close. She could not tell if it was Anselm returning, or simply the old bones of the house shifting in its sleep. She sat by the fire, waiting for the answer. Elowen waited for him in the blue sitting room, her own features set so rigidly they might have been carved from the local granite. The letters were arrayed before her on a low table, the ribbon untied, the topmost envelope placed with deliberate care where Anselm could not miss it upon entering. He arrived late. She heard his tread long before the door opened, the weight of each step, the calculated slowness, the pause outside the threshold, as if he meant to let her suffer for every second he had delayed. When he did enter, his coat was thrown over one arm, and his cravat hung untied, the perfection of his usual appearance now abandoned in favour of fatigue. He saw the letters. For a moment, he did not move. Then, with a deliberate steadiness that said more than any outburst could, he crossed to the table and lifted the sheaf. "Did you enjoy your reading?" he said, not looking at her. Elowen kept her arms folded, the only sign of her nerves the way her nails bit into her sleeves. "You left the drawer open." He gave a short, mirthless laugh. "And you could not resist. I should have known." She stared at him, searching for a sign that he was wounded, or angry, or anything at all. But his face was mask-like, blank as the moon outside. "Why didn't you ever tell me about her?" she asked, voice thin but steady. "Was she the reason you never wanted a real marriage?" He did not answer, instead opening the first letter and scanning its contents, as if to remind himself what, precisely, he had lost. When he finally spoke, it was almost gentle. "She was the reason I stopped believing in them, in marriages." "Did you love her?" Elowen pressed, hating the note of desperation in her own voice. He closed the letter, set it down. "I don't know. I loved the idea of her, of being the sort of man who could deserve her. Does that answer your question?" "No," Elowen said, "but it's more honest than anything you've said to me since we wed." He looked at her then, really looked, and she saw that his eyes were rimmed in red, as if he had not slept for a week. "You want the story," he said. "Very well. I'll give it to you. But you won't like it." She waited. He sat, hands trembling as he poured himself a drink, and did not offer her one. "Sophia Blackwood was engaged to me, arranged from birth, practically. Our families had been entwined for generations. But she never wanted the life that was laid out for her. She wanted freedom, adventure, a man who would let her burn instead of smother her." He sipped, the liquid leaving a shine on his lower lip. "I tried to be that man, but I wasn't enough. Benedict was. He was brilliant, golden, everything I wasn't. She fell for him, or maybe she only wanted to see if she could. Either way, it worked." Elowen could hear her own pulse in her ears. "She became pregnant," Anselm went on, staring into the fire. "Not by me. I offered to marry her immediately, to claim the child as my own. But Benedict convinced her to run. Promised her Paris, Vienna, all the world. She chose him. And when her family disowned her, when the money ran out, he left. She wrote to me, hundreds of letters, begging for help. I burned most of them. The ones you found are the only I ever kept. My penance, I suppose." He looked up, eyes haunted. "She died in Belgium, penniless and alone. I did not go to her. I told myself it was pride. But the truth was, I didn't think she'd want to see me. In the end, she was a scandal. And I was a coward." Elowen felt the room tilt, the edges of her world running molten. "Is that what you wanted to know?" he asked. "That I am the villain in my own story?" She shook her head. "No. I wanted to know if you could ever forgive yourself." He laughed again, but it broke in the middle. I doubt it. He slumped back, the drink forgotten. His hair had fallen loose over his brow, his collar was open. She realized that this was the first time she had ever seen him in disarray. The effect was humanizing and devastating. She crossed to him, knelt by the chair, and laid her hand over his. For a moment, he did not move. Then, slowly, he turned his palm to clasp hers. "You don't have to be alone anymore," she said, voice barely a whisper. He closed his eyes. "It's all I know how to be." She rested her head against his knee, and they remained like that, unmoving, while the fire shrank to embers. It was the knock at the door that shattered the spell. A servant entered, eyes averted, and proffered a folded card on a tray. "For His Grace. It is urgent." Anselm took the card, opened it. His face, as he read, became a study in controlled catastrophe. "What is it?" Elowen asked. He handed her the note. The handwriting was Benedict's. "Tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the morning at the club. Bring your honour. It shall be required. Should you fail to present yourself, I shall have no alternative but to inform your new wife of the remainder of the tale, perhaps with less leniency. Or, more fittingly, I might allow society to render its own judgment. The decision rests with you, dear friend. Benedict Worthington." Elowen's hands shook as she passed the note back. "He means to force your hand," she said. Anselm nodded, jaw set. He always does. Outside, the wind rose, battering the window panes with cold, hard fingers. Elowen met his gaze, and for the first time, there was no distance in it. "Then give him nothing," she said. "Let him rage against the wall, but do not let him inside." He smiled, weak but real. "You are better at this than I am." She smiled in return, the expression costing her more than she would ever admit. They sat in silence, side by side, as the storm began in earnest. In the morning, the world would come for them. But for tonight, at least, they would face it together. Chapter 10. The carriage slowed in a sweep of gaslight and anticipation, lanterns limning the white curve of the pavement with a cold promise. From within, Lady Elowen traced the patterns of condensation on the window, counting the seconds until she would be required to step out and face the city's most glittering tribunal. Covent Garden's facade rose before her, like a palace constructed entirely of hubris and illuminated expectation. Every lit window a spectator, every marble column a threat. The footman's gloved hand awaited her, and she took it with a studied nonchalance. Her gown, chosen with a defiant carelessness, was emerald so dark it verged on black, the silk clinging to her frame and rippling at her stride, as if to remind every onlooker that she was no pastel debutante, no anonymous shadow in white muslin. Tonight, she would not vanish. She would not, could not, be made invisible, however much London might wish it. Anselm followed, his presence as formidable as the rumours that surrounded him. He wore the full regalia of expectation, evening coat in the deepest midnight, every button and fold precisely calibrated, the shirt front a flawless white that drew the eye up to the high, unsmiling angle of his jaw. At his side, she felt less like a wife than a co-conspirator summoned to answer for some beautiful, unpardonable crime. The Opera House foyer was a thunderclap of sound and movement. Chandeliers, each an ironclad garrison of cut crystal, rained golden light onto the crowds below, where men and women in all degrees of beauty and calculation glittered and gathered, resplendent as their own reflections. Marble soared in vaults and colonnades, the very air tense with the friction of so much money and ambition pressed cheek to jowl. The scent was thick, a cordite blend of musk, beeswax, and the breathless overture of flowers imported for the occasion. For a moment, as they crossed the threshold, the world froze. Heads turned. Not a graceful, unconscious tilt, but a pivot sharp enough to unsettle the molecules of the room. Names were whispered. She heard her own not 3 steps inside the door. Some greeted her with forced, toothy civility. Others looked past her entirely, as if by refusing to acknowledge the interloper they might erase her from the page. But the gown did its work. Elowen felt every eye. She wore their attention as one might wear a heavy necklace, each bead a different variety of venom. The Duchess has never feared spectacle. She heard a young woman murmur to her mother, as if Elowen were a specimen in a gallery. That colour, how extraordinary. Is it not a touch forward? Her Grace was always noted for her eccentricities, the mother replied, fan fluttering. But she has Anselm to steady her now, or so one hopes. From behind, Anselm placed his hand at the small of her back, the gesture not possessive but grounding, a signal, perhaps, that they would face this circus together. His grip was light, but she felt the strain in it, as if he had to remind himself not to crack the veneer of civility with the force of his own conviction. They made their way toward the grand staircase, but the crowd conspired to detain them. Lady Pembroke, who had not aged a day since last season, and who wore her coral gown like the exoskeleton of some predatory sea creature, materialized at their path. "Your Grace," Lady Pembroke exclaimed, sweeping a curtsy so elaborate it hovered just above mockery. "How well you look, and how daring." Her gaze took in Elowen's dress, then returned to her face, flicking once to Anselm with a knowing brightness. Green is the colour of hope, is it not? Or was it envy? I can never recall. Elowen smiled, letting the line stretch a beat beyond comfort. Hope, I believe, unless one finds oneself too easily unsettled? Quite so. Pembroke's lips thinned, but she pressed on, ever the master of layered intent. And how fares Devon? We have all been simply dying for news from the country. So many changes in your household these past months, it must be quite exhausting. We thrive on exhaustion, Anselm replied, his voice a blade honed to the edge of politeness. Keeps the blood sharp. A titter rose from the circle of onlookers that had spontaneously grown around them, as if drawn by the scent of coming violence. Lady Pembroke's eyes narrowed, but she executed a feint worthy of a champion. Of course. And you, Lady Elowen, are you settling in? The transition from Harrington to Ashwood must be a daunting one. Elowen regarded her, every inch the Duchess she had never wanted to be. It is less a transition than a translation, she said. The words are different, but the meanings rarely change. A ripple passed through the bystanders, half amusement, half a sense of having been bested without understanding quite how. Pembroke's smile flattened into a line, but she performed the necessary courtesies. It is so refreshing to see a new face in our tired old set, she said, though her tone left little doubt as to who was tired and who was merely unwelcome. We must have you for supper. The world is positively agog to hear your impressions. I would be delighted, Elowen said, though the words tasted like the memory of a long-forgotten medicine. The world rarely finds itself disappointed. Lady Pembroke retreated, the crowd shifting to absorb her back into its body. For a moment, Elowen stood, the eye of a storm in green and black, her skin alight with the brush of 1,000 speculative glances. Anselm, still at her side, leaned in just enough for her to hear. "You might have gutted her with less effort." "Then it would not have been sport," Elowen murmured, and for the first time that evening her pulse slowed. A chime rang from somewhere within the marble echo chamber. The great doors to the auditorium opened, and a wave of expectation drew the crowd forward. The mass of society sorted itself into tiers and boxes, each soul seeking not only the best view of the stage, but the best angle from which to be viewed. As they ascended the steps, the light fractured into rainbows on the marble and on the diamonded throats of the women above. The noise, so fierce and omnipresent a moment before, faded behind a hush so thick it seemed to thrum in the bones. The opera would begin soon, and for a precious hour, no one would speak above a whisper. The rest of the night, of course, would be a war of words. Anselm's grip at her waist had softened. "Ready?" he asked, the syllable shaped for her alone. She tilted her chin, feeling the weight of her defiance gather at the base of her skull. "Always." They walked together, two anomalies amid the pastel and powder, their alliance as new and untested as the paint on the theatre walls. Above them, the chandeliers blazed, and below, the city watched. But in that moment, as they took their seats in their box, Elowen allowed herself to believe she had won something. If not the war, then at least the opening skirmish. And in this city, where memory was as fleeting as the fashion of a sleeve, even that could be enough. The box was situated at the very edge of the proscenium, a vantage point both privileged and exposed, high enough to survey the entire velvet sea of audience, yet so near the stage that the scent of resin and lime from the footlights drifted up like a private invitation. The seats themselves were upholstered in a crimson so saturated it left a ghost on the vision after even a moment's glance. Elowen felt the plush beneath her palm, the fabric warm and worn, as if thousands of hands had sought comfort in its depths before her. Lord Benedict Worthington, naturally, had arrived before them. He stood as they entered, his sapphire coat a thing of defiant elegance amid the dark evening wear of the men below. He greeted Anselm with a bow, perfectly judged, neither mocking nor servile, then turned his attention to Elowen. "My lady," he said, voice pitched for intimacy, though perfectly audible to all. "It is a rare pleasure to find such distinguished company in the first act. One might almost believe in fate." Elowen inclined her head. "One might, if one hadn't read your correspondence from Monte Carlo." He grinned, delighted. "I see Ashwood House has not dulled your wit, or your memory." Behind him, Mrs. Henrietta Featherstone rose, offering a smile that contained neither threat nor qualification. Her gown was a marvel of engineering, navy velvet, each panel falling in exacting lines, with a lace collar that managed to suggest both authority and comfort. She reached for Elowen's hand, squeezing it with maternal vigour. "You look exquisite, my dear," she said. "I would have killed for a dress like that when I made my debut. Instead, I was trussed up like a Christmas pudding and sent out to be consumed by the wolves." Elowen allowed herself a real involuntary laugh. "I doubt the wolves had much appetite, Mrs. Featherstone. They seem hungrier these days." "True," the older woman agreed, "but they've never had such a toothsome target as you." Benedict gestured to the seats. "Please, join us. The prelude is short tonight, but the gossip will be eternal." Anselm took his place at Elowen's left, posture ramrod straight, while Benedict and Mrs. Featherstone settled to their right, a barrier of decorum and mischief. The house lights had not yet dimmed, and already the gaze of the auditorium felt like a physical thing, deliberate, weighted, and, on certain faces, spiced with longing or resentment. Elowen accepted the program from Anselm, their fingers meeting for a brief, electric instant. She saw the surprise in his eyes, as if he had not expected her hand to be so cool or her touch so steady. The overture would not begin for several minutes, but the true performance was already underway. "Do you suppose," she whispered, eyes never leaving the stage, "that the soprano's trills will outshine Lady Pembroke's lament about last night's scandal?" Anselm's mouth quirked at one corner. "Only if the soprano hits higher notes." Elowen found herself smiling, the moment unforced. Benedict, always alert to the scent of amusement, leaned in. "You underestimate Lady Pembroke. I hear she's been practicing for weeks, just to be ready for this evening." Mrs. Featherstone flicked her fan, dry as salt. "Let's hope her voice lasts through the second act. I'd hate for her to strain herself so early in the season." The exchange left Elowen giddy, as if she had been given a new instrument to play and found herself surprisingly deft at it. The world did not intend to allow her the pleasure for long. Across the way, 3 boxes down, Lady Arabella Montgomery and Lady Cassandra Delamere held court in a constellation of pastel. They turned as one, the angle of their heads so precise it might have been choreographed. Their eyes swept the Ashwood box, taking inventory of every detail: the width of Elowen's neckline, the angle of Anselm's arm, the nearness of Benedict, and the unmistakable shade of his affection. Anselm noted the gaze, his shoulders tightening by the barest increment. He reached for the program again, a motion so small that no one but Elowen could have noticed the tension in his hand. She placed her own palm atop his, gently, as if to say, "I see it too." From the pit, the musicians began their final, nervous tuning. The sound shimmered, hung in the air, and then, like a tide receding, faded into a silence that was absolute. The house lights fell. In the dark, the line of Anselm's jaw seemed softer, almost vulnerable, and the glow of the stage picked out the green of her dress and turned it into something alive. For the first time, Elowen allowed herself to look directly out into the crowd. She saw faces she recognized from the society sheets, and others she'd only ever heard described in cruel, gilded shorthand. "That is Lady Whistledown," Benedict had once whispered in her ear. "She knows everything except the price of her own virtue." Tonight, they all watched her, and for once, she did not shrink. The curtain rose. The opera was some well-recycled tragedy, all doomed lovers and thunderous confession. The soprano's voice soared, the tenor bellowed his anguish, and the chorus, dressed in silks that rivaled those of the actual audience, executed their parts with martial precision. Elowen should have been bored. She'd seen this plot play out 100 times. Yet tonight, every moment felt freighted with personal meaning. In the darkness, the boundary between stage and box seemed to blur. When the soprano threw herself at her lover's feet and sang of being misunderstood, the force of her longing seemed to vibrate in Elowen's own ribs. When the villain, the true villain, not some shadow puppet, entered to thunderous boos, she found herself gripping the armrest, the urge to cheer or howl barely contained. During the interlude, Benedict offered chocolates from a silver case. "Duchess," he said, "a gift from Vienna? The only thing the Austrians do better than bureaucracy." She accepted, savouring the bitterness. "I am told," she said, "that Vienna's chief export is despair, not chocolate." Benedict gave a short bow, conceding the point. Anselm watched, silent, but not absent. When Elowyn leaned over to share a comment, he bent to hear her, his cheek so close to hers that she could feel the heat of his skin. "You enjoy this?" he observed, not a question. "I do," she replied, and was surprised to realize it was true. He nodded, a slow and private gesture. Behind them, Mrs. Featherstone had taken up quiet conversation with Benedict, but not before giving Elowyn a look of open approval, a silent promise that whatever happened in the next act, she would not face it alone. The house lights flickered, signalling the second half. Elowyn settled herself in the seat, gathering her skirts with a grace that was no longer an act. She felt the gaze of the ton shift as the music began. But tonight she did not cower. Tonight she was not a specimen or a scapegoat. She was the one who named the game. As the curtain rose again, Anselm reached for her hand, not as a shield, but as an anchor. She let her fingers entwine with his, and together they watched the stage, two solitary figures in a world that had finally, if briefly, become bearable. The world vanished as the overture began. The orchestra's tuning dissolved into a chord so huge it rattled the panels of the box, then resolved itself into a line of melody so bright it carved the darkness into slices. On stage, the painted flats suggested a foreign court, all gilt arches and impossible scale, but it was the light, rippling over silk, catching in the throat of every jewel and tear, that held Elowyn's attention. She leaned forward, elbows balanced on the velvet rail, her entire body aimed at the spectacle below. Anselm, watching from a step behind, saw how the stage changed her, her face unguarded, the old lines of fatigue and cynicism erased by wonder. She watched not as a consumer of entertainment, but as someone who had been starved for beauty and now found herself gorging on it. In the second area, the soprano swept onto stage, her voice a blade of pure emotion. Elowyn's fingers curled around the edge of the box, knuckles whitening at the high notes. She swayed in time to the music, unconscious, unembarrassed, and her breath caught audibly at the final, impossible leap of the cadenza. Anselm watched her more than the singer. He saw the colour come and go in her cheeks, the trembling at the base of her throat, the glint of candlelight in her eyes as she blinked away the threat of tears. When she reached for the programme, she did so blindly, as if her other senses were all occupied elsewhere. He had seen her in every pose the ton deemed appropriate, poised, defiant, combative. But this capacity for delight, was something new, and it struck him in the soft tissue behind the ribs. The first act unfolded in escalating misery. Lovers torn apart, a father's curse, betrayal disguised as loyalty. Elowyn followed every twist with the focus of a scholar, occasionally scribbling a note on the edge of her card or leaning to murmur a question in Anselm's ear. "Do you suppose," she asked, "that anyone on this stage has ever loved as fiercely as they pretend?" Anselm considered. "I suppose," he replied, "that some people only learn to love by pretending." She laughed, quiet but real. What a waste, to practice so much and never perform. The intermission arrived like a brief, extravagant pardon. The house lights came up, and the crowd spilled out into the halls, trailing perfume and speculation. Elowyn remained, stretching her arms above her head and releasing a sigh that seemed to empty her of every care. Anselm poured her a glass of wine from the sideboard. "You do not wish to mingle?" She shook her head. "I have no desire to play the part of prize lamb in a new market. Let them talk. I'd rather watch them from here." He joined her at the rail, their shoulders nearly touching. For a while, they watched the tide of society flow through the marble antechambers. Benedict, already in orbit with a cluster of minor lords, caught her gaze and offered a conspiratorial salute with his glass. Lady Pembroke, trailed by a flotilla of admirers, swept past as if conducting a state occasion, her voice carrying above the crowd. From across the auditorium, Lady Arabella stared, the look in her eyes sharp as a paring knife. Iluin sipped her wine. If Lady Pembroke's ego were any larger, she'd require a separate box. Anselm set his glass down with a soft click. They underestimate you. I hope they continue to do so, she replied. It makes things simpler. He looked at her, long enough for the moment to become loaded. You're different here. Happier. She stared at the stage, its machinery exposed now, crew bustling to reset the scenery for Act 2. I suppose I'm only happy when the world forgets to watch me. A minor commotion erupted in the wings. A stagehand, carrying a ladder nearly his own height, managed to clip the footlight assembly and bring down a fluttering banner of blue silk with a crash that echoed all the way up to their box. The house froze, then tittered in polite horror. Elowen grinned, wicked and instant. I believe that was Lady Pembroke's dignity, come crashing down. Anselm snorted, actually snorted, and then, before he could stop himself, laughed. It was not a sound anyone in the room, least of all Elowen, had ever heard from him. Open, unscripted, bright. The effect was immediate. Half the boxes in their tier turned, eyes wide, as if they had glimpsed a statue come to life and recite a ribald limerick. For a moment, even Elowen was stunned. Careful, Your Grace, she teased. Your reputation for stoicism is about to be ruined. He covered his mouth, shaking his head. Too late. The second act began with a fanfare. Elowen settled in, this time allowing herself to lean, just barely, against Anselm's shoulder. The opera, if anything, became more preposterous. Mistaken identities, poisoned letters, an aria about lost shoes. Elowen alternated between rapt silence and gales of laughter, entirely indifferent to the etiquette that required a duchess to remain impassive in public. Anselm, for his part, found himself watching the performance only when Elowen's attention was otherwise occupied. He traced the lines of her face with the gaze of someone seeking proof that joy could be so simple and so complete. When the baritone delivered his vengeful soliloquy, Anselm leaned in to ask, "Does he remind you of anyone?" She bit her lip, thinking. "He reminds me of you, if you ever decided to be truly vengeful." He blinked, startled. "Do you imagine I have that in me?" She met his eyes. "You have everything in you, Your Grace. That's what makes you so terrifying." The duet arrived, a final confrontation, voices intertwined in grief and forgiveness. As the soprano's voice climbed, Elowen's hand trembled on the velvet rail. She blinked rapidly, the line of her jaw set in determination. But when the lovers sang the last addio, she could not stop the tears. They shone, tiny and perfect, on the curve of her cheek. Anselm reached for her hand, an instinctive gesture. She looked at him, surprised, and for a moment neither of them moved. Then, with a grace that was all her own, she turned her palm to meet his, squeezing his fingers so tightly it left a memory. When the opera ended, the ovation was thunderous. Elowen stood and applauded with wild abandon, heedless of decorum, and soon the entire house followed. Anselm, moved by an impulse he did not fully understand, stood beside her and matched her clap for clap until the curtain fell and the world began to remember itself. As the lights rose, the ton looked not at the stage, but at them. Elowen glanced around and saw, for the first time, the shift. Faces that had been hostile or skeptical now held a glimmer of curiosity, even admiration. Where there had been icy dismissal, there was something softer, a respect, perhaps, for her refusal to be erased. She turned to Anselm, meaning to say something, anything, to capture the moment. But he was already watching her, the look in his eyes unguarded, proud. "You were magnificent tonight," he said, voice low enough to make it a secret. "You commanded that room without saying a word." Elowen felt her cheeks go hot, but she did not look away. "We did," she replied, her voice unsteady but sure. "We did." He offered her his arm, and she took it. Together, they made their way to the exit, through a river of silk and whispers. Every step felt like a victory. In the lobby, Benedict caught up to them. "Well done, both of you," he said, voice rich with satisfaction. "You have given London something to talk about for months, possibly years." Mrs. Featherstone, standing behind him, pressed Elowen's hand once more. "You're ready for them now," she whispered. "Ready for anything." The night air outside was cold and clean, the gaslights throwing strange halos on the pavement. As their carriage rolled away from the opera, Elowen stared at the city through the blurred glass, feeling for the first time that she belonged to it, and it to her. In the darkness, Anselm reached for her hand. This time she did not hesitate. It took less than half an aria for the world to notice the shift. At the start of the second act, Lady Elowen Montgomery was still the Duchess most likely to ignite a whisper wherever she stood. By its conclusion, she had become something else entirely. A force, a spectacle, the object of admiration that no one could dismiss as accident or novelty. It began innocently enough. The first big number was a showpiece. Notes stacked in precarious towers. Impossible runs meant more for the connoisseur than the soul. The audience, jaded by decades of forced bravura, offered only a perfunctory applause when it ended. But Elowen, swept up by the audacity of the thing, applauded with both hands, the sound ringing out clear as a bell. The box next to hers hesitated, then joined. By the third repetition, the entire row had followed her lead, the sound echoing through the tiers until the soprano herself seemed startled into a grateful curtsy. Anselm noticed. He saw how the heads turned, not just to stare, but to see, to understand who could be so moved. The whispers that drifted back to their box no longer stung. Instead, they sparkled with a different kind of electricity. "Striking, isn't she?" said Benedict from behind, his tone more awed than envious. "She always was," Anselm replied, but the words were softer than he intended. The opera barreled forward, shedding plot and logic in favour of spectacle. When the villain's plot was revealed in a series of overlapping trios, Elowen gasped, clapping her hand to her mouth, and half the audience stole glances to see what could so astonish a duchess. When the lovers were reunited, her eyes went luminous. When they sang their final, hopeless duet, she wept unashamedly, dabbing at her cheek with a handkerchief that matched the green of her gown. Anselm, who had weathered 1,000 balls and more than one actual battlefield, found himself blinking rapidly, his own composure invaded by an unfamiliar warmth. The last aria arrived, a song so fragile it seemed impossible that a human voice could sustain it. When it finished, Elowen rose to her feet in ovation, the first in the house. Anselm hesitated for only a second before joining her, and then the rest of the box, then the next, and then the whole amphitheatre rose, the sound of the applause, a living thing that refused to end. The cast took their bows. The conductor gestured to the pit, to the wings, and then, in a gesture as unlikely as it was intentional, swept his arm to the box where Elowen stood. The spotlight found her, picking out the shimmer of her dress, the pride in her stance, the tears still shining in her eyes. For a heartbeat, the entire house focused on her, and Elowen did not look away. When it was over, the world tumbled out into the marble corridors, the air suddenly chill and real after so much gold and velvet. This time, as Elowen and Anselm navigated the foyer, the crowd parted for them, not in wary avoidance, but in the manner of courtiers before royalty. Where there had been sidelong glances and pursed lips, now there were nods, curtsies, overtures. Lady Pembroke approached, her mask of calculation replaced with something like genuine respect. "You were an inspiration tonight, my dear," she said, her voice pitched for only Elowen's ears. "I hope you will come to tea this week. There are a number of ladies who wish to learn your secret." Elowen smiled, all teeth and triumph. "I find that secrets are best learned by observation, Lady Pembroke." Pembroke laughed, the sound unforced for once. "Indeed. I have never seen the house respond so. Even Lord Stanhope stood, and they say his knees have not bent since the coronation." Benedict appeared, still in high spirits. "Congratulations, Duchess. You have, as always, rewritten the rules of engagement." Mrs. Featherstone, lingering at the edge, caught Elowen's hand and squeezed. "You made us all proud, even the ones who will never admit it." As the line of well-wishers thinned, Anselm reclaimed her side. For a while, they stood in the current of humanity, silent, absorbing the new configuration of their world. "Was it always like this for you?" Elowen asked, watching the swirl of gowns and polished shoes. "No," he admitted, "but I always hoped it could be." She looked at him, really looked, and for once found no armour at all. Outside, the carriages drew up in orderly procession. Their own waited at the curb, the driver standing at stiff attention. Anselm handed her up, then settled beside her, the door closing with a finality that suggested nothing more would be required of them tonight. The city slid past, its lights smeared and doubled in the glass. Inside, the hush was absolute. Even the horses seemed to sense the need for reflection. Elowen removed her gloves, one finger at a time, then laid her hand on the seat between them. Anselm looked at it, then at her, and took it without a word. His palm was warm and solid, the grip careful, as if he feared to break the spell of the night. They sat that way all the way home, the only sounds the soft thud of hooves and the mutual rhythm of their breath. At the entrance to Ashwood House, Anselm paused before stepping out. He turned to Elowen, his expression half hidden by the shadow, half illuminated by the street lamp. "You were magnificent tonight," he said, his voice so low it was almost a tremor. "You commanded that room without saying a word." Elowen smiled, letting the joy of it fill her to the brim. "We did," she replied, and this time she was certain. As they crossed the threshold together, the house seemed to recognize them, to absorb their victory and echo it back in the quiet click of the lock, the hush of the waiting staff, the warmth of the lamplight. And in the dim, familiar corridors, two solitary figures walked side by side, remaking the world in their own image, their hands joined and their hearts at ease. Chapter 11. Morning at Ashwood was a creature of habit. The household had already inhaled its first draught of quiet industry by the time Lady Elowyn settled herself in the morning-room, a book open but forgotten in her lap, a tray of correspondence balanced on the table beside her. The room was lit by a gentle, oblique sunlight, refracted through a film of mist on the windows and made fragrant by the overlay of lemon oil, old books, and, faintest but most insistent, the sharp tang of beeswax polish. She let her eyes drift over the lines of the room, the symmetry of the furniture, the precise placement of a blue Sèvres vase, the curl of steam from the porcelain teapot, and thought, not for the first time, that the house was better at the business of composure than she would ever be. She had chosen her gown, deep emerald, cut to an exactness she had once found vain, because it made her feel anchored, and perhaps because it had been the only colour last night to catch the attention of every covetous eye in the opera house. This morning, though, the effect was less triumph than camouflage. The colour threatened to swallow her whole as she sat motionless, reading the same paragraph for the third time. The silence of the house pressed in, waiting. At precisely the half-hour, a footman entered, bearing the silver tray and a rigid sort of apology. "A message, Your Grace," he said, placing the envelope on the table as though it were something alive and possibly venomous. The wax was green-black, and the impression, an oak leaf ringed in hounds, identified the sender without the need for an address. Her father never wrote unless compelled. She waited until the servant withdrew before reaching for the letter, hands as steady as the situation allowed. She held it a moment, weighing the paper, then snapped the seal with a practiced flick. The contents were brisk, as if he had already spent all his emotion in the act of sending. "My dearest Elowyn, you will forgive the haste and directness. Circumstances allow for neither preface nor comfort. Harrington House is under immediate threat. The bills, of which you are not ignorant, have come due, and your uncle's investments have proved to be vapour and lies. I cannot by any means secure enough liquid to cover what is demanded. Worse, the papers in London have gotten hold of the matter. Word will spread, and the tongue is never slow to feast on a carcass. There is talk, serious, grave talk, of a court action, perhaps worse, should the money not materialise before end of quarter. I have written your aunt, but she is abroad and cannot be relied upon. Your cousin Edward is in the wind. The only recourse I can see is a direct appeal to your husband, for whom I have the highest respect, though we have never been close. Ashwood's reputation for solvency and fair dealing is unimpeachable. If there is any way you might, with delicacy, bring the subject to his attention, I would be forever in your debt. I am sorry, my dear. It is a hard world, and I have made it harder for you. But I trust in your cleverness and your courage, as I have always done. Yours, father. Elowyn read it once, then again, until the lines blurred and the ink seemed to crawl across the page, refusing to hold still. She wanted to laugh, or perhaps to crumple the letter and fling it into the fire, but neither would change the facts. Her father, her inheritance, her entire name was about to be flayed alive by scandal. Not a shaming in the papers, those she could weather, but the ruinous public collapse of everything the Harringtons had ever built. The letter slid from her hand to the carpet, its pale face upturned like a corpse. She sat frozen, breath shallow, the edges of the world closing in. A part of her, trained to an almost religious discipline, wanted to analyse the angles. How much could be salvaged? What lines of retreat remained? Which debts could be transferred? Who in the ton might be willing to play ally for a price? The rest of her was nothing but raw nerve, exposed to the merciless chill of reality. She rose, unable to sit still, and began to pace. Each step took her from one end of the carpet's border to the other, a path she had trod 100 times in idle thought. But now it felt as though the room had shrunk, and every stride simply pressed her closer to the walls. At the far side of the room stood a gilt-framed mirror, imported from Italy at some staggering cost by one of Anselm's ancestors. She caught her reflection. A woman in green, shoulders hunched, skin almost as pale as the envelope on the floor. The effect was of someone drowning elegantly. The house was never entirely silent. From somewhere above, the muffled tread of staff on the landing. From the library, a faint clink of glass. Out on the drive, the warning trill of a bird determined to outsing the morning. Eowyn's own breathing seemed to pulse with the memory of last night's ovation, a cruel counterpoint to the private disaster now blooming in her hands. She returned to the letter and picked it up, smoothing the paper on her skirt as if she could erase the words through friction alone. She was still holding it when the door opened and Anselm entered. His stride the same as always, precise, economic, slightly too loud for a house that claimed to be at peace. He saw her at once, and something about the set of her shoulders, or perhaps the way her hair had come loose in a tangle at her collar, made him pause. "Eowyn," he said, voice pitched to the register of polite inquiry. "You are up earlier than usual." She said nothing, only lifted the letter and held it out, the gesture stripped of all flourish. Anselm closed the distance in 3 strides, taking the paper with a care that surprised her. He scanned the contents in silence, his features shifting in minute increments. The hardening of the jaw, the knitting of the brow, the slight flattening of the lips at the mention of her uncle. When he finished, he folded the letter, set it on the side table, and regarded her with a gaze that could have sanded wood. "Do you wish to explain?" he asked, not accusing, but not gentle either. She drew herself up, knowing her spine was a lie, but needing the height it afforded. "There is little to explain. My father was always poor at arithmetic. Now the bills have come due." Anselm picked up the letter, rereading the last lines as if searching for an error in calculation. "He suggests I may be able to intervene." She watched him with a face she hoped was impassive. "If you can think of a way to do so, without bankrupting your own estate or inviting the world's laughter, I would be grateful. If not, I will simply prepare for the worst." He considered this. The silence stretched taut. At last, he spoke. "You are very calm for someone whose entire life has just been set ablaze." She laughed, but the sound was thin and only half real. "There is no dignity in panic." He turned away from her, moving to the window. The morning light, limpid and unsparing, picked out every flaw in the glass, and in his expression as well. He tapped the letter against his palm, as if weighing the problem against the weight of his own hand. "Do you wish me to handle this as a matter of business, or as a matter of family?" he asked, still facing the window. She hesitated. The answer should have been obvious, but the words caught at her throat. "As you see fit," she replied. "You are the only one here qualified to know the difference." He turned, and for the first time she saw the tremor at the edge of his control, the flare of something like compassion, or perhaps just the cold anger of a man who had spent his whole life building, only to see someone else knock the pieces down. "I will consider it," he said, and left the room with the same precision as he had entered. Eowyn stood alone in the green hush of the morning room, the scent of lemon oil suddenly sickening. She closed her eyes and tried to imagine the shape of her life, should everything collapse. She pictured her father, old, exhausted, his hands shaking as he wrote the letter, and wondered if it was possible to inherit not only ruin, but the certainty that it had been waiting for you all along. The clock in the hall struck the hour, and the house continued, as always, indifferent to the disaster of its inhabitants. The study door closed with a soft click, the kind that in this house signalled not privacy, but containment. Anselm stood for a moment in the hush, the letter in his hand, a sudden weight. The walls around him, panelled in walnut, lined with rows of books so neatly ordered they could have doubled as marching regiments, offered the illusion of structure. But the force pressing at his temples was less orderly. It was the feeling of old wounds reopening, of the past stalking through the present on silent feet. He set the letter on the desk, smoothing the edges with a thumb, then poured himself a glass of Madeira, the sound of it a brief, golden interruption. He drank it down with none of the savour the vintage deserved. When the glass was empty, he returned to the morning room, expecting to find Elowen gone, or at least composed. She was there, seated at the table with her hands folded atop an unopened book, as if she could keep her world intact by force of posture alone. The morning light had shifted. It laid new shadows along her cheekbones, accentuating the stillness of her expression. Anselm cleared his throat. "So," he said, voice stripped of anything but function, "your family has been consorting with known criminals." Elowen did not look up. "My father consorted with creditors and fools. The criminality is a recent development." He crossed to the mantel, where the mechanical bird, its mother-of-pearl wings dulled by years of dust, perched in judgment. He pressed the lever beneath its wing, watched the base pop open, revealing the velvet-lined cavity. The silver key, untouched since the day he'd offered it, glinted up at him. "Do you realize," he said, "that if the details in this letter become public, the Ashwood name will be linked with theft, fraud, and God knows what else?" She met his gaze at last, the green of her eyes sharpened by lack of sleep. "Are you asking if I'm ashamed, or if I'm dangerous?" He snapped the compartment shut, setting the bird back in its place. "I am asking whether you understand what this means. For us. For my position. For our future." She stood, smoothing the folds of her skirt, every inch the Duchess the ton now grudgingly respected. "I understand that your precious reputation is at risk. I understand that everything you have ever done, every choice, has been in service of building a wall no one can breach." He paced to the bookshelves, running his finger along the spines without focus. "You think me a machine, then?" "I think," she said, "that you are terrified of being ordinary." He stopped, back turned. The silence stretched. When he spoke again, the words were so soft she had to strain to hear. "There are some things a man cannot come back from, Elowen." She crossed the room, stopping a pace behind him. "Is this about me? Or is it about her?" He stiffened. "You know nothing about that." "I know enough. I know the stories. I know what Sophia Blackwood did to you." The name landed like a slap. He turned, and for a moment the mask dropped. The old pain raw and unshielded, the hard blue of his eyes splintered. "She ruined herself," he said, "and nearly took me with her. My father's legacy, my entire future, nearly undone by one woman's recklessness. I will not let that happen again." "Then say it," Elowen demanded. "Say you regret marrying me." He faltered. The next words cost him dearly. "I do not regret you, but I cannot, will not, watch my life's work destroyed by someone else's catastrophe." She advanced, voice shaking with a cocktail of pride and desperation. You would rather see my family in the gutter than risk your standing among men who would slit your throat for a barony? That is not what I said. It is exactly what you said, or rather what you mean. He held her gaze, but the ground had shifted beneath him. You do not know what it is to lose everything. She smiled then, bitter and bright. On the contrary, I believe I am about to. Anselm reached for the glass, but his hand trembled. He poured another, then abandoned it on the table. There may be a solution. A discreet loan, or a marriage for your cousin. Something that would satisfy the vultures without implicating us. Eloan's laugh was more a sigh. You want to fix it, but only if it doesn't touch you. He pressed his fingers to his temples, as if the ache in his head could be willed away. That is unfair. She moved to the window, the same vantage he had claimed earlier. You say you will not let what happened to Sophia happen to me, but you are already letting it. He crossed to her, close enough that the words might have been a whisper. You are not Sophia. But you are still afraid, she said. Afraid of being ruined, of being pitied. I am afraid too, Anselm. But I would rather burn than be so careful I never live at all. He stared at her, the lines in his face deeper than the moment before. For the first time, she thought he might be about to break. You do not know what you are asking, he said. To take on your father's debts, his disgrace, his... My name, she finished. To take on my name. He closed his eyes, just for a second. When he opened them, the hardness was back, but something behind it. Grief, or maybe just exhaustion. I will not abandon you, he said at last, but I must protect what is mine. She turned to him, and for a moment they were the only two souls in the world. Am I yours? She asked, not quite daring to hope for the answer. He reached for her hand, clasping it between his own. You are all I have left, Eloan. Neither spoke for a long while. The mechanical bird on the mantel clicked, the echo of its last song hanging in the air. He released her hand, stepping away. We must proceed with caution. No letters, no hints of negotiation. I will go to London myself, find out who is behind the attacks, and deal with them directly. She nodded, the pulse in her throat finally slowing. Will you let me help? He considered, then offered the ghost of a smile. Only if you promise not to make it worse. She almost laughed, but stopped herself. I can promise nothing. He shook his head, the tension between them eased, if not erased. They stood together, not touching, but no longer divided, each bracing for the storm that now seemed both inevitable and survivable. The mechanical bird glinted in the firelight, its silent judgment replaced by something like approval. The next morning broke not with the promise of reprieve, but with the grim clarity of decisions deferred too long. The house was awake before the bell, the staff moving with an alertness that suggested they sensed the storm brewing above their heads. Eloan, eyes bruised by sleeplessness, had taken up residence in the library, her only defence a fortress of books and an unfinished cup of tea. She was determined not to retreat again. Anselm found her there, as he had known he would. He stood in the threshold, his silhouette sharp against the light, hands at his sides and spine rigid as a mast. For a full minute, neither spoke. The air vibrated with the unspoken. Finally, Eloan raised her head. If you wish to dissolve our marriage, she said, her voice steady as the marble, say it plainly. I would rather suffer humiliation than uncertainty. Anselm looked at her, and she saw the calculation, pride, anger, fear, passing through his mind in sequence. He seemed, for a heartbeat, poised to deliver the coup de grace she had dared him to utter. Instead, he crossed to the desk in 3 long strides, pulled open the drawer, and took out a sheet of heavy parchment. He wrote. The pen moved with a speed and pressure that threatened to puncture the page. Elwyn, knuckles white around her teacup, watched him, her heart thudding an uneven rhythm. She could not bear to ask what words he was inscribing. He finished, sanded the ink, folded and sealed the letter with the Ashwood signet. He slid it across the desk to her, his eyes never leaving hers. She took it, hands shaking so much she feared she would drop it. She broke the seal and read, to Mr. Arnold, solicitor. You are to render all necessary assistance to Sir Edmund Harrington and his household. Do not spare resources. The reputation and solvency of that name is to be preserved, as it is now joined with my own. I will answer for any further questions in person. Anselm Montgomery, Duke of Ashwood. Elwyn stared at the page until the lines blurred, then looked up, searching his face for irony, for qualification. There was none. Your family is now my family, he said, the words quiet but final. Whatever comes, we face it together. She could not speak at first. Instead, she stood and crossed to the desk, her hands still trembling. She laid the letter down and reached for his hand, her fingers closing over his in a grasp that was equal parts gratitude and defiance. He turned his palm to meet hers, the pressure steady and warm. For the first time, she noticed the silver key lying on the blotter, Sophia's key, the one he had offered as a gesture and which had seemed a chain to the past. Now it was only a piece of metal, powerless against the will of 2 living people. Thank you, she managed, the syllables as fragile as spun glass. He squeezed her hand. I am not a good man, Elwyn, but I keep my promises. She almost smiled. Neither am I, but I intend to learn. They stood like that, hands joined over the empty space where disaster had threatened to bloom. The house, sensing its moment, fell silent. Even the mechanical bird on the mantel was still. Anselm released her hand, but not before letting his thumb brush the back of hers, a benediction, or perhaps just a test of reality. He straightened, squaring his shoulders. I leave for London at noon, he said. I will see to the matter personally. You are to remain here, and not, under any circumstances, attempt to intervene. She opened her mouth to protest, but he held up a finger. Promise me. She hesitated, then nodded. I promise. For now. He snorted, a sound almost like amusement, and left the room. Elwyn watched him go, then sat in the desk chair, the letter still warm from his hand. She touched the silver key, weighing it in her palm, and realized that the past was no longer something she needed to fear. It was just another story, and this time she intended to write the ending herself. Above her, the clock ticked on, indifferent and exacting as ever, but the house, at least, seemed content. Chapter 12. The hour was indecently early, and the library of Ashwood House had not yet warmed to the idea of being awake. Even the sun, casting its slanted gold through the high east windows, seemed uncertain of its welcome, throwing long spears of light that caught on the regimented shelves and set the dust to trembling. Elwyn sat alone at the vast central table, her frame dwarfed by the weight of the oak and the sheer, daunting mass of centuries' worth of books. On the table, the disorder was entirely her own. a siege mound of ledgers, solicitors' correspondence, and the day's worst inheritance, which she had not so much read as absorbed by osmosis in the sleepless hours before dawn. She had dressed with a soldier's economy, serviceable skirt, high-collared blouse, nothing meant for the gaze of another soul. Her hair, a coil of auburn refusing discipline, caught in the morning's light like copper wire, stray strands ignited by the sun. She had assembled an arsenal, 3 sharpened pencils, a glass of cold water, and beside the most alarming of the documents, the silver key Anselm had once given her, its presence more a challenge than a comfort. She was methodical. Review the accounts, flag the discrepancies, circle the names that recurred most often. The worst of the bills she arranged in a neat, accusing row along the front edge of the desk, as if daring the next entrant to ignore their gravity. She did not speak aloud, but the room vibrated with the unvoiced catalogue of creditors, overdue notes, and the very real possibility of Ashwood joining her family's descent into scandal. The clock struck the half-hour with an officious clatter. Elowen flinched, half expecting Anselm to materialize in the doorway with some new crisis. When he did arrive, precise as ever, he looked neither rested nor prepared for argument. His face was drawn at the jaw, the bones under the skin thrown into relief by a night of calculation, or possibly defeat. The light caught on the planes of his brow and made a ruin of any pretense at stoicism. He paused just inside the threshold, taking the measure of her and the chaos she'd curated. A subtle tension flared in the line of his shoulders, as if the battle he'd steeled himself for was already underway, and she was, once again, 3 moves ahead. "Elowen," he said, the syllable both a greeting and a request for forbearance. She marked her place in the ledger, pencil resting in the gutter between columns of figures, and met his gaze. "You're up early," she said, feigning nonchalance. "I have business in London," he replied, every consonant lacquered in the old, unassailable formality. "Arnold has arranged a meeting at the bank, followed by a conference with the creditors. I'll return within the week." She did not answer. Instead, she slid the topmost ledger toward him, a thick volume, its leather edge dog-eared by years of nervous handling, and tapped the most recent entry. "You intend to leave this to moulder while you play at damage control in the city?" He stepped to the table, planting his hands on the wood. "It's not play, Elowen. I would think, given the hour and the company—" He gestured to the correspondence, its wax seals cracked and bleeding. "That you understand the stakes." Her voice was even. "Of course I understand. But I fail to see why your plan is to march into the lion's den alone." "Because that's how it's done," he said, the answer so reflexive it had clearly predated her question by decades. "The fewer involved, the less exposure. The less exposure, the less chance of the ton-scenting blood." She let the silence collect around the words, weighing them as she had the accounts. "And what am I to do in your absence exactly? Brew tea for the staff and await my fate by the fire?" He bristled. "You'll do nothing of the kind. You'll maintain order, as you have done, and make certain that no hint of this—" He swept a hand at the papers. "Makes it into circulation. The fewer who know, the better." Elowen pushed her chair back, rising to her full height. The sun had climbed a little, gold now catching on her collar and flooding the space between them. "Let me be perfectly clear, Your Grace. I have spent the last 3 days untangling the arithmetic of this house, cross-checking the estate's receipts against the notes in the solicitor's letters, and making a list of everyone who might have a vested interest in our ruin. I have written and rewritten at least 5 drafts of a reply to my father that will not invite disgrace. And if you think for a moment that I am content to sit here, mute and ornamental, while you play hero—" She leaned in, the green of her eyes suddenly volcanic. "Then perhaps you have learned less about me than you claim." He blinked, but did not retreat. "I am trying to shield you," he said, and the words, to his credit, were not hollow. She laughed, low and sharp. "From what? The world? Or yourself?" He set his jaw. "From the consequences of another's mistakes." She gestured to the ledger, her hand trembling, but her words precise. "We are not children, Anselm. You married me, however reluctantly. That makes your problems mine as well." For a moment, she thought she had overplayed her hand. He stared at the ledger, its columns a mute accusation, then reached for the silver key on the blotter, rolling it between his fingers as if testing its weight against his next move. He exhaled, slow and deliberate. "You're right. I married you. I never promised you peace, but I did promise you honesty." She softened, just slightly. "Then trust me, Anselm. If this goes wrong, it will be on both our heads. But if it goes right—" He interrupted. "If it goes right, no one will remember the effort, only the result." She smiled, an expression that managed to be both approving and infuriating. "Then let's see to it that the result is memorable." He hesitated, the tension in his posture easing by a fraction. "You truly want to help?" She nodded. "I can manage the estate correspondence, keep the staff in line, and if you let me, handle any rumours that surface while you're gone. I know how these circles operate. Better than you think?" He turned the key once more, then set it down, this time closer to her side of the table. "Very well. I leave you in command of Ashwood. But if there is even a whisper—" "There won't be," she said, cutting him off with the smallest possible smile. He gathered the most pressing documents, tucking them under his arm. "I depart at 11. If you need anything, send word to Arnold at the club." She inclined her head, the gesture regal and faintly mocking. "Safe travels, Your Grace." He paused at the door, looking back only once. "Do not burn the house down while I'm gone." She reached for the ledger, flipping to a fresh page. "Only if necessary." He left, and the silence that followed was not peace, but possibility. Elowen bent again to her work, the sunlight now a full partner in her campaign. She made notes, she drafted responses, and for the first time in days, her hands did not tremble. The silver key rested beside her pencil, a small, shining reminder that there were doors still to be opened, and that she held the means to do so. She smiled, despite herself, and set about making the best of the war she had chosen. The hours after a confrontation always felt strange. The room was unchanged. Same cold marble at the hearth, same sober haze of tobacco and parchment. But the air was different, as if the molecules themselves had realigned to accommodate new possibilities. Elowen could still feel the heat of her own pulse in her wrist, her body not yet convinced the crisis had passed. She had survived the debate, but it had left her cells fizzing with aftershocks, and she found herself almost wishing for a return volley from the corridor outside. Instead, she was left with the hum of the house coming to life, and the ticking certainty that what she'd just accomplished was irreversible. She set about her work with a vigour born less of confidence than necessity. Letters required rewriting, some to be dispatched, others to be hidden. She worked with brisk, steady hands, rewriting lines that Anselm would approve and, where appropriate, lines she knew he would never see. She composed a response to her father, a note full of reassurances and camouflaged hope, offering not salvation, but a clever kind of delay. For the first time in days, she felt something approaching control. At mid-morning, with the sky grown positively exuberant, the door opened again. Anselm, coat off, sleeves rolled, looked more the estate's steward than its master. She noticed at once the scuff on his cuff and the ink stain on his right thumb. He hesitated at the threshold, as if unwilling to interrupt her industry. When she acknowledged him, he crossed to the window, hands clasped behind his back. For a minute, he simply stared out at the lawns, where the gardeners had begun their perpetual war against weeds. The light slashed the glass, dividing his reflection into shards. The effect was that of a man splintered, held together only by the force of his own intent. He spoke without turning. "You are not what I expected." She matched his tone, crisp and even. "You are exactly what I expected." He looked at her then, and the blue of his eyes was sharper for the lack of sleep. "You think me predictable?" She folded a letter, smoothing the crease with her thumb. "I think you built yourself to be so, but you married unpredictably." He almost smiled. A mistake, perhaps. She risked a glance. Not all mistakes are to be regretted. He turned, resting his hip against the window ledge. The distance between them was less than a pace, but the air was dense with all the words they had not yet found the courage to speak. "Do you think we can fix this?" he asked, quieter now. "I think," she said, "that we must, or at least fail with honor." He regarded her in silence, gaze flicking from her face to the sheaf of letters in her hand. "You're not afraid?" She considered. "Only of failing to try." The question hung, unresolved, until he crossed to the table and took up the ledger. He read the column she had marked, her handwriting beside his, the two styles locked in uneasy conversation. He set the ledger down, then reached for the solicitor's packet at the edge of the table. His fingers hovered just above hers, close enough for her to feel the heat of his skin, before, at the last instant, he drew back. She could see the tremor in his hand, a small, unwilling confession of the pressure he felt. "I thought you'd be content to remain at a distance from this," he said. She braced her hand on the wood, leaning forward, the gap between them narrowed to nothing. "You thought wrong. I have lived my whole life at the edge of other people's disasters. I intend to face this one head-on." He inhaled, deep and shaky. "Very well." Their hands met over the ledger, neither giving way at first. The contact was accidental, the friction of her knuckles against the back of his hand unplanned, but in that instant something shifted. He glanced up, and she saw not the master of the house, but the man, tired, uncertain, in need. "Very well," he repeated, softer. "We shall face this together." He pulled a blank page from the stack, uncapped his pen, and wrote. The sound of it, deliberate, measured, was like the ticking of a second clock, one that would mark the time only between them. When he finished, he slid the sheet toward her. The directive was clear. Joint authority, all correspondence to be countersigned, no major decision to be made without the other's assent. At the bottom, his signature sprawled in a bold, slanting hand. He pressed the pen into her palm. "If you still wish to share this burden, sign here." She did, her own name small but unwavering beneath his. He reached for the sealed solicitor's letter, held it for a moment, and then in a motion so careful it might have been choreographed, handed it to her. Their fingers brushed, skin to skin, and for a fleeting second, it was not ink and paper, but a line of heat that joined them. She took the letter, her face betraying none of the electricity she felt. "We leave tomorrow," he said. "There are meetings in the city. Some you will find tedious, some terrifying. But they are yours as much as mine." She straightened her shoulders. Understood. He nodded, satisfied, and turned away, busying himself with the day's logistics. But she saw, in the curve of his mouth and the set of his jaw, that the old lines of command had softened. The wall was still there, but it was no longer impassable. She watched him, really watched, as she never had before. She saw the care he took with the smallest tasks, the way his brow furrowed in concentration, the moments when, lost in thought, he became almost beautiful. In the hush that followed, Elowen became aware of something entirely new. An ache, or perhaps a longing, that was both foreign and familiar. She had not expected this, that a partnership forged in necessity could become, in an instant, the thing she wanted most. It fluttered in her chest, not quite pain and not quite hope, but the unmistakable prelude to love. She squared her spine, determined to earn it. If tomorrow brought battle, then she would be ready, not just to survive, but to win. She set the solicitor's letter among the rest, arranging the arsenal for the day ahead. Through the diamond panes of the window, the sun was now in full dominion over the grounds, casting everything in a new and uncompromising light. The house, for all its secrets and history, had never seemed so alive. Elowen smiled, and for the first time allowed herself to feel it. Chapter 13. Elowen climbed the last marble stair with the measured gait of one who had spent the better part of the day impersonating a cheerful automaton. She slipped off her gloves before reaching her door, savouring the press of cool skin against her palms. More honest, somehow, than the endless parade of pleasantries and social arithmetic that had consumed her since dawn. Behind her, the corridor was mercifully silent, the house at rest. It was not until she had closed her chamber door and turned to the dressing table that she noticed the disturbance in the landscape of her belongings. There, occupying the exact centre of the inlaid mahogany, sat a package, pale blue paper, the edges crisp, the bow a minor architectural wonder of silver silk. No card perched atop, no telltale calling card tucked beneath. Only the implicit expectation that the recipient would know herself at once. She touched the bow, found it taut and fine, then unfastened the knot in a single, careful pull. The paper unfolded with the restraint of a well-trained curtain, revealing a box in cream, lined with tissue, and a scent so faintly familiar, it tugged at some distant, safer version of herself. Inside, wrapped as if for ceremonial unsealing, was a book. Not just a book, she realized as she lifted it out. A first edition of Landon's Medallion, its spine a riot of gilt, the edges shivering with gold. The weight of it was substantial, the kind of book meant for the permanence of libraries, not the transience of drawing rooms. She ran her thumb along the edge, the nerves in her hand translating the cool, dense pleasure of the vellum. The title page gleamed with an impossible clarity. She had mentioned the book only once. Weeks ago, in a corridor, as Anselm had passed in the opposite direction with a stack of ledgers under his arm. He had asked, with the absent curiosity of a man half listening, if she read much poetry. She had replied with her usual weaponized candour, "Only when I'm feeling sentimental, or wish to be disabused of the notion." The volume she'd added was impossible to find outside of the London antiquaries. He'd made a noise, disdainful, she'd thought, and moved on. The memory now seemed less like a shared joke than an exchange of code, and she felt the blush begin at her collar, entirely without warning. She traced the publisher's mark, half expecting to find it counterfeit, then noticed a slip of paper, folded once, pressed flat against the flyleaf. The script was precise, almost mathematical. I recalled your fondness for these verses. Perhaps they might provide respite from the tedium of society's expectations. A. No signature, but none was needed. She let the note settle into her palm, then found herself laughing. Real, involuntary, as bright and improbable as the book itself. She sat at the dressing table and opened to the first page. The smell of aged paper and the shock of ink took her instantly, as if the book itself inhaled her along with the air. She read the first lines aloud, lips forming the vowels with something close to reverence. Here, beneath the lion's weight, the maiden keeps her secret fate. It was absurd, of course, to find herself nearly undone by a bit of paper and print. But for the first time in recent memory, the pressure behind her eyes was not born of fatigue or dread, but a swelling that threatened to spill over with the smallest push. She read half a dozen more lines, then pressed the book closed, careful not to bruise the pages. She replaced the bow atop the cover and sat staring at the little arrangement, uncertain whether she wished to hoard the gift or parade it as proof of something she could not yet name. The note was still in her lap. She refolded it, then tucked it into her sleeve, as if it might serve as a shield for what remained of the evening. The impulse to find Anselm, to thank him, or at least to see if he was as nonchalant as his note implied, was impossible to ignore. She left her chambers with the book cradled to her chest, making her way down the hall and past the scowling bust of Lord Ashwood's least favourite ancestor. She found him in the study, as expected, surrounded by the detritus of his current campaign. The desk was an apocalypse of correspondence, legal briefs, ledgers, the odd blue sheet that marked a bill in dispute. Anselm's coat was draped over the back of the chair, his shirt sleeves rolled and ink smudged at the heel of his left hand. He looked up at the click of the door, and for the briefest second seemed surprised to see her. "Am I intruding?" she asked, though her tone implied the answer would not much affect her. "Not at all," he said, standing out of habit, then resuming his seat. "The walls were closing in. I'm glad for the interruption." She crossed to the desk, holding the book in both hands, as if presenting a flag of truce. "I found this on my dressing table. I assume it was your doing?" He shrugged, the gesture calibrated to appear indifferent. "It was merely a practical purchase. The bookseller in Exeter was unloading some rare volumes, and your taste in poetry is well documented." She set the book on the desk between them. "This edition is nearly impossible to find. The London antiquaries have been waiting for a copy since 1802. He picked up the book, flicked the pages with the practiced hand of someone who had spent a lifetime disassembling and reassembling the world. "It's only paper and ink, Elowen. I thought you'd appreciate it." "Appreciate is insufficient," she said, voice suddenly smaller than she liked. "This is the first present I've received in, well, a very long time." He met her gaze, the blue of his eyes sharp as fresh paint in the lamplight. "That can't be true." "It is," she said, letting the silence do the rest. He seemed about to reply, then closed the book with a soft thump and set it back in front of her. "I had assumed, given the nature of your family and your acquaintance, that you were regularly showered with tokens." She shook her head, a flicker of sadness crossing her features. My father favors letters over gifts. My mother is, well, she's often preoccupied with her own affairs. My friends. She paused, the weight of her thoughts evident as she hesitated to quantify their presence. They seem more captivated by the chase than by any meaningful outcome. He nodded, not quite in sympathy, but in understanding. She reached for the book, letting her fingers brush the edge of his hand in what was, for her, a nearly reckless gesture. "Thank you," she said, risking the weight of the words. "It was nothing," he said, but the set of his jaw suggested otherwise. She tried to lighten the moment. "If you ever tire of managing the estate, you could become a very successful antiquarian. You have a knack for finding what's rare." "I have a knack for recognizing value," he countered, the corners of his mouth betraying a hint of smile. "Some would say that's the same thing," she replied, warming to the sport. He glanced at her, then at the book. "I would argue that value and rarity are entirely distinct. One can be common and still precious." She snorted, unable to help herself. "You've just described half of Devon's livestock and at least 3 members of my extended family." He laughed, the sound unfamiliar but genuine. "I suppose I have." The room felt suddenly less like a fortress and more like a parlour. The air between them charged not with duty or necessity, but a kind of easy possibility she had not thought to experience in this house. She turned the book over in her lap. "May I ask? Have you read it?" His eyes flickered to the book, then back to her. "I tried. Poetry is not my strength." "Why not?" she pressed. "I prefer problems with solutions. Poetry delights in ambiguity. It's—" he searched for the word. "Exhausting." She grinned. "Perhaps you're reading the wrong poets, or perhaps you are simply out of practice with delight." He considered this, then nodded. "Perhaps." She rose, tucking the book under her arm. "If you like, I can read you a passage that's entirely without ambiguity. No symbolism, just good old-fashioned heartbreak." He raised a brow, inviting the challenge. "I suppose I have nothing to lose." She cleared her throat, then recited. She counted her scars by candlelight, each one a tally, each one a fight. The world mistook her for broken, but only the shattered let in the light. She finished, looking up to gauge his reaction. To her surprise, his expression had softened, the walls of his face less severe than before. "That's rather good," he admitted. "It is," she said. "And I think it was meant for people like us." He did not reply, but she sensed something had changed, a recalibration, perhaps, of where the boundaries now lay. She turned to go, then hesitated in the doorway. "I'll try to keep the tedium of society to a minimum tomorrow. Would you care to join me for breakfast in the blue parlour?" He looked surprised, then pleased. "I would." She nodded, then left the room, the weight of the book solid against her ribs. Behind her, she heard the faintest exhale, as if the entire study had been holding its breath and only now dared to let it go. In her own chambers, she placed the book on the nightstand, the silver bow a gentle reminder that even in a world built on practicality, sentiment could occasionally claim the upper hand. She read until the candle guttered, the lines of verse twisting through her like a warm, slow current. When she finally slept, the book was still in her hands, and the dream that followed was of a table set for 2, the air full of laughter and the promise that the best surprises were still possible. The morning after the poetry, the house took on a different timbre. Ashwood's rituals, so often a tyranny of expectation, now had the soft edges of a conspiracy. The staff moved with a faint but unmistakable sense of anticipation, as if privy to a secret not yet made public. Elowen spent her day in measured pursuits, reviewing estate letters, tending the winter garden, sparring with Mrs. Featherstone in the rose room. But all actions were tinged with the awareness of something pending, a hush before the storm. At dusk, a note appeared on her tray. The handwriting was not Anselm's, but the message was his in all but ink. Your presence is requested in the conservatory at 7. Attire at your discretion. C. She stared at it for a long moment, running through every possible permutation of what awaited her. The conservatory was rarely used, even less so in the colder months, when the air was a stubborn chill and the glass fogged with the effort of containing so many foreign blooms. She could think of no precedent for such a summons. No dinner, no meeting, no clandestine encounter had ever been staged in that sunlit, frost-laced gallery. She spent a ridiculous span of time choosing her gown. The urge was to go simple, muted, but her hand kept returning to the deep emerald silk, the very shade Anselm had once, in an unguarded moment, praised for making her look more than mortal. She gave in, if only to prove she remembered. At the appointed hour, she made her way to the conservatory. The corridor was empty, the carpets muffling her steps to silence. The last light of evening slanted through the tall windows, staining the marble with stripes of gold and blue. As she approached, she caught the scent first. Orange blossom, jasmine, and the faintest thread of cinnamon. Inside, the room was transformed. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of candles had been arranged along the walkways and in the glass flower beds, their flames dancing in the currents of warm air from the overhead vents. The effect was of stars brought down to earth, a private constellation conjured just for her. Along the central avenue stood a narrow table, set for 2, its white linen draped to the floor, and the silver arranged in soldierly ranks. A crystal bowl of orchids presided over the setting, their improbable colour rivaling her own. At the far end of the table, Anselm stood. He had not seen her enter. His gaze was fixed on the glass roof, where the first hints of moonlight caught and fractured on the panes. When he did turn, it was as if he'd been struck, not by surprise, but by the force of seeing her there, illuminated and impossible. She watched as he mastered his expression, the flicker of emotion reined in with effort. He wore evening black, his cravat fastened with a single severe pin, but she thought she detected an unfamiliar softness in his stance, a warmth that had not existed yesterday. He pulled out her chair and waited as she crossed the floor. The tap of her shoes on the stone echoed. The hem of the gown whispered with every step. She wondered if he noticed. "You look," he began, then seemed to reconsider the word. "Magnificent." She let the compliment settle. "Thank you. I confess I nearly chose the blue, but it seemed unworthy of the occasion." He smiled, not the practiced, diplomatic smile, but a fleeting upturn that threatened to linger. "I'm glad you didn't." She took her seat, smoothing her skirt and willing her pulse to slow. He circled to his own, and for a moment they were 2 points of stillness in a room that pulsed with candlelight and perfume. A footman, silent, nearly invisible, poured wine and vanished. The meal began with a small soup, aromatic and flecked with herbs from the estate gardens. Elowen sipped, then set down her spoon. "I confess I am at a loss," she said. "I cannot decide whether this is a celebration or an ambush." He raised a brow. "Perhaps both." She inclined her head, accepting the challenge. And which are we celebrating? Your victory in London, or my stubborn refusal to be demure? He considered. I prefer to think of it as a truce. A truce, she repeated, rolling the word around her mouth. Does that mean there will be terms? He did not answer directly. Only that the hostilities of the past are suspended, temporarily. She smiled. I should warn you, I have never respected ceasefires. He matched her smile, the lines at his mouth deepening in a way she found alarmingly attractive. I had noticed. The conversation moved with surprising ease. They discussed the estate's affairs, the new tenants, the restoration of the East Wing, a minor scandal involving the neighbours' escaped peacocks. Eloan told a story from her girlhood, chasing an errant lamb through a maze of hedgerows, and Anselm countered with a tale of his own, involving a runaway horse and an irate Latin tutor. They laughed, more than once, the sound echoing up to the glass and mingling with the rustle of candlelit leaves. The second course was roast pheasant, the skin crisp and the flesh impossibly tender. Eloan watched as Anselm deftly carved his portion, his hands steady, every motion precise. She found herself distracted by the play of tendon and bone, the unself-conscious confidence of someone who never doubted his own strength. When he glanced up and caught her watching, she did not look away. Am I eating incorrectly? He asked, voice perfectly deadpan. Not at all, she replied. I was just marvelling at your efficiency. He set down his fork. A lifetime of drills. My father believed the ability to dispatch one's dinner neatly was a sign of civilization. She leaned in, elbows on the table. Do you actually believe that? He hesitated, then shook his head. No. I believe civilization is defined by how one treats those who cannot retaliate. A radical philosophy for a duke. He shrugged. Every system needs at least one dissenter to keep the rest from stagnation. She laughed, delighted. You're more subversive than you pretend, Anselm. He smiled, almost shyly, only when it's safe to be. The meal concluded with a dessert of pears in wine, the fruit stained dark and fragrant. The footman appeared once more, refilling their glasses, then faded into the shadows. The room felt entirely private now, the rest of the world walled out by glass and night. Eloan took a sip of wine, rolling it on her tongue before speaking. Do you know, I think this is the first time we have dined together without an audience. He nodded. It's refreshing. And a bit dangerous, she added. He arched a brow. How so? She set down her glass, the stem wobbling just slightly. It gives one the illusion of candour, as if the masks might slip. He steepled his fingers, considering her. Is that such a terrible thing? She met his gaze, unflinching. Not for me. He watched her, the silence building between them, not awkward, but dense with implication. She broke the tension, just barely, with a mischievous smile. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say you are not nearly so impervious as you appear. He chuckled, a low sound. You may be right, but I suspect you have your own vulnerabilities. She feigned outrage. A scandalous suggestion, Your Grace. Is it? He countered, eyes dancing. I have it on good authority that the Duchess of Ashwood is entirely without weakness. Then your authority is flawed, she replied, and for a moment the honesty surprised even her. He tilted his head, as if considering how far to push. I begin to suspect, Lady Eloan, that beneath your arsenal of wit and defiance, There's a heart more susceptible than you let on." She allowed the silence to stretch, weighing her answer. "You are a dangerous man, Anselm Montgomery." He leaned in, forearms braced on the table. The distance between them was measured now in inches. "I trust you to defend yourself." She mirrored his posture, their faces level across the flicker of the nearest candle. "I prefer to negotiate. Less bloodshed." His lips twitched. "You're better at it than you think." Their hands hovered near each other on the linen. She traced idle circles with her finger, then, without really deciding to, let her hand drift closer to his. He did the same. Neither moved to touch, but the promise of it hung in the charged space between skin. A clock somewhere deep in the house chimed the hour. Elowen startled, then laughed at her own reaction. "I suppose the time has come to return to the real world," she said, rising. He stood as well, moving to her side and offering his arm. She accepted it, the contact electric. Together, they walked the length of the conservatory, past the ranks of silent flowers and the constellations of dying candlelight. At the door, she paused. "Thank you. For this? I know it was not easy to arrange." He looked down at her, the planes of his face softened by the moonlight. "Some things are worth the effort." She smiled, sudden and unguarded, and for a moment she thought he might say something more. But he only nodded and released her arm with infinite care. She watched as he turned and walked back into the candlelit aisle, then made her way up the stairs, her pulse still racing. That night, as she undressed, she found a scrap of orchid blossom caught in her hair. She pressed it between the pages of her new book, marking the evening for whatever future came next. She slept deeply and dreamed not of battles, but of truce, of peace, earned one dangerous, beautiful concession at a time. The evening after their private dinner was one of those rare English nights when the moon conspired with the clouds to cast everything in the fragile light of possibility. Eluin, restless after hours of rehearsal and self-interrogation, found herself drawn once again to the house's endless labyrinth of corridors and stairs. She was nearly to the main gallery when she encountered Anselm. He stood at the foot of the marble stairs, hands clasped behind his back, as if he'd been waiting for her. The glow from the wall sconces rendered him half in shadow, half in gold. His presence was so still it felt architectural, a new pillar added to the house's structure. "Out walking?" he asked, voice gentle. She nodded. "I had thought to read, but I found I could not keep my eyes on the page." He offered his arm. "Perhaps the air will do us both good." They passed through the foyer and out onto the east terrace, where the world waited, cool and a little wild, the gardens just visible in the moonlight. The wind was soft, scented with cut grass and the sharper tang of night-blooming jasmine. Their shoes made no sound on the stone. The paths wove through topiary and orchard, past the cold bones of the reflecting pool, past the low wall where the climbing roses had not yet surrendered to the season's decay. Elowen felt the day's tensions melt, replaced by a nervous anticipation that vibrated in her fingertips. They walked in companionable silence for a time, the house receding into darkness behind them. Elowen noticed that Anselm, usually so measured, now matched her stride instead of leading it. His face was unreadable, but the line of his jaw was less severe than usual, as if the effort of civility had been set aside. It was Anselm who broke the silence. "I've neglected these gardens for too long," he said. "My father cared for them, but after his death I let things go. It seemed frivolous, compared to the other demands. She glanced at him, catching the glint of reflection in his eyes. I think he would approve of how you've restored them. They feel alive. He smiled, a real one. That's largely your doing. You noticed what the old plans had missed. She shrugged, uncertain how to accept the compliment. I'm no gardener. I only have opinions. Your opinions have merit, he said, stopping beside a row of cypress trees. In fact, I had some of the staff clear a bit of the overgrowth, as you suggested. Would you care to see? She agreed, curiosity piqued. He led her off the main path, through a gap in the hedgerow, to a narrow passage lined with boxwood. At the end of it, a wrought-iron gate stood slightly ajar. Anselm opened it and gestured her through. On the other side was a small walled garden. The moon illuminated it with an almost illicit clarity. A stone bench, a patch of wild violets, a ring of pale climbing roses encircling a weathered fountain. Water still ran, quiet and silver, though she could not guess the source. She stared, transfixed. This wasn't here before. Not like this. He watched her reaction closely. It was always here. It only needed to be revealed. She stepped into the center of the space, the stone still warm from the day's sun. The scent of the violets was sharp, almost sweet enough to taste. She turned in a slow circle, then stopped in front of the bench, running her fingers along the cold, mossy surface. You've made it just as I described, she said, voice low. It's Eliza's garden. He inclined his head. I thought you'd recognize it. I borrowed details from your book. She looked at him, incredulous. You read it? He looked away, embarrassed. Not well, but I remembered enough. She sat on the bench, needing to. The world felt unsteady, as if her axis had shifted. Why would you do this? He did not answer right away. Instead, he paced the edge of the garden, one hand in his pocket, the other idly tracing the line of the wall. After a moment, he returned and sat beside her, not touching, but close enough that she felt the warmth of him. I thought, when we married, that you would be content with a certain kind of life, he said, voice careful. One of duty, propriety, the ordinary comforts. I didn't realize how much more you required, or deserved. She was not sure what answer he expected, but she offered the truth. I never wanted to be content. I wanted to be necessary. He let that settle, and for a while, the only sound was the trickle of water from the fountain. I'm afraid I misjudged you, he said at last. Had I known what manner of woman you truly were, I might have approached our union with less trepidation. She smiled, rueful. And I might have made less of a nuisance of myself. He shook his head. That would have been a tragedy. The word surprised her, and she found herself searching his face for any trace of irony. There was none. Only a tired honesty, as if he'd run out of armor. You know, she said, I sometimes wonder what we might have been to each other if things had happened differently. He exhaled, long and slow. I suppose we will never know? She shook her head, then leaned back on the bench, letting the moonlight bleach her thoughts to silver. It doesn't matter, she said. We have now. He turned to look at her. The blue of his eyes was luminous, stripped of the reserve that usually masked them. It's enough? He asked softly. She considered, then nodded. It might be more than enough. They sat in silence, hands resting on the cold stone between them, each heartbeat echoing in the stillness. After a moment, Anselm reached out, his fingers hovering for a breath before entwining with hers. His grip was tentative at first, exploring the warmth of her hand, then grew firmer when she didn't pull away, a silent agreement forming between them. The world shrank to that small, walled garden, the night wrapped around them like a velvet cloak, the flowers whispering secrets, and the steady pulse of their joined hands thrumming with unspoken promises. Neither spoke. Words felt superfluous, as if the air itself held their thoughts, thick with anticipation. They lingered there, lost in the moment, until the evening chill crept in and the fountain's gentle trickle stilled, leaving only the sound of their breaths mingling in the cool night air. When they finally stood to leave, Anselm did not release her hand, and she made no move to reclaim it, savouring the connection. Together, they walked back toward the house, the path winding and unfamiliar, yet imbued with a sense of certainty, a journey neither had taken before, but somehow felt destined. As they reached the threshold of the garden, Anselm paused, turning to face her fully, the moonlight casting a silver glow over his features. There was a flicker in his eyes, a spark igniting the air between them, and Elowen felt her heart race. In that shared gaze, the weight of their past and the promise of their future collided. Anselm leaned closer, breath mingling with hers, and in that suspended moment, everything else faded away. With a gentle urgency, he closed the distance, capturing her lips with his in a kiss that was both tender and fervent, as if they were finally laying claim to what had long been held back. Time seemed to stretch, the world around them dissolving into a haze of blossoms and moonlight as they surrendered to the inevitable, sealing their connection with a passion that felt both new and achingly familiar. Chapter 14. Elowen sat on the divan, one hand resting on the velvet arm, the other brushing the faint tremor still lingering at her lips. The firelight danced across the polished wood of the low table, illuminating the chessboard between her and Anselm, yet the moves hardly mattered. Every time she lifted her eyes, she caught him studying her, as if measuring the echo of their kiss. His usual reserve had softened. The rigid line of his shoulders now hinted at a new warmth. She could almost feel the pulse in his throat when he spoke, each word dipped in that shared memory. He, too, seemed restless. The high-backed chair he favoured had shifted slightly closer to hers, and for the first time she noticed the faint scent of tobacco mingled with something softer. Her rosewater, perhaps, carried on the breeze when their lips met. Neither made a move on the board. Instead, they exchanged small glances, charged with anticipation and a delicious awkwardness that neither would name aloud. The pause stretched until the butler entered, his steps echoing like a herald to their secret. He halted, bearing an apology in his posture. "Your Grace, Lady Ashwood," he intoned, voice careful. "Mr. Frederick Blake requests an audience." Anselm's glass paused midway to his lips. Elowen's heart fluttered at the sight. She set down her queen but left it dangerously advanced, a silent promise. "Show him in," Anselm said, voice low, softer than usual, yet beneath that softness lay steel. Elowen trained her gaze on the doorway, smoothing her skirts as if to brace herself against whatever storm Frederick might bring. She and Anselm shared a quick, almost imperceptible exchange, an incline of the head, a tightening of the fingers. Together they awaited their visitor, bound by something new and unspoken. A gust of December air preceded Blake's entrance, carrying a cologne bold enough to challenge the beeswax polish. He swept in with theatrical confidence, midnight blue coat, patterned waistcoat, boots like black mirrors, and a silk cravat 2 seasons ahead. His golden hair, artfully tousled, caught the light as if daring the elements to intervene. Blake paused to bow, to the room's grandeur, and more pointedly, to Elowen. His green eyes flickered over her flushed cheeks, and then slid to Anselm, lingering at that subtle closeness between them. "Lady Ashwood," he said, bowing so low the gesture threatened mockery, if not for its genuine elegance. "It is a privilege I have too long been denied." Elowen returned his bow, but her pulse thrummed with awareness of Anselm's steady presence behind her. "Mr. Blake, you honour us with your haste." "I confess," Blake replied, voice rich. "The country air and your company drew me. London grows tedious when its brightest spirits abscond to Devon." He produced a riotous bouquet, white lilies, purple orchids, and a scarlet bloom, exotic enough to shame the frost at the windows. "I thought to bring colour to this winter's afternoon." She reached for the stems, her fingers brushing his ever so lightly. The spark was real, and Anselm's jaw tightened with something like pleasure. "These are extraordinary. Have you seized the Kew hothouses?" Blake's lips curved. No empire, but one of anticipation. Anselm rose, the perfect host reclaiming his role. He offered his hand. Blake clasped it with an intensity that crackled. "Mr. Blake, we are honoured. May I offer you a glass?" "Delighted," Blake said, releasing Anselm's hand with a flourish. "London's libations pale in comparison." Anselm poured with deliberate slowness. Blake raised the glass to catch the light, then sipped. "The very best," he pronounced, eyeing first Anselm, then Elowen. "You disappoint nowhere, Ashwood." Elowen balanced the bouquet on her lap and arched an eyebrow. "All this travel for a posy?" "Not entirely," Blake answered, settling into a chair that both invited him and fenced him in. "The city tires me, and then there's your company." He paused, letting the weight of that statement hang between them, an unspoken challenge. "One never knows when you'll reappear at a ballroom, stealing the show." She let her gaze drift to Anselm's, seeing there a quiet claim. "I am present," she said softly, "and content." Anselm's glass met the table in a final click. "If you find the country dull, Blake, we have hounds, stables, and cards awaiting a worthy opponent." Blake's gaze flicked from Anselm to Elowen, triangulating the new dynamic he detected. "I might take you up on that. It has been too long since a real challenge." Elowen's smile was cool. "I imagine you still cheat." He laughed, clear as brandy. "Only when the stakes demand it." She met his eyes unflinchingly. "Then you are destined to lose." Silence fell, thick but not empty, as they glanced through the tall windows. The winter garden lay beyond, a lattice of frost and glass reflecting the dying light. The contrast between sharp air and the warmth inside was exquisite. Blake followed her gaze. "You've transformed the grounds. The old glasshouse is unrecognizable." "My wife has a gift for coaxing life from the bleakest soil," Anselm said, voice threaded with pride and something deeper, something tender. Blake inclined his head. "You always were a marvel at reinvention, Elowen. London still speaks of your last season." She lifted her chin. "They'll find new gossip. I'm retired from that life." "Until your next debut," Blake murmured. Elowen's eyes flicked to Anselm. His steady look answered any unspoken question. "If you'll excuse me," Blake said, draining his glass, "I'd like to see this winter garden. It rivals anything from St. Petersburg." "You're most welcome," Elowen said, rising. "Our staff will guide you." Blake swept his bow. "Thank you, Lady Ashwood. Your Grace." He departed on a hush of silk, leaving behind cologne and the ghost of his performance. Elowen set the bouquet on the side table, arranging each bloom so its colour caught the firelight. Anselm joined her, standing close enough that she felt the rise and fall of his chest. "He is never here by accident," Anselm said. Elowen nodded, tracing the curve of a lily petal. "Things only begin to move when he arrives." He looked at the empty doorway, then back to the chessboard. "Are you worried?" "Only in the best sense," she whispered. "It's wise to know the pieces before a new game." He offered her the first move. She advanced her rook, capturing his knight with a soft smile. They watched the fire together, the room's warmth wrapping them in the aftermath of what had passed between them, and in the promise of what was still to come. Ashwood's dining room, when fully arrayed for company, transformed from sombre hall to battleground of luminous reflections. Tonight, the silver candelabras burned with military precision, their flames marching in double rows down the length of the damask-swathed table. Polished crystal and the unblemished sheen of the china conspired to reflect every motion, every word, every flicker of intent. At the table's centre, Elowen presided with the serenity of a queen whose court had been assembled for her amusement. To her right, Anselm radiated the composed silence of a man whose authority was absolute, except, perhaps, in his own home. To her left sat Frederick Blake, whose presence, even at rest, seemed engineered for effect. In the shifting candlelight, his features had the odd quality of being both handsome and slightly disorienting, as if the eye could never quite settle on where the charm ended and the threat began. The meal was 5 courses, each calculated to dazzle and distract, but Blake consumed both food and conversation with equal relish. He regaled the table with stories of London, the latest political scandal, the fresh outrage at the opera, the catastrophic debut of a mutual acquaintance's unfortunate daughter. His talent for imitation was prodigious. He could summon the lisp of the Lord Chancellor or the acid falsetto of Lady Pembroke, with nothing but a tilt of the chin and a glint in his eye. The stories were funny, yes, but each was a feathered dart, and more than one landed precisely where he meant it to. Elowen responded with the agility of a seasoned hostess, turning every double-edged compliment into an opportunity for praise. Never quite at Blake's expense, but never letting him claim the last word either. She laughed when required, but her gaze shifted at intervals to Anselm, who played the game with a less forgiving palate. For each anecdote, he offered a counterpoint, a dry observation, a detail corrected, or once, a perfectly timed silence that left Blake's punchline hanging in the air for just a beat too long. After the fish and before the roast, Blake shifted tactics. "Ashwood, you must tell me how you managed it," he said, reaching for his wine. "I had always believed the country to be unremittingly dull, and yet you have found the one thing London could never offer, the envy of every man from here to Mayfair." Elowen arched a brow. "Surely, Mr. Blake, you flatter me beyond the call of friendship." "Not at all," said Blake, the smile never faltering. "In fact, I confess myself awed. I was under the impression you would never again settle for life outside the city's sphere. And yet, here you are, radiant, content, utterly indispensable to the Ashwood enterprise. I suspect it is you, not the Duke, who runs this house." Anselm did not so much as blink. "We share the responsibility," he said. "I value my wife's judgment in all things." The words were so quietly delivered that for a moment even Blake seemed uncertain how to proceed. He recovered with a shrug. As well you should. The days of autocratic governance are numbered, even in marriage. He turned to Elowen, voice honeyed. Tell me, do you miss the capital? The theatres? The salons? The perpetual thrill of novelty? Elowen hesitated only a fraction. Devon may not be a stage, Mr. Blake, but I find its performances rather more sincere. Besides, there is no shortage of intrigue. The county's politics are far more cutthroat than anything the city can muster. Blake laughed, but there was a note of appreciation in it. Always the sharpest mind in the room, he said, and raised his glass. To unexpected unions and the beauty that graces Ashwood House. He tipped the glass toward her, eyes intent on her face. The word unexpected hung in the air, suspended by more than just the alcohol's vapour. Elowen felt the heat of the moment, but met the toast unflinching. To reinvention, she said, and sipped. Anselm, whose own glass had remained untouched, set it down with a gentle but definitive click. He reached across the table, not for the wine, but for Elowen's hand, just long enough for the gesture to be registered by all present, and perhaps by the ghosts of the room as well. To partnerships built on mutual respect, he said, the syllables clean and free of inflection. His hand was warm, steady, and she felt the connection as a current running up her arm. Blake's smile stuttered, but only for a second. He reached for the decanter, refilled his glass, and offered a knowing tilt of the head. Here, here. The roast arrived, and with it, a slight but perceptible change in the table's orbit. The servants, who had perfected the art of being invisible, exchanged glances that spoke volumes. Even the footman pouring the wine seemed to hesitate, as if gauging whether the tension was hazardous or merely the normal course of a winter dinner party. Blake pressed his advantage. I recall, Lady Ashwood, your famous wager at the Harringtons' masquerade. You convinced the entire assembly to swap masks at midnight, and it took Lord Darnley 2 hours to realise he had been debating politics with the Dowager Marchioness rather than his own cousin. Elowen grinned. He was a poor observer, even in his youth. Blake leaned in, voice lower. Yet here you are, hostess to the most impenetrable fortress in the West Country. No masquerade required. Elowen felt the implication and decided to meet it head-on. On the contrary, Mr. Blake, I find that the masks here are simply less ornate, easier to see through, if one knows where to look. She glanced at Anselm, whose mouth twitched in what might have been approval. Blake's eyes flickered, just once, to Anselm. A rare thing, to find such unity of purpose in a modern marriage. Anselm answered without hesitation. It is a rare thing, I agree. Rarer still to see it challenged at the dinner table. Blake laughed, the sound just shy of friendly. You mistake me, Ashwood. I am nothing, if not a champion of domestic bliss. I simply wish to understand the phenomenon, so I might aspire to it myself. Elowen broke the impasse with a flash of wit. If that is your aim, Mr. Blake, I suggest you spend less time in the city's clubs and more in the company of women who know the value of patience. The servants, now arrayed at the sideboard, exchanged a visible glance of approval. The room, which had seemed poised for combustion, eased into a more comfortable pressure. Dessert was brought, a confection of spun sugar and brandied cherries, so exquisite it seemed designed to test the willpower of the table's occupants. Blake accepted a second helping, which he consumed with the abandon of a man who knew the value of excess. He set down his spoon, then steered the conversation into deeper waters. If I may be so bold, he said. I would like to ask how you manage it. Elowen blinked. Manage what, precisely? He gestured to the air between her and Anselm, the way a scientist might indicate a specimen under glass. This, the obvious devotion, the harmony, the... He searched for a word, then found it. Mutuality. It is a rare thing, as we agreed, and it flies in the face of everything I have observed and experienced in the marriage market. Anselm's tone was dry as the sherry he had declined. Perhaps you have looked in the wrong places. Blake leaned in, expression earnest, but the effect was more actor than penitent. Or perhaps I have merely been unlucky. Elowen saw the moment for what it was, a test, disguised as curiosity. She sipped her coffee, then set the cup down with deliberate care. Mr. Blake, I suspect that what you see as harmony is nothing more than the result of necessity. The world is hostile to those who try to live by their own rules. Sometimes, the only way to survive is to join forces with someone equally determined to bend rather than break. Blake considered this, then nodded. An alliance, then. A partnership, said Elowen, based on honesty, if not always on agreement. He regarded her for a moment longer, then turned to Anselm. You are a fortunate man, Ashwood. Anselm's eyes held steady. I am well aware. There was a finality in his tone that left Blake with nothing more to add. The dinner ended with the ringing of the mantel clock, and the company rose. Blake offered his arm to Elowen for the passage to the drawing room, but she demurred, letting Anselm escort her instead. The gesture was not lost on anyone. As they left the table, the air behind them buzzed with the memory of the conversation, sharp, bright, and charged with everything that had not been said. The servants waited until the door closed, then set about clearing the table, moving with the speed of those who had witnessed something worth recounting for years to come. The drawing room, for all its gleaming surfaces and breadth of shadow, had rarely witnessed a contest so closely matched. The tea service had been cleared, leaving only the remnants of candied ginger and a crystal decanter of brandy poised like an exclamation at the centre of the sideboard. The fire had been stoked, its warmth spilling onto the rug where Anselm now stood, backlit and motionless. Elowen took her place on the settee, arranging her skirts with more precision than necessity required. She felt the flush of the evening's wine in her cheeks, but her mind was as clear as the glass in her hand. The evening had already produced a surfeit of words. What remained now was the distillation, the barest proof of what each party intended. Frederick Blake entered with a measured stride, pausing just inside the door as if to appraise the scene for maximum effect. He crossed the room, not to the armchair, which would have preserved the symmetry, but to the settee, settling beside Elowen, a hand's breadth closer than custom allowed. The gesture was both subtle and unmistakable, a signal to any observer, or, more precisely to Anselm, that the contest was not yet decided. Anselm did not move, but his gaze tracked Blake's progress with the patience of a surveyor marking every inch of contested ground. Lady Ashwood, said Blake, lowering his voice for her alone, you have no idea how the city laments your absence. I have been interrogated at least half a dozen times as to whether you plan a return to civilization. I'm beginning to feel as if I'm running a postal service for broken hearts. Elowen laughed, the sound dry as the gin she preferred. I would think, Mr. Blake, that London has an inexhaustible supply of hearts to break, with or without my assistance. He leaned closer, a shimmer of candlelight picking out the green in his eyes. That may be, but none so accomplished as yours. I confess, I was devastated to learn of your—" He paused, letting the word hover. "Sudden marriage. Had I known your affections were available, I would have made my intentions clear much sooner." The compliment was a polished weapon, but Eowyn parried with a flick of her fan, the movement sharp enough to slice the air between them. "My affections, Mr. Blake, were never available for claiming like a prize at auction. I do not recall you ever placing a proper bid." Blake's smile was all apology and none at all. "Perhaps I was too subtle. Or perhaps—" He let the phrase coil. "Someone else got to the prize first." He glanced at Anselm, whose impassivity had acquired a new, mineral hardness. "I find," said Anselm, voice measured, "that my wife's discernment is one of her chief virtues. It would take a man of rare confidence to presume himself her equal." Blake raised his glass. "I've always admired a fair fight." Eowyn, not content to let the line rest, added, "The best fights I've found are the ones no one sees coming." The silence that followed was charged, the air thickening with the unshed words of 3 campaigns worth of history. Blake set his glass down with a flourish, then folded his hands on his knee, an attitude of relaxation betrayed by the tension in his fingers. "If I may be candid," he said, "I struggle to imagine you content in such an isolated setting. The Eowyn I remember was never one for, what is the phrase, settling down." She regarded him, smile unwavering. "The Eowyn you remember is precisely the one who is here now. Only she's found that the countryside is far more interesting when you have to make your own amusements." He let the implication hang, then shifted tactics. "And how do you amuse yourself, Lady Ashwood? I can't imagine there are so many balls or masquerades to keep you occupied. Or is it that the Duke's company is all the entertainment you require?" He had turned the question just enough to make it sting, but Eowyn refused to acknowledge the barb. "The Duke's company," she said, "is never dull. He's the only man I know who can make the management of turnip yields sound like a matter of life and death." Anselm, sensing the feint, poured himself a measure of brandy, but did not drink. "You'd be surprised, Blake. The harvest is far more perilous than the ballrooms of Mayfair. At least in Devon, the knives are visible." Blake's laughter was bright, but his gaze did not leave Eowyn. "You have a gift, Lady Ashwood, for making even the mundane seem poetic." She fanned herself, a gesture calculated for boredom. "Perhaps you simply lack the imagination to see poetry in the mundane." He leaned in, voice dropping to a near whisper. "I assure you, my imagination has never been accused of deficiency." Anselm set his glass aside and approached the settee, posture casual, but his intent unmistakable. He placed a hand on the back of the couch, a silent but iron boundary between Blake and Eowyn. "My wife," said Anselm, "is not in need of rescue from the supposed monotony of country life. We find ourselves perfectly suited in temperament and purpose." Blake inclined his head, as if in deference. "Of course. I merely wished to see for myself that the rumours of her being sequestered in this cold pile of stone were greatly exaggerated." He shifted in his seat, turning more fully toward Eowyn. "You know, I never quite forgave you for that night at Lady Whistledown's, when you left me standing alone in the card-room. I spent the next week trying to explain to the ton that it was merely an oversight, and not a calculated slight." She smiled, remembering the night in question, and the satisfaction she'd taken in besting Blake at his own game. "I suspect the ton prefers its slights calculated, Mr. Blake. It gives them more to talk about." He reached for her hand, the motion swift, but she withdrew before contact could be made. "Forgive me," he said. "Old habits die hard. Some habits, she replied, are better left in the past. Anselm, who had observed the exchange without a word, now spoke with a clarity that left no room for doubt. Perhaps, Mr. Blake, your energies would be better spent on more receptive company. Blake turned, meeting Anselm's gaze head-on. You underestimate me, Ashwood. I am nothing if not persistent. Elowyn interceded, voice crisp. Persistence can be a virtue, unless it becomes tiresome. He laughed again, but the edge had dulled. I take your meaning, Lady Ashwood. It's just that I have never encountered a woman who could outmatch me at persistence. I find it irresistible. She rose then, gathering her shawl around her shoulders. The movement was graceful, but final. Then perhaps you should seek your equal elsewhere, Mr. Blake. Devon is very dull this time of year. I wouldn't want you to suffer on my account. He stood as well, bowing with exaggerated regret. You have my admiration, Lady Ashwood. Truly. He turned to Anselm, eyes sharp, but voice conciliatory. And my congratulations, Your Grace. You are, as ever, a master strategist. Anselm nodded, accepting the victory but refusing to gloat. Safe travels back to London, Blake. I'm sure the city will be eager to hear of your latest exploits. Blake smiled, all teeth. I dare say it will. Good evening. He departed, footsteps soft on the Turkish carpet, leaving behind only the echo of his presence and the faintest trace of cologne. The door clicked shut. The room seemed to breathe again, the tension releasing like a sigh. Elowyn turned to Anselm, eyes luminous with a mixture of relief and exhilaration. Well, she said, that was almost entertaining. Anselm smiled, genuine and slow. Almost. They stood together by the fire, the warmth now sufficient to chase away even the boldest of shadows. Thank you, she said, not for the first time that night. He took her hand, the grip steady and full of promise. Always. For a long moment, neither spoke. The contest was over, but the partnership it had tested was only just begun. When the house had finally exhaled, doorways empty, corridors at rest, the last echo of the guest's departure sealed behind the carriage door. Elowyn and Anselm remained where the evening had left them, the fire's heat licking at their shadows. For a while, neither spoke. The room felt newly made, as if the oxygen had been burned off in the encounter, and only the essential elements remained. Wood, stone, the pulse of coals in the grate, and the two of them, alone at the end of a long contested day. Anselm reached for the decanter, the gesture unhurried. He poured a small measure into each glass, then crossed to where Elowyn stood by the hearth, her eyes glazed from the flames and the aftershock of combat. He offered her the brandy, their fingers brushing in the handover. She accepted, letting the warmth settle on her tongue before she spoke. I almost regret that Blake left so soon. I had prepared an entire arsenal of insults. Anselm grinned, the edge of it visible even in the flicker of firelight. He'll nurse his wounds all the way to London and invent twice as many stories about this evening as actually occurred. I don't expect he'll visit again soon. I should hope not, said Elowyn, swirling the glass. I have never had a more exhausting dinner in my life. He watched her, the expression in his eyes a strange compound, part admiration, part something quieter. You handled him admirably, he said, and the words were free of irony. She tipped her glass toward him. We handled him. I believe the term is formidable team. He hesitated, the space between them as taut as a violin string. Is that what we are now? The question was not rhetorical. It waited, poised for an answer. Elowen considered it, gaze never leaving his. I think it is what we have always been. Only now, perhaps, we're willing to admit it. He exhaled, relief and something deeper passing through him. Good. I would hate to be bested by my own wife. She smiled, the line of her jaw relaxing at last. I would hate for you to think you had no equal. He raised his glass, the gesture both salute and challenge. To equals, then. She accepted the toast, and the silence that followed was soft, not awkward. The air felt different now, less charged, more alive. After a moment, Anselm set down his glass. May I ask you something? He stepped closer, the question suspended between them. Always, she replied, her voice low. Did you... He faltered, a rare thing. Did you mind the attention? From Blake, I mean. She tilted her head, considering. It was uncomfortable, certainly. But I'm not a glass bauble, Anselm. I do not crack under admiration. He looked at her, searching for the meaning beneath the surface. No, you do not. But it is difficult, sometimes, to watch another man imagine he knows you better than I do. Her heart caught, just once. Is that what you think? That he knows me better? He shook his head, almost smiling. No. I think you delight in reminding me I never fully will. She stepped closer, close enough to smell the spice of the brandy on his breath. She reached up and, with a casualness that would have scandalized her a month ago, straightened the knot of his cravat, letting her fingers linger at the line of his throat. I find, she said, that I prefer the attention of only one gentleman these days. Their eyes met, the glance holding for a beat longer than etiquette allowed. Anselm covered her hand with his, anchoring it at his collarbone. The touch was both a restraint and an invitation. You terrify me, he said, barely above a whisper. She laughed, the sound dissolving the last barrier between them. You are the only man in England who would confess to such a thing. He joined her laughter, the sound filling the room more than the fire ever could. They sat together on the settee, the glass of brandy between them. He rested his arm along the back, and she leaned into the space he offered, their shoulders touching, comfortable and new. After a while, she said, What do you suppose Blake will say about us when he returns to London? Anselm considered. He will say the Duchess is more beautiful than ever, that she commands her house like a general, and that the Duke has gone mad with devotion. She smiled, pleased. Let him. I think we have earned the right to be a little mad. He turned to her, his expression serious. I have never... He stopped, the words catching, as if unpracticed. I have never wanted anything more than this. She reached for his hand, lacing their fingers together. Nor have I. The future, for the first time, seemed less a gauntlet and more an open road. They sat, watching the fire until it burned low. Conversation drifted to lighter things, the repair of the winter garden, the addition of new orchids to the hothouse, the scandalous prospect of hosting a spring masquerade. As the embers cooled, Anselm drew her closer, resting his cheek against her hair. We could redesign the glass house, he murmured. Add a second chamber? Maybe a reflecting pool? She closed her eyes, savoring the thought. I would like that, but only if we can do it together. He smiled into her hair. Always. Outside, The frost rimmed the windows in delicate patterns, but inside the world had grown immeasurably warmer. The house, so long a fortress, now felt less like a defence and more like a promise. And in the quiet, with only the fire and each other for company, Elowen and Anselm began at last to imagine what their future might be. Not as adversaries, nor even as equals, but as something far rarer and more dangerous. As true partners, determined to build a life no one could predict and no one could ever unmake. Chapter 15. The next morning arrived on a hush, the kind of crystalline cold that made the walls of Ashwood seem both fortress and sanctuary. Even before the hour, the house had begun its labour. Fires stoked, bread rising, the frost scraped in careful arcs from the windows of the south wing, but the hush endured, as if the winter itself had pressed a finger to its lips and commanded all to wait. Elowen found Anselm in the winter garden. It was still early enough that the air bit bare skin, and she wore a shawl pulled close about her shoulders, emerald wool over a pale blue day dress. She stood just outside the conservatory's glass doors, exhaling plumes of breath and watching as he conferred with the head gardener, the two of them framed in a small universe of white. Anselm pointed to a plot near the dwarf cherry trees, then bent to inspect a withered root, his coat already dusted at the hems with rime. The head gardener, a bent, silent man who had outlasted 3 generations of Ashwood, accepted a wordless instruction and retreated into the greenhouse. Anselm lingered, his back to her, studying the way the light caught on the iced-over panes and refracted 1,000 small rainbows onto the stone. It was a solitary pose, but not the solitary of loneliness. The Anselm she had married, the one who wore solitude like a badge, would have scowled at the sun and turned his collar up against the world. This one lingered, as if he enjoyed the presence of another's gaze upon him. She slipped outside, her boots crunching the gravel with a sound too loud for the hush, and joined him at the edge of the frost-stiffened beds. A thin glaze of ice crackled beneath her as she walked, the sound like breaking sugar. "You'll kill yourself at this rate," she said, tone dry but softened at the edges. He glanced at her, the blue of his eyes startling against the monochrome morning. "I have been informed that only the truly stubborn die of cold in Devon," he replied, lips twitching. She laughed, pleased. "You must be immortal, then." "Not yet, but I am conducting a thorough experiment." They stood side by side, breath mingling in the cold. The garden was, in winter, an object of severe beauty. Nothing showy, everything paired to its structure. The bones of the rose bushes arched in arcs, and the borders of the beds were knuckled with bulbs sleeping beneath the earth. Here and there, a flash of colour from last year's fruit, preserved by the freeze, glistened like rare glass. Anselm gestured to the beds. "I thought to bring in more hellebores. They fare better than the lilies in this soil, and the colour might keep us from despair come February." "Practical, but unimaginative," Elowen said. "Hellebores are lovely for funerals, but I should like something more optimistic. Crocuses, perhaps, or those absurd blue hyacinths that always smell like sin." He considered this. "If you wish to fill the air with scandal, I can think of more efficient methods." She pursed her lips, giving him the full weight of her mock outrage. "You would sacrifice propriety for the sake of efficiency?" He shrugged. "I am reliably informed it's the only way to survive in the country." She smirked, but there was no bite to it. "I think you've grown rather fond of efficiency," she said, voice dropping to something more tentative. "Even when it isn't strictly necessary." He looked at her, the line of his brow softening. It's not efficiency I'm after, he said, but certainty. She watched him, trying to pass the line between jest and confession. Certainty in what? He let his eyes drift over the garden, as if the answer might be buried under a blanket of ice. That I'm not making a fool of myself, he said, finally. That this... He gestured, not just to the garden, but to the world beyond the walls, is not an elaborate mistake. There was a vulnerability in his words that caught her off guard. She had always assumed that if their marriage was a gamble, the risks were hers alone, that he, by virtue of position and temperament, had entered into it as one enters a business deal, with little to lose and everything already accounted for. She had not considered that he, too, might sometimes wake in the middle of the night and wonder if the experiment had gone irretrievably wrong. She found herself unexpectedly wanting to reassure him. "If you were," she said, "I suspect you would be the last to know." He barked a short laugh. "You have a talent for comfort, Lady Ashwood." She folded her arms, suddenly shy. "It was never my chief virtue." He regarded her for a moment, weighing something. "Perhaps it should be." They fell silent, the world around them filled with the crackle and hiss of distant fires and the soft shifting of the house's timbers as they creaked under the thawing sun. After a minute, she asked, "Do you ever regret it?" He considered. "Regret implies I had a better option waiting in the wings. I am not so foolish as to imagine that." She chewed her lower lip, unconvinced. "I don't believe you. There were women, dozens if not more, lined up for a chance to fill your winter garden with progeny and the drawing rooms with clever conversation." He looked at her sidelong. "And yet, I chose you. Does that not seem suspicious?" "Only if you intend to accuse me of witchcraft." He reached out, catching her gloved hand in his. The gesture was careful, unhurried. "If it is witchcraft, then you have bewitched me thoroughly." She stared at their joined hands, unable to marshal a reply. He squeezed her fingers, gentle but insistent. "You are not a mistake, Elowen." She felt the words like a warmth, even through the thick wool of her gloves. "Good," she managed, the word almost a whisper. "Because I am not certain I could bear to be one." He nodded, a small private gesture. The cold pressed in, and she realized her cheeks had gone hot, not from the air, but from something deeper, a blush, the kind she hadn't worn in years. She risked a glance at him, and was startled to find his expression unguarded, the lines of his face less severe. She took a breath. "May I confess something?" "Always." She traced a pattern on his palm, slow and deliberate, before she said it. "I was afraid you would never let me in." He did not flinch. "I was afraid you would leave the first chance you got." She blinked, then smiled, the sadness in it chased by something lighter. "Well, here we are." "Here we are," he echoed. The moment stretched. She wanted very badly to say something foolish, something she might regret later, but which would lay bare the last of the armor she'd kept wrapped around her heart. Instead, she stood silent, her hand in his, waiting to see if he would risk the first move. He did. He leaned in, slow as the sun's crawl over the horizon, and pressed his lips to her forehead. The contact was brief, but the intent behind it, deliberate, almost reverent, was unmistakable. When he pulled away, she caught his gaze. In it, she saw not the Duke, but the man, proud and fearful, sure and uncertain, hoping she would be as brave as he needed her to be. She squeezed his hand back, fiercely. "Come inside before we both freeze," she said, voice quivering only a little. He smiled and let her lead him toward the door. The frost crackled beneath their feet, and the world seemed for a moment brighter than it had ever been. As they crossed into the warmth of the conservatory, Elowen looked over her shoulder and saw the garden already softening in the sunlight. A promise, she thought, that even the coldest seasons must eventually give way. They did not speak again until the door closed behind them, but the silence between them was not absence. It was hope, strung, taut, and trembling, waiting for spring. It was a truth universally acknowledged among the Devonshire gentry that a country winter could not be survived without a steady schedule of luncheons, teas, and the occasional gathering sufficiently grand to remind the participants that the world's axis still ran through London, no matter how far they found themselves from its circumference. Today's event was held at the Denham estate, a red brick manor whose main virtue was the extravagance of its conservatory and the patience of its butler. The guest list was the same as it ever was: ladies of a certain ambition, their daughters of a certain marriageability, and a scattering of gentlemen who, if not precisely necessary, were at least expected to eat what was put before them and to provide running commentary for the benefit of the ladies. The air inside the Denham drawing-room was alive with the static of gossip. Even before Elowen and Anselm crossed the threshold, she sensed the mood: anticipatory, inquisitive, more charged than the usual grind of social machinery. The arrival of Frederick Blake at Ashwood had apparently provided the ton with enough fodder to keep the rumour mills spinning well past spring. She was prepared for some measure of scrutiny. She was less prepared for the immediacy with which it materialized. The room went quiet, just for a second, just long enough for the oldest of the assembled matrons to fix her with an assessing look before the hum resumed, twice as sharp. Elowen inclined her head, feeling the eyes like needles in her collarbone. Anselm, ever the tactician, steered her toward the parlour arch and the relative safety of a table set with hot punch and cakes. "They will have their fill and move on?" he murmured. She nodded, but knew it would not be so easy. In the hierarchy of country scandal, only ducal affairs ranked above garden variety debauchery. They made their rounds, the requisite pleasantries exchanged, and the inevitable questions deflected with the practiced ease of a pair who had long since learned to speak in code. Lady Denham, the hostess, greeted Elowen with a burst of effusiveness that bordered on the performative, then spent the rest of the encounter peering over Elowen's shoulder at the crowd beyond, as if gauging whether the association would cost her more than it gained. The bulk of the guests fell into two camps: those who simpered at Elowen's daring, and those who wondered, in not-so-hushed undertones, what it was she had done to draw Frederick Blake all the way from London. The consensus was that he had not come for the scenery. As they settled at a side table, Anselm with his customary glass of claret, Elowen nursing a cup of spiced tea, she allowed herself to scan the room, cataloguing each hostile or speculative glance. It would have been amusing in a different life. "Your admirers are in excellent form today," Anselm observed, eyes on his drink. She smiled. "They practice daily, rain or shine." He reached for her hand beneath the table, the pressure of his fingers offering reassurance, then released it before anyone could see. It was a small thing, but it made her chest go hot and tight. The conversation around them flowed with the usual grace: the weather, the latest fashions from Bath, the ineffable decline in the quality of the London season. Through it all, Elowen replied as required, her smile flawless. But she felt the tension rising. Every joke was a veiled reference, every compliment a probe for weakness. It was not until the third course, a lemon syllabub with a fragile tower of spun sugar, that the true challenge arrived. The questioner was Mrs. Kavanagh, a woman whose hair was rumoured to have bankrupted at least one Parisian perruquier, and whose opinions were so widely disseminated that she considered herself a social institution. She had been watching Elowyn all afternoon, her expression equal parts predatory and maternal. "My dear Lady Ashwood," Mrs. Kavanagh began, voice pitched for maximum audience, "I must ask, you will forgive an old woman's impertinence. Do you ever regret it?" The table quieted, every head turning in anticipation of blood. Elowyn held her spoon just above the syllabub, poised as if she might deploy it as a weapon. "Regret what, precisely?" "The speed of your nuptials," Mrs. Kavanagh replied, smiling with all her teeth. "It was so very sudden, and you were quite the belle of last season. I do hope you have not found the country quite so dull as they say." There it was. The question the whole room wanted answered. For a moment, Elowyn's mind blanked. She saw herself, small, green-eyed, the daughter of a house in shambles, seated on a dais of scrutiny, the object of every calculation and every secret hope of failure. The words she meant to say, something clever, something barbed, caught in her throat. For one terrifying second, she thought she might simply shatter. But Anselm, whose hand had not moved from the stem of his glass, set it down with a deliberate click. He turned to face the matron, his posture impeccable, his gaze unwavering. "If I may," he said, and the room leaned in. "I do not mean to intrude," Mrs. Kavanagh simpered, "but—" "You do," Anselm said, the interruption so polite it took the table a moment to realize it had happened. "And I thank you for your concern. I hope you will permit me to reassure you, and all assembled, that my wife is not merely content, but invaluable to the house of Ashwood. I regret only that I did not have the wit to marry her sooner." The words were not flowery. They were not, strictly speaking, romantic. But they were delivered in a tone so absolute, so clear of irony or defensiveness, that for a moment no one dared reply. Mrs. Kavanagh, thwarted, produced a tremulous laugh. "I see the Duke is as devoted as rumour suggests." Anselm did not smile. "It is not devotion, Mrs. Kavanagh. It is respect." He reached for Elowyn's hand, this time above the table for all to see, and held it as if anchoring himself in a gale. Elowyn, cheeks ablaze, felt the world rearrange itself around her. The stairs lost their bite. The air in the room seemed to thin, the scrutiny evaporating as swiftly as it had come. She let her shoulders drop, just a fraction, and offered Mrs. Kavanagh her most radiant smile. "I assure you, the country is full of surprises, most of them pleasant." The table, uncertain whether to be scandalized or awed, opted for a nervous titter. The subject was dropped. For the rest of the meal, Elowyn noticed, the conversation steered clear of her marriage. Afterward, as the guests drifted into the parlour for port and gossip, Elowyn excused herself on the pretence of needing air. She stood on the wide stone steps, the cold biting her bare arms, and tried to slow her pulse. She heard footsteps behind her, recognized the cadence. Anselm joined her, wrapping his coat around her shoulders without preamble. "Thank you," she said, voice trembling with the effort of control. He looked at her, the corners of his mouth hinting at a smile. "You were magnificent." She shook her head. "I was a breath away from collapse." He considered this, then said, "Even the best soldiers are allowed to be frightened. It does not diminish the victory." She let the warmth of his coat and his words seep into her. For a moment, they stood in silence. The only sound, the distant clatter of carriages and the soft ticking of winter as it settled on the garden. "I meant what I said," he offered, voice low. "About respect." She looked up, searching his face for any sign of insincerity. There was none. "I know," she said. He hesitated, then reached for her hand once more, his grip gentler than before. "You are not alone, Elowen." She smiled, sudden and bright. "Neither are you, Anselm." He pulled her close, and for a second the world shrank to the two of them, alone on the steps, buffered from the judgment of the ton by nothing but shared resolve. When the time came to leave, they entered the carriage together. The journey home was silent, but not empty. Their hands remained entwined, resting in the space between them like a new country neither had visited, but both already claimed. As the lamps of Ashwood appeared in the distance, Elowen leaned her head against his shoulder, and he let it rest there. They had not spoken the word, but it seemed to her that love, like the first crocus under snow, had already begun its slow, certain bloom. Chapter 16. The sun had already abandoned the world by afternoon, leaving Ashwood awash in a grey that pressed against the windows like a held breath. In the library, Elowen curled in a corner of the window seat, legs drawn up, and the skirt of her day dress pooled in dark folds beneath her. A book lay open in her lap, but she had not turned a page in nearly an hour. Instead, she watched the sky, its colour shifting so subtly it was hard to tell when day ended and dusk began. The library, once so intimidating, now felt like the warmest room in the house. The lamps were already lit, their golden haze collecting in the hollows of the coffered ceiling. Here and there, the fire caught on a brass candlestick or the edge of a framed engraving, giving everything the look of a private museum. Outside, the garden's bones gleamed with frost, the trees wrapped in a mist so dense they seemed to float unmoored above the earth. She liked it best at this hour. The day's demands had ebbed, but the night's vigilance had not yet begun. No one would expect her at dinner for some time. The only sound was the slow ticking of the library clock, a noise she found oddly companionable. She heard the door open behind her, a soft click and a wash of colder air. She did not need to look to know it was Anselm. He was the only member of the household who could enter this room and not disturb the alignment of a single thing. He moved with a purposeful silence, as if in deference to the centuries of thought stored on the shelves. She waited, half hoping he would cross to her at once, half wishing he would busy himself at the desk so she might observe him unnoticed. Instead, he paused just inside the threshold, as if uncertain whether he was welcome. "Are you hiding?" he asked, voice pitched low for the room's acoustics. She pretended to study her book. "Not at all. I am practicing the art of indolence. I read it is highly prized in the best families." He walked to the hearth, hands in his pockets. "Not in mine. My father regarded idleness as a sin second only to—" He stopped, the sentence left hanging. She raised an eyebrow. "Second only to what?" He did not answer, but she saw the line of his mouth flatten. Something had unsettled him, something more than the weather or the day's routines. He turned from the fire and came to the window seat, a thin envelope held in one hand, the seal already broken. He regarded her for a moment, eyes searching, as if he meant to commit the arrangement, her, the cushions, the light, for some later comparison. "May I?" he asked, gesturing at the empty space beside her. She drew her legs in, making room. "If you promise not to dislodge me, I have become quite attached to this perch." He sat, the bench creaking softly under his weight. For a moment, neither spoke. He laid the envelope on his knee and stared out at the same invisible horizon she'd been studying for hours. "Elowen," he began, then stopped. He pressed his thumb to the edge of the letter, running it back and forth until the paper threatened to tear. She waited. She had learned, in the past months, that Anselm's silences were rarely empty. They always concealed a calculus, a weighing of outcomes. At last, he spoke. "I have been keeping something from you. Not by design, at least not at first. But the longer I let it go, the harder it became to speak of it." She let the words settle, measuring his tone, the way he sat, a little hunched, a little older than usual. "Is it about the estate?" He half smiled. "Isn't it always?" She watched him, the way the light limned the blue of his eyes, the flecks of silver at his temple. He was not beautiful, not in the reckless way Blake was, but there was a gravity to him that made her want to lean closer, even when she was bracing for a blow. He held up the envelope. "This arrived today, from London." She waited for him to continue. He did, but not immediately. "You know of my father's failings, most of them at least. I told you the worst, the drinking, the debts, the women. But there is one thing I have not confessed, not even to myself." She reached out, her hand settling over his. His knuckles were taut, the skin there as pale as the paper he held. She traced the ridge of his thumb with her fingertip, offering silent encouragement. He looked at her hand, then at her face, and the resignation there made her stomach tighten. "It turns out," he said, "that my father's debts were even greater than I believed. He owed not just to banks or respectable creditors, but to men whose names were never meant to appear on ledgers, private arrangements, dangerous ones." She nodded slowly, but he saw the confusion in her eyes. He continued. "I thought, when he died, that the worst of it had died with him. I spent the first 2 years of my inheritance simply making the numbers stop bleeding. But even then, I could not find the bottom. And now," he tapped the envelope, "someone else has found it for me." He handed her the letter. She took it, reading the contents in a glance. The script was elegant, even cultured, but the tone beneath it was acid. "My Lord Ashwood, it has come to my attention that the sum agreed between your late father and myself remains unsettled. I have been patient, as befits our long acquaintance, but patience is not infinite. Should the matter remain unresolved by the end of next month, I shall be forced to make public the true extent of your father's liabilities, and by extension, your own. I trust you understand the value of discretion and the cost of its absence. J.C." She folded the letter, considering it. "How much?" she asked, her voice as flat as the ice outside. He hesitated, then gave her the number. It was not as much as she expected, but then the sum itself was not the threat. She watched him, searching for the thing he could not say. "Who is he?" "A man called Caro, once a friend to my father, later what would you call it? A collector. He is well connected. If he wishes to make trouble, the scandal will not end at my doorstep." She nodded, feeling the gravity of it now. "Why tell me?" He glanced at her, a quick flash of blue. "Because I cannot bear the thought of lying to you. Not now. Not after—" He stopped, his jaw tensing, the muscle jumping just beneath the skin. "Not after everything." She let the silence build, then said, "What do you wish to do?" He looked surprised by the question. "I thought you might be angry." She considered. "I have lived with secrets before. This one is not the worst. Besides, you are not your father." He exhaled, a sound of relief so raw it almost made her flinch. She leaned closer, her voice low. "We could pay it. We could ignore it. Or we could do something unexpected." He gave her a look. "Such as?" "We could answer him together. Tell him the game is over, that we will not be bullied. You are a duke, Anselm. He cannot touch you." He almost smiled, but she saw the fear in it. "That is what my father thought, and it ruined him." She tightened her grip on his hand. "Your father tried to face it alone. You are not alone." He blinked, then looked away, as if the words themselves were blinding. She let the moment breathe, then said, "I think we should burn the letter." He looked at her, uncertain. "You want to destroy the evidence?" She shook her head. "No, I want to destroy the fear. If we choose to pay, we pay. If we choose to fight, we fight. But we do it together. No more secrets, no more ghosts." He stared at her for a long moment, then nodded, once. They rose, hand in hand, and crossed to the hearth. The fire there was old, mostly embers, but it would suffice. She handed him the envelope, and he held it to the coals, watching as the flame caught at the edge, then raced across the face of the letter, blackening the ink until it curled and disappeared. They stood, shoulder to shoulder, watching the ashes drift upward. "It's odd," he said, after a while. "I thought it would feel like an ending." She touched his arm. "It's a beginning," she said, "or at least a clearing of ground." He looked at her, and the shadow in his eyes was gone. In its place was something bright, almost reckless. She smiled, sudden and real. "What shall we do now?" He considered, then said, "I think we should plant hyacinths." She laughed, the sound ringing in the hush. "For the scandal?" He shook his head, pulling her into the circle of his arms. "For the promise of spring." They stood that way, the world outside the windows lost to the night, the fire the only witness to their small rebellion. And in that warmth, the debts of the past seemed at last to lose their power. The hush that follows a storm is not silence, but its memory, carried in the walls and woven into the grain of every floorboard. Ashwood House wore that hush on the evening after the letter burning. The air so perfectly still, it seemed to amplify every tick of the distant clocks and every hush of paper beneath a pen. Elwyn sat at her writing desk, the lamplight pooling on the polished wood, her hand still and cold atop a letter that had arrived with the afternoon post. She had not opened it at once. For hours, she had gone about her tasks with it tucked in her pocket, a constant, pulsing presence. Only when the house had settled and the sun had abandoned the horizon did she dare to slit the seal and unfold the page. Her father's hand had always been careful, even ornate. Now the script trembled, the lines uneven, the flourishes less grand than before. She traced the first word with a finger, as if to be certain it was not a trick of the light. "My dearest daughter, I have hesitated to write. The shame of my position weighs more heavily than ever, knowing how much you have endured in my name. But a friend in town tells me that a solution has been reached, that the debts which have shadowed our family since your grandfather's day have at last been satisfied. He assures me this was achieved not through any merit of my own, but through the intervention of your husband. I do not know what to say, except that I am grateful. And more than that, humbled. I have spent my life fearing disgrace, and in the end, brought it to the very threshold I most wished to spare. That you have chosen kindness in the face of my failings is a thing I will not soon forget. Tell His Grace that he has my respect, and that, for whatever it is worth, I hope the name Harrington will no longer be a burden to you. As for myself, I find that humility is the only fitting garment left to me. In time, I hope to stitch back some small remnant of honour to the family coat. With all affection, your father. She read the letter twice, then a third time, searching for hidden wounds. The words were awkward but honest, the first apology she had ever received from him that had not been wrapped in irony or diluted by pride. She was still staring at the page when Anselm found her. He entered quietly, as he always did. But tonight there was no calculation in his approach. He sat in the chair opposite, the one with the worn brocade seat, and waited until she lifted her eyes. "Is it bad news?" he asked softly. She shook her head. "No, not bad. Only strange." He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, face open and waiting. She handed him the letter, watching as he scanned the lines. His gaze was steady, and she wondered if he recognized himself in the words of gratitude, or if he would dismiss them as mere formality. When he finished, he set the letter back on the desk. "He seems a good deal changed," he said. She nodded. Defeat has that effect. They sat in silence, the fire in the grate the only moving thing in the room. After a while, she said, "It's over then. The debts, the threats. We are—" She hesitated, not knowing what word to use. "Free?" he offered. She shrugged. "I don't know if that's the right word." He regarded her, brow furrowed. "Why not?" She searched for the answer, finding it only in the space between her ribs. Because it was never just the money. It was the feeling of being watched, of being measured and found wanting. "I don't know how to let go of that, or if I ever will." He reached across the desk, his hand closing over hers, warm and sure. "You do not have to forget," he said, "but you are allowed to begin again." She looked at him, the flicker of the fire mirrored in his eyes. "What if I don't know how?" He smiled, a small, patient curve of the mouth. "Then we'll learn together." She considered this, the simplicity of it, the terrifying generosity. He squeezed her fingers, then stood, pulling her gently from the chair. "Come," he said. "There's something I want to show you." She followed him down the corridor, past the hush of the sleeping house, and into the long, high-ceilinged gallery that led to the winter garden. The windows here ran from floor to arch, and though it was dark outside, the garden was alive with the ghosts of snowdrops and the last of the moon's reflection on the glass. He drew her to a stop at the wide window. "Look," he said. She did. In the garden, someone, one of the staff, or perhaps Anselm himself, had cleared a ring in the snow, exposing the earth beneath in a perfect circle. In the centre, a single spike of green had forced its way through the crust, a hyacinth, absurd and early, leaning in the cold. He nodded at it. "You were right, about the flowers." She smiled, her first in hours. "It's just one." "That's enough, isn't it?" he asked. She watched the green stem sway, impossibly delicate against the wind. "It is." They stood for a long time, neither moving, until the chill pressed in through the window glass. When they returned to the library, Elowen picked up her father's letter. She turned it in her hands, reading the lines once more, then crossed to the hearth and placed it on the coals. The paper caught at once, the words shrinking into black curls, then dissolving into nothing. She watched until every trace was gone. When she turned, Anselm was there. He opened his arms, and she stepped into them, her face pressed to the solid warmth of his chest. "I love you," she whispered, the words so quiet she thought she might have imagined saying them. But he heard, and the way his arms tightened around her made her think that maybe, just maybe, there was a way to start again. They stood that way, listening to the snow melt from the roof, the air between them lighter than it had ever been. Outside, the garden waited for morning, for the thaw, and for the bright violence of new life. Chapter 17. The storm announced itself first with a rattle, windows trembling in their frames, smoke blown sideways down the chimneys, the whine of wind tunneling beneath every crack in Ashwood's ancient stone. For hours, the staff had raced to lash down the garden cloches and brace the stables, but by nightfall, even the most diligent had retreated to their quarters, the last lamp snuffed behind a slammed door. The house became a single living thing, braced against the dark, every creak of timber and sigh of draught echoing through the halls like a memory of siege. In the library, Elowyn wore the storm as a second skin. Her gown, velvet, deep blue, sleeves close to the wrist, held the chill at bay. But every time she passed before the fire, the heat of the coals shocked her through the fabric, an almost erotic contrast to the cold gnawing at the glass. She paced, not because she expected anyone, but because standing still invited thoughts she was unprepared to handle. The chessboard from earlier stood abandoned, only a black queen and a toppled pawn left to suggest that anything here was ever under control. She watched the flames lick the grate, then let her eyes drift to the windows. The wind was relentless. Branches scrawled frantic letters on the glass, and the snow, once polite, now heaped itself in drifts against the sills. The world had shrunk to this room, this hour, this impossible waiting. At the door, the handle turned with the slow deliberation of someone determined not to startle her. Anselm entered, hair wet from the gale, a line of melted snow trailing behind his boots. He had shed his greatcoat, but not the flush of cold on his cheeks. The effect was startling. A man carved newly from the night outside, eyes bright and unguarded. She stopped pacing, refusing to smooth the agitation from her face. "You're mad to be out in this," she said. He shrugged, then knelt by the hearth, extending his hands to the coals. The roofs on the north barn were straining. If the wind holds through morning, we'll lose the awning over the carriage house. She watched as droplets fell from his hair onto the stone, hissing against the warmth. "I thought you trusted the staff to handle disasters." "This one is personal," he replied, turning only his head to look at her. "Ashwood is not so easily replaced." She leaned against the edge of the writing table, fingers pressing into the polished wood. "And you?" He straightened, shedding the last of the cold. "What about me? Are you irreplaceable?" He regarded her, taking in the flush on her neck, the restless tilt of her posture. "I suspect that depends on who is asked." The storm punctuated the remark with a hammer blow. Something heavy struck the roof overhead, sending a shudder down through the beams. Elowyn jumped, then cursed herself for it. He smiled, the faintest curve at the edge of his mouth. "You're not afraid of anything," he said. "I've seen you stare down worse than a winter storm." She folded her arms. "It's not the storm," she said. "It's the waiting." He approached, Not close enough to touch, but close enough to catch the bracing scent of pine on his skin. "What are you waiting for?" She hesitated, then answered with an honesty that startled even her. "For you to decide if this, all of this, was worth it." He leaned against the mantel, hands braced wide, shoulders filling the space. "You think I regret marrying you?" he said, matter of fact. She forced a laugh, but the sound cracked. "I think you regret a great many things, Anselm. I just haven't decided whether I'm among them." He shook his head, flicking a bead of water from his brow. "If I regretted it, you'd know." She tried to look away, but his gaze was relentless. "You never say what you mean," she accused. He answered without flinching. "And you say exactly what you mean, except when it matters most." She could feel her pulse in her throat, a hard, panicked rhythm. "I have never lied to you," she said. He took a step closer, the air between them charged to breaking. "No, you simply keep the truth hidden until someone is desperate enough to drag it out." She bristled. "If you want confessions, you'll have to start with your own." He didn't move, but the tension in his arms spoke for him. "I am afraid," he said, each word its own confession. "Not of storms, or debt, or scandal. Of this." He gestured, not at the house, but at the two of them, at the air crackling between their bodies. "Of what it means to have someone in my keeping who can wound me with a sentence." She looked away, the heat in her face now matched by the fire at her back. "That's not fair," she whispered. "You never let me close enough to try." He snorted, but there was no mockery in it. "I have let you closer than anyone, and it terrifies me, because I know what comes next." A silence stretched between them, the storm outside battering at the walls as if eager to fill it. She pushed off from the table, closing the distance until only the chessboard remained between them. "And what comes next?" she challenged. He held her gaze, unblinking. "You will break my heart, Lady Ashwood, or I will break yours. It is only a matter of when." She reached for the black queen, turning it in her fingers. "Maybe," she said, "or maybe we surprise ourselves." He took the queen from her hand, his touch careful but certain. "I have never been surprised by you." She arched a brow. "Then you aren't watching closely enough." He smiled then, real, unguarded, a flash of white in the half-light. "I am always watching." For a moment, they stood suspended. The rules of engagement changed, but the outcome undetermined. The storm found a new register, shrieking down the flues. Somewhere in the kitchen, a shutter banged loose, the sound like a gunshot. Elowen flinched again. He saw it, and this time, instead of commenting, he simply moved to her side. "If you are afraid," he said, voice low, "you may say so." She laughed, but it was a thin defense. "Of the wind?" He shook his head, stepping so close she could feel the heat radiating off him. "Of what we are becoming." She met his eyes, saw there the thing she'd always suspected and never dared name. "And what is that, exactly?" He didn't answer at once. Instead, he reached out and tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. A touch so gentle she barely registered it, except that it left her skin tingling, aware of every inch. "A pair of fools," he said, finally. "Or a pair of monsters. Or, if you will allow it, a pair of equals." She inhaled, slow and steady. "I would allow it." He let his hand drop, but not before his fingers traced her jaw. "Do you trust me?" he asked. She wanted to answer, but found the words stuck behind her teeth. Instead, she nodded. He looked satisfied, but also afraid. "Then trust me now," he said, stepping away. "I'm going to check the West Wing. If the windows give, we'll have more to fear than words." She watched him go, the space he left behind charged with electricity and the echo of what had nearly happened. When the door closed, she sat in his abandoned chair, hands trembling, and stared at the chessboard, the Black Queen resting exactly where he'd left it, between surrender and checkmate. Outside, the storm raged, but inside, the library burned with a tension more dangerous than any wind. She waited, for once, without moving. The storm had not relented, but the sounds had changed. The roar on the roof was now a steady drum, the occasional groan of a tree limb punctuating the monotony. In the library, the lamps flickered in the downdrafts, shadows stuttering across the spines of 1,000 silent witnesses. Elowen sat in Anselm's chair, arms folded tight around herself, as if she might compress all her nerves to a single, manageable point. Every so often she heard a footstep in the corridor, a board protesting, a door shifting in the wind. But no one entered. The house was holding its breath. She found herself wishing the night would break something, if only to let out the pressure. She was tracing her finger along the seam of the leather armrest when the door opened, this time without warning. Anselm stood there, framed by the threshold, his hair plastered to his brow and his shirt collar wilted from the damp. He looked less like a duke and more like a man who had fought his way back from the edge of the world. She watched as he crossed the room, the energy between them coiling tighter with every step. He did not stop at the mantel or the hearth, but came straight to her, stopping only when he was close enough that she had to tilt her head to meet his eyes. He studied her, the lines at the corners of his mouth deepened by exhaustion, or something that looked very much like longing. "West Wing is holding," he said, voice rough. "We'll survive the night." She nodded, not trusting herself to speak. He hesitated, then perched on the edge of the desk, directly across from her. The silence vibrated with everything they had not said. "You're still angry," he observed. She shook her head. Not angry, just... She groped for the word, but it slid away. Instead, she looked at her hands, knuckles white where they dug into the arm of the chair. He reached over, covering her hand with his. His fingers were cold, but the grip was solid, anchoring her to the moment. "I have never met anyone who could frighten me the way you do," he said, his voice so low she almost missed it. She tried to pull away, but he held fast. "Is that a compliment, Anselm? Or a warning?" He smiled, but the expression was raw, unfinished. "Both. Maybe neither. I only know I cannot go back to the way things were before you." She closed her eyes, just for a second, to catch her breath. When she opened them, his gaze was still on her, searching for an answer she did not yet have. The storm delivered its verdict, a thunderclap so close it rattled the glass, the lights blinking out for a heartbeat before flaring again. The air smelled of ozone and smoke, and something else, something animal. She turned her hand in his, palm up, daring him to take it. He did. "We could call a truce," she offered, voice trembling. He considered this, then shook his head. "Not a truce. Not yet. You said once you would rather burn than be careful all your life." He let the words settle, their weight undeniable. I want to know if you meant it. She stared at him, pulse thudding. You want honesty? Yes. She stood, pulling her hand free, but only so she could close the space between them. The edge of the desk pressed into her hip, hard enough to bruise, but she did not care. She looked up at him, daring him to flinch. I want you, Anselm, she said. I want all of this. She gestured at the house, the storm, the madness of it. I want you to stop pretending you're only here out of duty. He did not move, but she saw the tremor in his jaw, the effort it took to hold himself in check. She leaned in, her breath stirring the damp curls at his temple. If you're afraid, say so, but don't you dare lie to me. He exhaled, a sharp, broken sound. Then, with a suddenness that left her gasping, he took her face in his hands, thumbs resting at her cheekbones. His grip was gentle, but there was nothing gentle in his eyes. The kiss was not a question, not a negotiation. It was a demand, hungry, furious, and so honest it left her shaking. She returned it with equal force, arms locking around his neck, pulling him closer. His hands slid into her hair, scattering the pins, and she felt herself melt against him, the heat of his body blinding after the chill of the long evening. They broke apart only when the need for air overcame the need for contact. She found herself breathless, pressed hard to his chest, his heart pounding under her palm. He rested his forehead against hers, eyes closed. I have wanted to do that since the first night you insulted me at dinner, he confessed. She laughed, breathless. You never let on. He pulled back, just enough to see her face. You would have destroyed me. She shook her head. You were already half ruined. I only finished the job. He grinned, and this time it was pure mischief. So you did. They stood like that, arms tangled, until the world outside faded to a dull background roar. At some point, she realized his hands were trembling, whether from cold or from her. She couldn't tell. She covered them with hers, steadying him, steadying herself. After a long while, he said, Not yet. She blinked, uncertain. What? He kissed her again, softer this time, but with the same desperate intent. Not yet, he repeated, but soon. She smiled into his mouth. Is that a promise? He nipped her lower lip, just once. It's a warning. She let herself lean into him, her body remembering every step of the argument, every word unsaid. The anticipation was its own kind of pleasure, a delicious, unbearable ache. They stayed that way, suspended between storm and surrender, until the coals in the hearth had burned down to a faint, red memory. When at last he released her, he did so with reluctance, as if afraid the spell would break. She reached up, tucking a strand of hair behind his ear, the same gesture he'd used on her only hours before. We should check the windows again, she said, trying for lightness. He nodded, the smile slow and private. We will. But neither moved. The room was quiet now, the storm outside spent. In the hush that followed, she felt the future, wild, unknown, inevitable, breathing at her shoulder. She was no longer afraid. Chapter 18. Dawn arrived over Ashwood with a hush that almost seemed deliberate, a soft-lit grace note after the violence of the night. The house, for all its battered stone and splintered timbers, seemed to exhale. Where yesterday the air had hummed with nerves and waiting, this morning found the walls softened, the halls easier to breathe. Elowen woke in her own chamber, not knowing for a moment if she had slept at all. The memory of his hands, his kiss, the not yet, replayed itself in her blood, vivid as bruising, but the ache beneath was no longer panic. She lay there, watching the ceiling trade shadows for pale rectangles of sun, and found herself suspended between the woman she'd always been and something new, still unformed. She tried to sit up, but the dream memory clung stubbornly. Anselm's lips pressed to her hair, his confession, "I have never wanted anything more," and the way his hands had trembled, just barely, when they'd finally let themselves touch. It should have frightened her, how much she wanted the world to change. Instead, she let herself want it. The bells had already rung the hour, but the house was quiet. Elowen dressed herself, hands unsteady on the buttons, and forced her mind to inventory the day's demands. Correspondence with the grocer, a reply to Lady Denham's latest invitation, the business of simply existing in a place where she had never truly belonged. The routines felt theatrical, as if she were play-acting the old version of herself. She caught her reflection in the mirror, hair still wild, collar askew, and for once, left it. The artifice would have felt like a lie. Downstairs, the breakfast room was empty, save for one footman and a jug of cooling coffee. She seated herself at the head of the table and poured, willing the heat to force some order into her body. A minute passed, then 2. She had just begun to think he would not come, that perhaps he had retreated again into the unassailable loneliness of his office when the door creaked open. Anselm stood there in shirt-sleeves, his hair damp from a hasty wash, and his eyes alive with the traces of a sleepless night. He looked less like a duke, and more like a man conscripted by his own heart, lost but game for whatever followed. She expected awkwardness, but when he crossed to the sideboard, he offered her a quick, searching glance. Not invasive, but measuring. As if he needed to know, beyond doubt, that she was real and still there. He poured himself a cup and sat opposite, not at the far end, but just 2 chairs down, close enough that the tension from last night could find its echo in the new daylight. They drank in silence at first, each pretending to attend to the news sheet, the plate of toast, the slow miracle of another day begun. "I didn't sleep," he said at length. She looked up, finding him watching her over the rim of his cup. "Nor I," she admitted. The words felt like a dare, or a question. He set his cup down, steadying it with both hands. "I keep replaying it, in my head. All the things I should have said, all the things I should have." He stopped, and the unfinished thought hung there, more potent than any declaration. She let the moment breathe, then said, "I'm tired of waiting, Anselm. For everything." He smiled at that, but it was a smile stripped of defences. "You are not alone in that, either." A silence pooled between them, not uncomfortable, but deep, almost ceremonial. He traced the rim of his coffee cup, as if drawing a map of all the places they might have gone, had they not spent so long circling the borders of themselves. When he finally spoke, his voice was low. "What do we do now?" She almost laughed, the relief sharp at the edges. "I suppose we eat breakfast, and then we see what's left to mend." He nodded, accepting the answer for what it was. A tap at the door interrupted them. The same footman from before, face scrubbed pink with cold, entered and bowed. "Message from the West Wing, Your Grace," he said. "Housekeeper reports a window shattered." "Sir." Anselm took the note, read it, and passed it to Elowen without comment. The writing was brisk and judicious. Glass everywhere, gale force last night, structural concern but no injuries. She looked at him. It's nothing urgent, but he stood, already reaching for his jacket. Best to see it ourselves. He held the door for her, and together they made their way through the warren of corridors to the farthest reaches of the house, where the air still tasted faintly of snow, and the world outside was a reckless arrangement of downed branches and raw sunlight. The window in question was on the 3rd floor, overlooking the orchard. It had not merely broken, it had exploded inward, scattering glass across the painted wood of the landing and sending one of the heavy velvet curtains askew. The mess was almost beautiful in its violence, the fragments gleaming in the morning light. Elowen stepped closer, knelt to examine the largest shards. No one was hurt? The housekeeper, a woman as sharp as the glass itself, shook her head. Staff knows to keep clear during these storms, but the frame's not sound, will need proper patching. Anselm surveyed the damage, then rolled up his sleeves without preamble. I'll need a length of board, some cloth, and a ladder. Harrison's away with the work crew? Yes, sir, the housekeeper replied, but we can fetch the supplies. Elowen waited until the staff had withdrawn, then shot Anselm a look. You mean to fix it yourself? I'd rather not wait for Harrison to return, he said, matter of fact, though there was a twist of humour in the way he glanced at her. Besides, I find that the best remedy for thinking too much is working with one's hands. She smiled. You'll need help. He considered this, then nodded. I will. The next hour passed in a whirl of purpose. Together they measured the jagged opening, then wrestled the ancient sash window out of its moorings. Anselm took the lead on the ladder, steady and methodical, while Elowen braced it from below, passing up tools and wood planks as needed. Each time their hands met, his cold, hers still trembling from the morning's memory, the current between them grew more insistent. At one point, the wind threatened to catch the panel Anselm was holding. Elowen reached up to steady it, her gloved fingers closing over his. For a second, their faces were level, his eyes inches from hers, and she saw the pulse in his throat, wild as the storm had been. She did not look away. It's not so complicated, he said, voice just above a whisper. She smiled, meaning more than the window. Isn't it? He grinned, the old arrogance tempered now with something vulnerable, and returned to the task. They finished the patchwork together, aligning the board and hammering it home with a rhythm that was oddly companionable. The satisfaction of the finished job, the way the wind no longer shrieked through the gap, felt like a small miracle. When it was done, Anselm climbed down, dusted his hands, and looked at her as if seeing her for the first time. You're better at this than you let on, he said. I've had years of practice, she replied. Mending what's broken. He regarded her, the look on his face something raw and open. I want... He stopped, then tried again. I want to do better, not just for the house, for us. She felt her chest tighten, the old wall inside her giving way to something fragile, new. Then start now, she said. We still have the rest of the day. He nodded, a resolve in his posture that was unmistakable. Come with me, he said. And this time it was not a command, but an invitation, a question, waiting for her answer. She took his hand, and together they left the ruined window behind, the patchwork holding fast against the world outside. He did not lead her to the Grand Master's chambers or the familiar shelter of her own suite, but instead, down a short, seldom-trod hall, to a guest room midway between, neutral ground. The room itself was spare, the bed dressed but never slept in, a small fire catching behind the grate. In the early afternoon light, the air seemed almost golden, as if the storm had scoured the world just for this moment. Elowyn stood just inside the threshold, taking it in, the woven coverlet, the window looking out onto the orchard, the faint trace of lavender in the air. There was nothing of either of them here. Not yet. She felt unmade, as if she'd stepped out of her old self and into a body that still needed to be assembled, piece by trembling piece. Anselm closed the door behind them, then rested his hand on the frame, uncertain. For a heartbeat, they hovered in the hush, neither sure how to proceed, both unwilling to break the spell by moving too fast. She was the one to cross the space first. She reached for his hand, still raw from the hammer, the new bandage at his thumb, clumsy and endearing, and pressed it to her cheek. The gesture was reckless, but it steadied her. He exhaled, the sound full of relief and hunger, and something she'd never before heard in his voice. Hope. She watched him search her face, as if expecting her to vanish at the last minute, to retreat behind some old armour. She did not. "This is strange," he said, barely audible. "It's new," she corrected, and dared a smile. His own smile was so unpracticed, it was almost shy. "I don't want to frighten you," he said. "You don't," she whispered. "I'm only afraid it will end." He touched her hair, slow and deliberate, the backs of his fingers tracing from her temple to the line of her jaw. "I won't let it," he said. "Not this time." For a while, they did nothing but stand, collecting each other in small touches, her hands braced at his waist, his thumb at the hollow behind her ear, the mutual uncertainty that hummed in every breath. It was not the choreography of romance, but the slow, miraculous recognition of a thing both had waited for, too long. When at last he kissed her, it was gentle, almost reverent. The heat was there, yes, years of restraint turning each second into a kind of ache, but there was more. The exquisite, terrifying sweetness of knowing they would not be interrupted, that for once the world belonged only to them. She laughed against his mouth, sudden and bright, and felt the answering smile form between their lips. "What?" he murmured, amused. She shook her head, unable to speak for a moment. "Nothing. Everything." He kissed her again, deeper this time, and she felt his hands slide to her back, the grip certain but full of care. They undressed each other with a delicacy born not of inexperience, but of reverence. Every button undone, every inch of fabric bared, was an act of surrender, a silent conversation about trust and the wish to be known. When her bodice slipped from her shoulders, he traced the line of her collarbone with a fingertip, as if learning her by heart. When she unbuttoned his shirt and pressed her lips to the scar just below his ribs, he shuddered, not in pain, but in surprise at how much it meant to be touched, to be wanted without reservation. At first, their laughter got in the way, her hair tangled in the buttons, his bandaged thumb refusing to cooperate, their knees knocking as they tumbled onto the bed. But each mistake only made it easier, every small embarrassment dissolving into delight. The strangeness, the newness, became their language. They took their time. There was no script, no rehearsal, just the giddy wonder of discovering the other and being discovered in return. When it mattered most, words failed them. It was enough to lie tangled, skin to skin, the world outside reduced to the sound of breath and heartbeat and the soft, rhythmless music of two people unlearning their loneliness. The details faded, What mattered was the warmth, the laughter muffled in the hollow of his throat, the way he murmured her name, not as a title, but as a secret meant only for this moment. What mattered was her hand in his, the shared knowledge that there would be no more, not yet. When it was over, when they finally let themselves rest, he pulled her close, his arm heavy over her ribs, his breath warm against her hair. The fire in the grate was small but steady, and the golden afternoon light washed the walls in a colour that felt almost like forgiveness. He spoke into the quiet, voice so raw she barely recognized it. No more waiting. She closed her eyes, letting the words settle into her, fill the places she'd been careful to leave empty. For the first time, she felt at home, not in Ashwood, not even in the strange guest room, but in the space between their joined hands, the absence of fear, the promise that they could begin again. They drifted, then into sleep. The ache of longing finally eased. Outside, the orchard glimmered under a new coat of ice, the scars of last night's storm barely visible beneath the clean brilliance of morning. Inside, the world was simple and good, and the future, whatever shape it took, would be theirs to invent. Chapter 19. They sat across from each other at the long oak table, morning light casting a gentle glow on the room. The remnants of last night's passion lingered in the air, mingling with the whispers of the fading storm through the open windows. A delicate china teapot steamed between them, while slices of toast, darkened by the night, rested untouched on their plates. Anselm observed Elowen as she paused over her cup, the steam curling around her lashes. In that moment, he felt unburdened by debt or duty, enveloped only by the tender calm and her clear, honest gaze. She met his eyes with a small, wry smile, a silent testament, he mused, that they could weather more than just wind and rain. Elowen broke the silence at last. "I never thought breakfast could taste so peaceful," she said, pouring honey over her toast. "After last night, I'm grateful for this quiet." Her voice was low, steady, an anchor in the aftermath of their fears. He reached out, covering her hand with his. "So am I. Whatever comes next, we have this." He nodded toward the garden beyond the panes, where the lawn was mottled with puddles and gold-brown leaves. "We know what honesty cost us. We know what it's worth." Before she could reply, the heavy kitchen door swung open. A footman in dark livery entered, tray in hand. He set a folded note beside Anselm's plate and stood at attention, face unreadable beneath the morning light. "A message for Lord Ashwood," he announced. "From Mr. Benedict Worthington." Anselm exchanged a glance with Elowen. He broke the red seal and unfolded the note. The handwriting was precise, each letter sharply inked. "Lord Ashwood, I require your company in the billiard room this evening at 6 sharp. No excuse will be tolerated. I have matters to settle. Benedict Worthington." Elowen's breath caught. The wording left no room for misinterpretation. Benedict meant business. Anselm refolded the paper and laid it beside his untouched cup. "He's not asking," he observed softly. Elowen slid from her chair and circled to his side, her hand sliding into his. "Then we'll be ready," she said, her voice unwavering even as her heart fluttered. Together. Ashwood's billiard room had always been a theatre for power games. Tonight, it was the only room in the house where the air still vibrated, the lamps burning low but defiant, each panelled wall a witness to the collision that was about to occur. The ceiling's plasterwork caught the last rays of sun and broke them into a tangle of gold and shadow, while the green baize of the billiard table glowed with a life entirely its own. Polished wood, brass rails, and a worn Persian runner marked the boundaries. Everything else was raw potential. Anselm stood near the far end, cue in hand, the triangle of balls arranged and untouched at his elbow. His posture was relaxed, or so it might seem to a stranger, but every inch of him was wound for the encounter to come. The heavy oak door was ajar, letting in the sullen light from the corridor, and in its wake, a shiver of cold. Eluan appeared first, silent as a rumour. Her dress was black, the only ornament the flash of her green eyes and a single chain at her wrist. She crossed the room and placed herself beside the table, hands folded on the rail, gaze fixed on the silent clock above the door. She did not speak. It was not yet her turn to move. A moment later, Benedict made his entrance. He walked with a subtle limp, a relic of old injury and a more recent duel, the cane in his hand both weapon and signal. His coat, midnight blue, cut for the city, looked out of place here, but Benedict thrived on being out of place. His smile was exquisite, the fury behind it better. "Evening, Ashwood," he said, giving the table a tap with his stick. "I see you've been practicing." Anselm racked the balls with a single, efficient gesture. "Only waiting." Benedict laughed, a sound that found every corner of the room and dusted it with malice. "Always the stoic. I'd wondered if you'd have the nerve to meet me tonight. Some men might have sent a proxy." "I dislike proxies," Anselm replied. "They never know what's truly at stake." Benedict circled the table, cane trailing, his gaze flickering but motioning to the cue rack. "Or do you wish to keep control a little longer?" Anselm gestured him forward. "By all means." Benedict selected a cue, chalked it with exaggerated care, and bent to the table. For a moment, all was focus, the slow line-up, the measured breath. And then he struck. The break was ruthless, balls scattering in a geometry of violence, two sinking in the corner pockets. He straightened, face composed. "Ashwood," he said, "I have a question for you." Anselm placed his cue on the baize, hands loose. "Ask." Benedict's eyes shone with something colder than anger. "When you drove Sophia from this house, did you imagine she would simply vanish? Or did you hope she'd haunt you for the rest of your natural life?" The name landed in the room like a blow, and Anselm did not flinch. "She left of her own will," Anselm replied, voice flat. "Because you made this house a hell for her," Benedict snapped, all pretense gone. "You broke her, Ashwood, no matter how you rewrite it in your mind." Anselm's fingers dug into the table's edge, barely perceptible. "If you have come to play out the old grievances, you might as well be direct." Benedict advanced, cane tapping. "Oh, I am nothing if not direct. Sophia was better than either of us deserved. She trusted you, God help her, and you ruined her, then let the ton grind her down to powder. All because she saw past your ice and thought there might be something human beneath." Eloan, listening, absorbed each word as if it were meant for her. She watched the men circle, predators both, but one wounded, the other mortally tired. Anselm met Benedict's gaze. "She was not a saint, Benedict. She had her own darkness. But yes, I failed her. I have never denied it." Benedict laughed again, sharp and bitter. "That's all? You failed her?" He rounded the table, stopping directly in front of Eloan. "And what of this one then? Will she become another ghost for your collection?" Eloan faced him, unblinking. "I am not Sophia." Benedict's lips twitched. "No, you are not. She was weak. You... He let the thought trail, unsure whether to finish it as a compliment or a threat. She is not yours to measure, Anselm said, voice gaining a chill. Not tonight. Not ever. Benedict held his ground, but it was clear now that the heat had gone out of his attack. What remained was a cold, hungry need to see Ashwood bleed, or at least admit to it. He jabbed the cane at the floor. You killed her, he said, softly now. Not with poison, not with a blade, but with your pride, your coldness. You killed her, and you walk about as if the world owed you absolution for owning it. Anselm bowed his head. I do not seek absolution. The silence that followed was immense. Elawan felt it gather in her lungs, pressing. She stepped off the rug, the movement small but decisive. You blame my husband for Sophia's death. So do I, if it comes to that. But you mistake the nature of love, Mr. Worthington. It does not linger because we are innocent. It lingers because we have the courage to carry guilt and survive it. Benedict's eyes blazed, but there was nothing left to set alight. He looked at Anselm, searching for something, remorse, regret, even hatred, but found only the exhausted calm of a man who had accepted the worst of himself and lived on. He straightened his coat. Very well. You've won the point. Keep your guilt. Wear it as a medal if you must. He returned the cue to the rack, every motion precise, then turned to Elawan. Do you know, he said, there was a time I envied him? All of this, he gestured at the room, the house, the fortune, seemed worth the price. Now I think the price is all that remains. He moved to the door, stopped at the threshold. Farewell, Ashwood, he said, not turning. May your ghosts keep you company. He vanished into the corridor, his cane's rhythm fading down the marble hall. For a long moment, neither Anselm nor Elawan spoke. The click of the clock, the low wheeze of the lamps, the faint rustle of fabric, these were the only evidence that time had not frozen along with them. At last, Anselm exhaled. Are you all right? He asked, not looking up. Elawan crossed to his side. I am, she said. Are you? He regarded the billiard balls, now scattered and alone on the baize. I think, he said, that I am as well as I will ever be. She touched his hand, then laid her head on his shoulder. For a long time, they watched the light dwindle, the day folding itself into the careful darkness of the country night. Whatever else they had lost or broken, the two of them were still here, the future theirs by sheer, stubborn act of will. Ian the two. And what, precisely, is at stake tonight? Honour? Or just your reputation for self-restraint? Elawan's eyes narrowed, but she held her silence. She was not, for now, the target. Benedict paused, leaning hard on the cane. Shall I break? He said. It was not until they reached the library that the tremor in Anselm's hands became visible. He closed the door behind them, letting the quiet collect around his shoulders like an old coat. The lamps had not been lit, but the coals in the grate still held a dull red, casting slow shadows across the leather-bound spines and the deep green of the velvet settee. Elawan crossed to the fire and knelt to stir the embers. The poker made a low, grating sound as she prodded the logs. She set aside the implement and pressed both palms to the marble hearth, grounding herself in the solid cold. She did not look back at Anselm, nor did he offer comfort. They needed the privacy of their own thoughts before the work of rebuilding could begin. He poured a drink from the decanter, sherry, not brandy, and set a glass on the low table beside her. She took it, still silent. He remained standing, hands braced on the back of the chair, as if holding himself upright by force of will alone. "I want to tell you everything," he said at last. She sipped, feeling the heat trace a line down her throat. "Do you?" she said, the challenge gentle. "I do, but I don't know if you need to hear it." She turned to look at him, taking in the line of his jaw, the way he held himself against the dark. "It's not for my sake you want to confess," she said. "It's for your own." He accepted this, sitting heavily. "You're right. I cannot bear to have you mistake me for something I am not." She smiled, a sad, small thing. "I know what you are." He looked at her, startled. "Do you?" She nodded. "You're a man who believes he can atone for the past by carrying it, stone by stone, forever." The words hovered, soft and exact. Anselm let his head fall back, eyes closed. "Benedict was right," he said, voice low. "I did kill Sophia, not with my hands, but with my pride. I thought I could control everything, and when she proved me wrong, He paused, not trusting himself to say more. Eluan stood and crossed the space between them. She took the glass from his hand and set it aside. "She was not the only one destroyed by this house," she said. "You nearly let it destroy you too." He regarded her, and for the first time she saw, beneath the armor and the wit, the shape of something helpless. "I don't want to lose you," he said. She felt it then, the whole truth, stark and desperate. "You're afraid," she said. "I am." He reached for her, fingers barely grazing her sleeve. "You make me want things I thought were lost to me." "Such as?" He swallowed. "Such as peace, such as hope." He shook his head, frustrated by his own inadequacy. "You are the only thing in this house that has ever felt right." She sat beside him, close enough for their knees to touch. "I am not a solution, Anselm. I can't erase what happened before me." "I don't want erasure," he said, fierce again. "I want a future. With you. Even if it means we must share it with ghosts." They were both trembling now, the old walls of the library seeming to lean in and listen. She reached for his face, guiding it to hers with a gentleness he had not expected. "Then let's begin." He let himself collapse into the moment, his forehead against hers, breath mingling. "I love you," he said, the words raw and beautiful in their imperfection. "I love you, and I am terrified of it." She smiled, and this time there was nothing sad in it. "I love you too," she said, "and I am not afraid." They sat that way, listening to the slow ticking of the clock, the faint hush of wind at the windows. After a time, she rose and built up the fire, and together they watched as the flames caught and grew, driving out the old night. Neither spoke of forgiveness, because it was not needed. What was past could not be undone, but what was present, what was possible, was theirs to invent, together. Later, as the darkness pressed in, they pulled the armchairs close and sat, not touching, but perfectly joined in the silent knowledge that the worst was over. The future, uncertain as it was, had at last a name: hope. And in Ashwood's library, beneath the weight of all those ancient secrets, Anselm and Eluan began to write a new story, one where the only debts that mattered were the ones they owed to each other, in faith and in love, every hour of every day to come. Chapter 20. Spring in Devon did not so much arrive as stage a coup. It flooded the world with sunlight, scattered blossoms like gossip, and wafted 1,000 illicit fragrances through the half-opened casements of Ashwood. The gardens, disciplined to the last blade of grass by generations of Ashwood tyrants, had overthrown their governors and set up a regime of riotous colour. Crocus and hellebore jostled under the hedgerows, narcissus erupted like minor scandals, and the cherry trees, at the moment of dawn, wore their blooms like extravagant hats designed for shock value at the Derby. Lady Elowen Ashwood, née Harrington, survivor of the London season, terror of the Devon gentry, and newly minted mistress of one ducal estate, felt the invasion of spring most acutely at breakfast. The morning room was all blue and white porcelain, latticed sunlight, and a profusion of daffodils so fresh she suspected the gardener had snipped them with his teeth. The windows were flung wide. The air had that brisk, ungovernable quality that made even the most sombre conversation feel slightly drunken. Elowen wore a robe of dark green, embroidered at the cuffs in a shade that defied description. Not quite gold, not quite yellow, and not a colour that any self-respecting milliner would dare to replicate. The hem swept the tile with a confidence she envied. She ate her toast with one hand, the other occupied by a letter addressed in her brother's foppish but unmistakable script. Her husband appeared at the stroke of 8, as he always did, moving with the measured certainty of a man who had never failed to find the coffee pot in the dark. He was less forbidding in daylight, his hair less anvil black, his features less carved from old coins. And the blue of his dressing gown did things to his eyes that she would not say aloud before noon. He surveyed the table and its occupant, then settled into his usual chair. "You are up early," he said, not as an accusation, but as a hypothesis in need of testing. Elowen finished her bite, dabbed her lips, and gestured with the letter. "Family correspondence. It arrived with the milk, and I have not yet determined if it is to be savoured or endured." He poured coffee for them both, fingers precise on the silver service. "The Harringtons are rarely dull." She considered the envelope, weighing its likely payload of guilt, advice, and unsolicited poetry. "No," she agreed, "but their communications are high-risk ventures. I once opened a letter from my brother and found it full of violet confetti. I'm still not certain what the message was meant to be." He set a cup before her, added the exact measure of cream she preferred. "Read it to me," he said. She considered. "I warn you, there may be passages best left to private mortification." His eyes were humourless, but she saw the spark there. "I should like to know what is said about you." She broke the seal. The letter unfolded with all the drama of a military manoeuvre. She began in her best narrator's voice, affecting just enough of her brother's tone to be mischievous. "Dearest Elowen, and by extension the House of Ashwood, its laird, livestock, and attached satellites. We remain in your debt, both literal and poetic, for the rescue of the Harrington fortunes. Papa is in grand spirits, having discovered that solvency agrees with him. He is making plans to retire to the coast, where he can indulge his passions for painting, oysters, and melancholic walks in fog. Mother is similarly transformed, though still convinced that you will soon tire of Devon and return to civilization. She has undertaken to read all of Gibbon's Decline and Fall as a sort of tribute to your marriage, though what lesson she hopes to extract, I do not know. As for myself, I am once again at liberty, my creditors having lost interest, pun unavoidable. I do wish to see Ashwood under your command. The rumours are intoxicating, that you have domesticated a duke and tamed a garden with equal ease. The betting at White's is now 3-1 in favour of your hosting a winter masquerade. Do not disappoint. All affections, and none of the usual reproaches. Your brother, Cedric. Elowyn finished with a flourish and folded the letter, setting it atop her napkin. Anselm sipped his coffee. He writes well. He writes as if the entire world is in on the joke, she said. I admire the audacity, if nothing else. He regarded her, the corners of his mouth not quite smiling. Your father is well? She nodded. Relieved, it seems. As am I. I thought for a time that my name would never again be mentioned in the family archives except as a dire warning. He shrugged. It was not your fault. She looked at him then, really looked. The lines at the corners of his eyes, the steadiness of his hand as he lifted the cup, the way he wore his dressing gown as if it were ceremonial armor. It was not yours either. He did not answer at once. There was a new softness in his manner, an openness that felt less like surrender and more like a negotiated peace. Would you have changed anything, knowing what you know now? She considered, the question not entirely rhetorical. No, she said. Not a thing. He drank his coffee, setting the cup down with deliberate care. I am pleased, he said, for your family. She tilted her head, watching him over the rim of her cup. Did you... She paused, then forged on. Did you have any part in this sudden stroke of fortune? He set his jaw, but did not feign innocence. I wrote to the estate's London agent. It seemed expeditious, but I did not wish to meddle further. If your father finds joy on the coast, I see no harm in it. She reached for his hand, the movement casual, but not without intent. Thank you, she said. He covered her hand with his, the warmth of his skin a comfort against the morning's chill. It was nothing. She arched a brow. You have an odd definition of nothing. He allowed himself a smile then, brief but real. Perhaps. The room fell into a companionable quiet, the air charged with birdsong and the promise of a day well begun. After a time, he said, Will you write them back? She smirked. Only if I can do so with equal wit. Cedric cannot be allowed to believe he has won the war of words. He nodded, satisfied. I will leave you to your artillery. He excused himself, and she watched him go, the blue of his dressing gown trailing in his wake. She finished her coffee, then reached for a fresh sheet of paper and a pen. The ink took to the page easily, her hand quick and sure. She would write her brother and her mother, and perhaps even her father, whose passion for melancholic walks she suddenly understood better than ever. But before she could get past the salutation, a knock at the door interrupted her. She called for the visitor to enter. The butler, a man whose starched collar could have doubled as a guillotine blade, bowed with impeccable grace. Lady Ashwood, he intoned. The household staff are gathered in the great hall. There is a matter of some importance they wish to present, at your earliest convenience. She set aside her pen. A mutiny, then? He did not blink. I believe it to be quite the opposite, my lady. She thanked him, then rose to change into something more befitting the mistress of the house. She selected a gown of deep violet, with an overdress of lighter silk that caught the sunlight in odd, delightful ways. She arranged her hair, smoothed the set of her shoulders, and made her way through the marble-floored corridors to the great hall. The staff stood arrayed on either side of the room, the senior servants at the fore, the youngest footmen and maids in the rear. The butler nodded to her entrance, as if satisfied that the world now spun on its correct axis. She walked the length of the hall, her heels sounding an agreeable click, and stopped before the assembled company. The housekeeper, a woman with the jaw of a Roman senator and the disposition of a favourite aunt, stepped forward and offered a small bouquet, snowdrops, early violets, and one ridiculous pink tulip. "My lady," she said, "we wish to thank you for what you have done for Ashwood, for the house, and for his grace." Elowen took the bouquet, the scent unexpectedly sharp and sweet. "You are kind to say so," she replied, "but Ashwood runs on your labour, not mine." The housekeeper blushed, but did not retreat. "We've seen many come and go," she said, "but never one who remembered our names, nor who fought the rats in the larder herself, nor who—" She paused, weighing whether to continue. "Nor who risked her neck to save the staff from certain dismissal when the accounts ran short." There was a murmur of assent from the ranks, punctuated by a cough from the butler, who clearly preferred his revolutions orderly and on schedule. Elowen felt her cheeks flush, but she inclined her head. "It was the only reasonable thing to do," she said. The gardener, lurking near a potted laurel, spoke up. "The gardens never looked finer," he offered, then retreated to the comfort of his leaves. The housekeeper produced a tray, upon which stood a delicate crystal glass. "If it please you, my lady, we would like to toast your health." The glass was filled with something golden and potent. Elowen accepted it, raising it to the room. "To Ashwood," she said, "and to those who make it worth the living." The company raised their invisible glasses, and there was laughter, and even the butler allowed a half-smile to crease his cheeks. After a few more words, most of them awkward, all of them genuine, Elowen excused herself, leaving the bouquet in the care of the housekeeper. She found herself on the terrace outside, the day now full-blown into warm sun and shadow. She sat on the stone balustrade, watching as Anselm crossed the lawn toward her. He was dressed for the day, but there was a smudge of dirt on his sleeve and a set to his stride that suggested he had been inspecting the grounds. He joined her on the terrace, leaning against the rail. "The staff have staged an insurrection," she informed him. He nodded. "I heard the rumblings. I take it you survived." "Barely," she said. "They gave me flowers and a drink. I believe it is a plot to render me sentimental." He regarded the view, the garden, the cherry trees, the flash of crocus beneath the yew hedges. "Is it working?" She considered. "Perhaps." He placed a hand on her shoulder, light but anchoring. "There are worse fates." She let herself lean into him, the moment soft and unguarded. "I never imagined this life," she confessed. "Not in all my wildest attempts at imagining." He squeezed her shoulder. "Nor I. But I find I do not wish to leave it." They stood that way, watching as the world spun into afternoon. Eventually, he said, "The winter garden needs attention. If you are not otherwise occupied, I would like your opinion on the new beds." She smiled, thinking of the letter, the staff, the impossible beauty of the day. "Lead on, Your Grace," she said, and together they walked into the promise of what came next. Not perfection, not peace, but the certainty of morning after morning, each one brighter than the last. Late afternoon arrived at Ashwood with the gentleness of silk drawn through a ring. The east sunroom shivered with gold, and the light poured itself over every surface, forgiving all past indiscretions of wood and glass. The room had the air of a conservatory halfway converted to civilization, moss-green damask, windows tall as cathedral doors, and a pair of elderly ferns that had outlived 2 generations of Ashwood inheritors. Elowen sat with her lap desk propped against her knees, the contents of her morning's correspondence spilling in orderly ranks across the table. a half-written reply to Cedric, a shopping list for the housekeeper, a memorandum to the gardener regarding the use of manure near the roses. She worked in the hush peculiar to late day, that hour when the world seemed to sigh and loosen its stays. From beyond the windows came the hum of bees, the liquid calls of birds fat with the bounty of spring, and once the distant pop of a cork, perhaps a footman celebrating some small holiday of his own invention. Anselm had excused himself after luncheon to conduct an audit of the cellars, a task he treated with the gravity of a state secret. Elowen had expected him back by now, but the day was so pleasant she found she did not mind the delay. The absence was not emptiness, but a space in which her thoughts could settle, unhurried. She was about to return to her letter when a knock sounded at the door, followed by the quiet arrival of the steward. He wore the expression of a man born to bear ill tidings, but who had learned, through careful application of sherry and common sense, to dilute their impact with discretion. "Forgive the interruption, Lady Ashwood," he said. "This has just arrived by express, marked urgent." He offered a folded packet, heavy and official. The wax was a hard, arterial red, imprinted with a crest she knew too well, the Worthington lion, rampant and bristling. She set aside her pen, accepted the packet, and turned it over in her hands. The weight of it was considerable, but less than the weight of what it might contain. "Thank you," she said. "Will you let His Grace know I would appreciate his company?" The steward bowed and withdrew, leaving the room filled only with the faint tick of the mantel clock. Elowen stared at the envelope a moment longer, feeling the old pulse of dread and excitement that came with any message bearing Benedict's hand. She cracked the seal, unfolded the letter, and scanned the lines, eyes moving quickly, but brain refusing to digest all at once. She read it again, slower. The contents were as follows. "To the esteemed Lord and Lady Ashwood, please accept my compliments on the occasion of your recent nuptials and subsequent domestic tranquillity. I regret that my own constitution will not permit me to deliver these greetings in person, as I have, upon medical advice, embarked on a journey to the southern coast of France. It is my sincere hope that distance and time will effect a cure for the afflictions of both body and spirit that have lately beset me. I do not anticipate a return to England for the foreseeable future. Let it be known that I bear no ill will, nor do I intend to contest any account of the past. My only wish is for the happiness and good fortune of the House of Ashwood. Sincerely, Benedict Worthington." Elowen set the letter down, feeling the world shift and right itself in some fundamental way. She let the moment pass through her, then folded the sheet and tucked it into the reticule at her side. It was done. The last ghost had found his peace. She was still processing this when Anselm entered, hair ruffled by the damp chill of the cellars, sleeves rolled to the elbow, and a small, satisfied smudge of dust across one cheek. He looked less the Duke, and more the man she had come to know in these past, improbable months. He saw the letter on the table and the set of her expression. "Is it bad news?" She shook her head. "No, only odd, in its way. Benedict has gone to France." Anselm considered this. "Is he running from something or toward it?" She smiled. "Does it matter? The running is the point." He nodded, the tension in his posture easing. "Then we can expect a period of peace. I suspect even a period of quiet," she said, with the relief of a prisoner discovering her cell was, in fact, a garden. He poured them each a glass of the late-season white, which he claimed to have liberated from the deepest crypt of the Ashwood cellars. They drank on the terrace. the sunlight burning away the last of the day's chill, and for the first time in memory, there was nothing to be said that was not good. They lingered until the sky flared into violet, the lawns below dotted with the silhouettes of rabbits and the slow, meandering passage of a pair of peacocks borrowed from the neighbouring estate. The air was soft, full of things that could not be spoken: hope, forgiveness, the mad courage of starting again. After supper, they walked the grounds together. The gardens, which only months ago had been forbidding and severe, now sprawled with exuberant life. The old fountain trickled merrily, the hedges stood at attention, and the wild violets Elowen had demanded last season had multiplied beyond expectation. They paused in the winter garden, where the air was cooler and the scent of hyacinth thick as cream. Above them, the sky had turned a deep, luminous blue, the first stars appearing like stitches in a new seam. Anselm turned to her. He seemed for a moment about to speak, but the words caught, or perhaps they were simply unnecessary. Elowen took his hand, twining her fingers through his. "Thank you," he said at last. She arched a brow. "For what?" "For staying," he said. "For everything." She smiled, remembering all the storms, the midnight games, the secret hopes she'd once buried under a mountain of caution. "There's nowhere else I wish to be." He brought her hand to his lips, a rare and almost reckless gesture. "I love you," he said, so softly she might have imagined it. But she had not imagined anything, not since the day she first walked into Ashwood and found herself undone by its gravity. She stepped closer, touched his cheek, and said, "I love you," the words bright and dangerous in the night air. They stood together, anchored in the present, the past forgiven, and the future wide as the moonlit sky. And when they kissed, slow, unhurried, wholly their own, it was not an end, but a beginning, written in the bold script of two people who had, at last, come home. Thank you so much for listening to The Duke's Reluctant Bride, an original story from Romance Haven. If you enjoyed this journey into Regency romance, please like the video, leave a comment with your favourite moment, and don't forget to subscribe for more original audiobooks and love stories. Your support helps our channel grow and brings more romance to your ears. Happy listening, and remember, Romance Haven Audiobooks, your escape into romance awaits.